They have an interesting roster. They made a lot of roster changes as well. I used to be good friends with Sahira, their old mid laner, but he's not on the team anymore, so I don't really have a rivalry with them. I guess it's another Norwegian org, so Riddle has some history and some rivalry, some banter. I didn't know how demanding it was to be head coach, because I used to be assistant coach in 2021 summer. But yeah, it's very demanding. A lot of the responsibility is on me, and I have to take a lot of the blame, which I do. I'm not delusional if I mess up in draft or if I don't prepare my players enough. I'm definitely the first one to be like, yeah, that's my bad. Like, for example, against XL, I felt like we had Exodia draft, and then we get into the game and we have no engage. We have no one who can face check bushes. It was really hard for us to set up any sort of vision control around objectives. So yeah, we should have definitely just picked the front line instead of going for like 1-3-1 comp kind of with Cog Lulu. It doesn't really make much sense. I think the picks in isolation were good, but when they come together, it just didn't do anything. So yeah. There's a lot of changes recently. Like, we started on 12.9, and everything we prepped for 12.9 was pretty much useless for 12.10. So like the first couple weeks of scrims were out of the window again, and then we started playing on 12.10. So now we're like relearning the game and like relearning what's meta now. But yeah, there's a lot of different changes that we have to take into account. So it's kind of my job to figure out like, okay, what is the strongest pick in the meta right now, and like how can we make a comp around that? Oh yeah, I was surprised that Bifrost went 3-1, honestly, and I'm honestly surprised that X7 lost to Eminem. They seemed like super weak when we played against them. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, everyone else is pretty much how I expected them to go. But yeah, I think Bifrost is like my most surprising one. They got kind of a free win against us because they had full roster and we had 2 subs. And yeah, we hadn't played much with them. I'm surprised to see how much solo queue my mid laner plays, or how much he wants to play solo queue when we're about to scrim. He's been late 3 times to scrims because he's been in solo queue games. So we've like signed the verbal contract, and everyone put the handshake emoji in Discord that we're going to be there 5 minutes before, and we're not queuing up 1 hour before we scrim. I mean, I like the players. They're all super agreeable and nice to work with. I think when you have people in the team that are very like quick to anger and very hostile, it gets really hard to work with. So I'm just glad that everyone is like nice to each other and like each other both in and out of the game. Don't underestimate Riddle. We're gonna be a real contender, and I'm gonna do my best to make sure that's the case. I'm sure the players are gonna work their ass off to provide good games and good content for everyone to see. So yeah, check out our games. You won't be disappointed.
There is the 5-man RLT! What was that, Bifrost? You are just dominating this entire game. 3-2, and Bifrost are your Telia Esports Series champions.
Tempt is dead as well! I think they've done it! Jaeger is the last man standing, and he falls as well! Where were you when Bifrost brought down X7?
Breaks things up! Bifrost have done it! They take down Dusty. It's a clean 3-0, and they're on route.
If someone would have told me 2 years ago that I will be sitting here today after a Bifrost European Masters participation, I would have never believed this guy, because honestly, when I joined in 2020, things were rough. We were 7th place in Norway, and it was all not so structured, so we completely rebuilt our whole League of Legends section. We invested resources, we invested a lot of time into a team that won the Telia Masters in spring 2021, but then fell short in the NLC relegation afterwards.
Is coming in. The 28 minutes on the clock. 1 kill every minute in game number 4 here. It has been a bloody series and a hardball series as well. But at the end of the day, Dusty will take this 3-1. And they will...
When I joined Bifrost, I knew we were capable of achieving a lot of good things. For the competition itself, it was a bit of a surprise, in my opinion, to get first place, even though I think we deserved it. Coming into the playoffs, the finals was kinda smash. We didn't have anything to do. We couldn't put any fight against them.
At this point, Haru gets to go in and do that. That's why they won't either land an encore onto 1. There is still a redemption that comes through and does even less damage. Jewel is dead as well. Z-Boy goes in, but Nat has got a wild run. Cannot be stopped. More autos come through courtesy of a health. Picks a triple kill for Haru. Jewel is down. No way out of this. An X7. It's a victory march. The trophies in their sights.
So I think it was a good wake-up call coming into AM Masters. For AM Masters, for play-ins, we all expected to go out. We struggled a bit in the groups, but I think versus Barcelona we had a great showing, and no one expected us to go out.
Finalmente en medio de todo el mundo, el primero en casi ha sido finalmente Dridi. Esto que es un desastre, cuidado con Lucky, está pegando Dridi de gratis, se muere finalmente. Esto que puede ser el punto y final al European Master del Barça Esports, se flashea B-Boy. Esto que va a ser finalmente partida para el equipo de Bifrost. Z-Boy, que se va a apuntar otra más, finalmente le consigue rematar.
Coming into the groups of death, everyone said, against BDS and Fnatic, it was really fun to play against those teams. Once again, no one expected us to go out. I think for myself, I didn't even expect it as well. So coming out first place was really hype, and it was really nice experience.
What comes in? Here comes Aggressivo. Fury is going to force Psycho to go into the stopwatch at the moment. Finds himself a quick shutdown. And just like that, Bifrost are finding their opportunity. Fury's still alive. The zap's coming in. They've got the event horizon. They've got the kills. They've got the shutdowns. Bifrost cashing in big, baby.
During the past 2 years, I often questioned myself, like, is all of this even worth it? Is the resources I am putting into this project even worth it? But sitting here today, I can say it was worth it for sure.
Down 2,000 here will be a spike by still secured by Bifrost. Oni doing so much work, gets 2. Crowny is dead. He's dead. The crowd falls one more time. I'm missing on the backside, but he doesn't get the kills. He needs to get more. No, Bifrost are doing it again. They've done it again. Shao is dead. And Bifrost in another late game miracle team fight. They have found their way back from the depths of a gold lead that seemed insurmountable.
I ult here.
Look behind. She's stunned. Kill Lissandra.
I have in 3. I have in 3. 2.
You hard win.
Here.
You hard win. Just go on.
Go Drake.
I just eject man. You can or
Nice.
Oh no, needed
Nice.
my flash, but it's okay.
Get mid probably. I think you can.
I still...
no dopamine deprived this
Look
one.
something top.
Oh, they are looking.
Yeah, they are top. Just give turret, I think.
Then Shao is here.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
They use this under ult. Nice. Holy shit.
He's on me too. We can start.
Nash.
Yeah, we should just do Nash.
Go Nash.
Yeah.
Unless Lissandra lives.
Yeah, win us.
No.
Yeah.
We go Nash.
I will just think Pixel.
Go
And
for
then we
it.
have,
Think it's red.
Nash.
Yes, Nash.
I can chase.
we can chase after.
Go,
Yeah,
go, go.
I can TP in 5 seconds.
I ult. Come.
Care for Renata.
He's bubbled.
I'm looking. Do you have juice?
Wait.
Kill him.
Look,
I'm
Zin.
Twitch now.
Zin.
Yeah.
Move the kibble.
Can I push bot? I push bot.
They tip it top.
They're tipping top bots.
You can take bot in him. I look.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's going. I stand him.
Yeah. Oh, they could move.
Play together, play together.
Man is dead.
Twitch.
Pick
You
up
can
one.
fight it.
Yeah.
We're 1 HP.
I mean, you're too.
Okay, go mid.
Ah.
Last one.
Well,
Okay, don't let them live. No survivors.
GG.
Look, KDA. KDA.
Where's my juicer? Oh, my juicer is dead.
My juicer is dead, man.
Oh, disaster. Oh, little vodka in it.
Hello there, fellow NLC fans, and welcome to Iceland. My name is Daði, and I'm a thirsty superfan. I never leave my house without wearing my thirsty cap, and I drink one thirsty Nocco every day. We have X7 next week. It's gonna be an easy dub. I mean, we won Eminem, they lost against Eminem, so don't forget to dream thirsty.
So what makes you the superfan for JDXL?
Well, I love the NLC, and you know, especially when XL and JDXL now got involved. I was like, this is really.
Yo, big man.
This is really good.
Acquisition, interview, convened. June, listen, let's go, boy. What are we saying? What's going on here, bro?
This is a fan on the street segment for JDXL.
For JDXL, spreadsheets, Bill Gates, them man, love it. PowerPoint, big fan. Anyway, look at my creps though. Little pan down. These are the mobility boosts. I use this to run man down in the op block jungle when I'm trying to equalize no rumble. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
No.
Who do you play against this week?
Astralis.
Astralis. Listen, I've got some bars for you. This track has been supplied. Let's get inside. Let's do something. I'm repping XL, and when we beat Astralis, I'm gonna do the running man. These Danes are gonna spam Fs and GGs like a requiem. That's a Carthus ulti coming, man. You brought back Vendetto, but without them Voxnay, I won't be tricked. That's a chessboard without a king, aka a disaster. No wonder you guys have Carlson, because you're all stuck in Grandmaster and won't make EU Masters. And I'm simply the best in the mid the way I've got MNS. That's Marks, not Venza. Now just remember that you can't censor. We ain't friends. I've got a Matt LeBlanc to dish out chains, and now Cress is crying because he can't cleanse her. Astralis talent. I should laugh, but I'm not able. You man should just rename to legs, the way you're always at the bottom of the table.
Hey, this is Nick, also known as Lastfire. I guess I'm Eminem's biggest fan. I've been one for about 2 years now, and with the Rainbow Six team, I've seen them go through Challenger League, I've seen them struggle, and I've seen them make it all the way to the 6 invite. With Trackmania, I've seen Pac become the Fall Grand Champion, and now with the League team, I'll see him defeat Nurki here. But not only that, I'm pretty sure that we'll see him go all the way through NLC, and even beyond. Good luck, have fun to both teams, and for the Flame, let's go.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, and I'm together with Saxon from Astralis. We're ready to kick this off, and before we do though, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good. It's a pretty interesting challenge. I never did this before, so we'll see how it goes. Hopefully I'm not gonna be the worst one.
So tell me, what is the thought process of making a full clear with Lee Sin, and what are you gonna use?
Using my abilities to fart, on the map, use my W and flash. I think I have to go fleet, if that's the only thing that helps on the camp. I don't know if any of this helps, probably not.
Over the heel may help, yeah.
It's a hard fight. I think maybe like Nimbus Cloak is good and Absolute Focus.
Nice.
That's the only thing I could find that's like good for jungle, but I don't know.
Okay, in terms of summoner spells, why flash?
It could be ghosts, like to run fast on the map, but I think flash is better because I can like use my ward jump as well. And like when I walk to mid lane, maybe I can use my flash.
Okay, let's see what happens and lock in, and let's move into the Summoner's Rift. Okay, the question now, get the pots, and where are you going to start though?
I think I should start red to get the red buff and then deal more damage. But I'm not sure, like I honestly don't, maybe the other thing is better.
What is the skill you're going to start with? Because there's a big question between the E and the Q for players.
Yeah. I think without leash, if I start E, I can use my Q to get close to Crux. And then I can use my flash later. So I think I'm gonna try E, but I'm not sure what's like best. Because it's something about like if I get leash, maybe the cooldown is different and I will have Q up again, but I'll try the E. We'll see what happens. Maybe it's bad.
Everybody picks the E because of there's 1 second cooldown faster for the Tempest. Yeah, instead of the Sonic Wave. So let's see how it goes. 30 seconds away. And if you can tell me, where do you expect to be at the end of the ladder? Like, when we're done with the challenge, where do you expect yourself to find yourself?
I mean, honestly, like if some of the other players knew that this was gonna happen, maybe they like prepared some strats, but I am hoping for like middle pack. That's probably it.
Do you have a specific time in your mind that you want to achieve with the full clear?
I actually have no clue. Like, Lee Sin, I'm not sure. I don't know. Like 3:30 maybe. I don't know, man.
3:30. Okay, that's a good window. And there we go. He starts on with the red. Gets the double auto attack, is going to go back to the Crocs. And where do you think you're going to use the flash though in this challenge?
I think I'm gonna flash over mid lane, then use like Nimbus Cloak speed to run faster.
After the Raptors?
Yeah, but I'm not like 100% sure.
Okay, 50, you get the Q, that's a good clear.
I already like one auto attack, I think, but it's fine. It's fine.
And the big question though is, can you get the Tempest full clear on the small ones? Everybody is attempting to do that one. It's really hard to get the second cooldown on that one. 5 seconds. If you miss one Krog, you have to go back.
Yeah, I'm just playing it safe.
Seems like a good one.
Flashing now, I think.
Instantly to get the Nimbus Cloak. Okay. Full energy. Okay, 1 touch on every single one. That should be enough to kill them, no, Taxid?
Yeah, this is intense, man.
Okay. The damage from the knife.
Come on.
Oh, okay, close one. The hop, okay, but the cooldown though is way bigger now. Oh.
Yeah, maybe I trolled it. I don't have attack speed now.
Oh no.
I think I trolled it. No.
Oh no, Tax. 250, by the way, you still have a long time. Ooh, the Q! Okay, it's enough to get the burn on a wolf. Are you going to do the double?
Yeah,
Are you going to do the double? But how can you pull him now? You don't have the Q.
I'm just waiting. It's fine.
Okay. Good aggro management.
Imagine if I die now. Please.
Nah, you cannot. It's almost done. 350 though. This seems like a good clear though. Getting low. 1 HP. Oof. 320. You're getting so low. The smite.
No.
Okay, 327.28, I think. Is your smite bugged?
Wait, I thought I had to do the crab as well, dude.
No, you don't.
Wait, really? I'm trolling then. I saved my smite for the crab.
It's 40 seconds on the Nash.
Yeah. I will have flash now. I can look for engage, guys.
Yeah, Zoe no flash.
Yeah. I can look for Zoe, by the way. I can look for Zoe soon. This is my flash, guys, okay?
We need to get multiple field, I feel. I ult in 5. Okay, he ulted in. I have ult in 3.
Look Fiora. Position.
Yeah. I will look now with you soon.
Yeah, wait me. I think wait me, okay? Wait me.
Yeah, look here.
Fiora, here.
Fiora. We kill him.
Nice. Go more.
Nice. Bait.
No flash.
Base.
I picked base.
Yeah, we can kill. Yeah, go kill.
I can base TP. I
got reset. 14-6.
No flash Zoe. Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Berlin Spandau. It is good to be back at the Northern League of Legends Championship. Today marks the day of week 4, day 7, new patch. Who's this? My name is Alexander Asharam Maya. I'll be your host for today, but I'm in good company. In the studio today, I have the beautiful Trouble alongside with the return of M-Test.
It was so fun. It's like new parts, same old us. Welcome back, M-Test. Happy to have you.
Thank you. I mean, it's basically nice. I feel like I'm in a room full of superstars. I mean, Ashram on the blast. He was really having a blast, as you mentioned. I'm just super stoked to be in a room full of these guys. I mean, and then Sam as well. Obviously, hi.
Okay, throw it back to you, Casas. How are you doing?
Here he does. He introduces us. He steals my pun about having a blast of a time. Yep, you could do that too. But hey, we're back!
I got this. What happened there? M-Test was so kind to me when we were casting us. He's back on the analyst desk and just feels the need to start, throwing stuff at the play-by-play. I see how it is.
And yet
still, back now, are you?
And yet still, you're left with the short straw because it's me. Hey, brother of mine, how's it going? It's been a long time,
we're
actually.
Casting together for the first time in this split, somehow, some way.
Somehow, some way. It's been a couple of months, and
honestly, yeah,
it's going to be a really good time. So, my condolences to anyone watching.
And exactly, we're going to have a great time.
We're going to have a great time today. We'll see about that. Oh, back to you guys, I guess.
Get out of here.
I miss the Plumber Brothers, man. I really missed them.
What?
The Plumber Brothers?
Is that Mario and Luigi reference?
I don't know. Could be that we need to look in what happened in the previous week. We did have a lot of surprises, but let's kick it off with Riddle versus Vanir. Two teams fighting for the same spot, but Riddle seems to be a little bit ahead.
Yes.
Yes, they do look, yeah.
They're on fire. I think they pulled in the all-time classic Kerberos in the top lane for Jaxplunk, picking the Darius, pairing it up with the Wukong from Stefan as well. They made sure that this Darius snowballs, so it's easier for him to team fight later on in the game. They also had the Twitch Nami insurance for the late game alongside the Victor, and I feel like this Riddle team is gelling up really nicely together. Very good mid-jungle synergy, they're snowballing the right lane, and they're closing in games very easily.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just saw Jaxplunk. They've been 100 CS up on the Warren, but then looking at this, I mean, having such a good early game against Niriki and has that against most of the teams, but then they seem to fall apart a bit in the mid to late game. Here, I mean, they had eventually in this game, we don't see it right now, but they're gonna have almost a 10,000 goal league against Niriki. I mean, you feel like any team should be able to close that one out, but I mean, M&M has been showing some struggles in the mid, and I mean, now you see, we're going from that fight where M&M won to Niriki is standing in the game.
I feel like this replays a little bit deceiving for whoever watches. It's like, wow, M&M are smashing this. Well, no. They lost one team fight where the Aphelios was able to blow up completely, and they lost the game from there. This one, though, JDXL versus Bifrost, we thought it was going to be the banger of the season, right? Bifrost chasing JDXL in the standings as well. You can see 4-1, 5-0 in this particular game, and if Bifrost beat XL, they would claim first place due to the head-to-head. It did not happen. We kept saying, yes, JDXL is undefeated, but they're not necessarily too dominant. This game of theirs was as clean as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, XL has been kind of dominating lanes, right? And Bifrost has been kind of known for kind of maybe struggling in the early game phase. They kind of turn it up a notch in the mid into late game. So, I mean, maybe that's why it was just kind of a mismatch then. Like JDXL, obviously, actually, I have to give credits to Venser as well. He played Lucian in that late game team fights. It's not the most easiest thing, especially against when you're playing likes of the GP, the Talia as well, the Kog'Maw. I mean, it's not easy, but as you mentioned, I mean, JDXL, they kind of made it look easy.
Yeah, and honestly, I felt like JDXL right here, I have to give props to Venser and FTG as well, M-Test, because we did poke on them a little bit last week. We're like, they're the weak point for JDXL, where they managed to get the 2v2 kills and get the Lucian snowballing, as you said. Although, in this heart hurts.
Surprises,
X7
right?
versus Ali's game, X7 went back to the 1-2-3. Senna, Viego, Azir, which are the three champions that gave them two back-to-back victories. Once they were taken off of them, they went back to the loss, now back onto these three champions, and I felt like, you know what, it's fine. If that's what X7 feel comfortable in winning with, perfect. But they were so completely lost on the map against Astralis, and even though Taxon mentioned it in his tweet, he said, we wish we could play a little bit more aggressive, maybe next week. I think they played pretty well to choke down X7.
Yeah, I mean, no, for sure, right? And here, we see Dusty. I mean, this is kind of one of my favorite teams to watch in this league, because they have so many good carries in their team. Everyone can kind of carry on their own, and they also have these kind of niche picks that no one is really playing. I mean, obviously then Voxley in this team fight on Vayne completely popping off. We see Kerberos on the Kale as well. He plays it Darius, he plays it all. You know how it goes. But just look at the Voxley here. It's completely perfectly kiting on the Vayne, and I mean, just Singularity looks kind of lost, honestly. I mean, we kind of talked about this as well. They kind of need some identity, and they don't seem to have been able to find it this early in the split, at least.
One side you have a team that is completely unstoppable, and the other side, Singularity, still struggling to coming in with the first victory of the entire split. And with this in mind, I would like to see how things are standing right now, because JDXL are invincible in first place. It seems like I have to prepare an apologize video to Torak. Meanwhile, Astralis Talent, Bifrost, Dusty, and Riddle are all fighting for the second
we'll have
place.
A few weeks left, actually.
Oh, we have. I know they're gonna slip. Nuriki are still tied up 3-3, and at the bottom of the standings, Vanir with X7, M&M Gaming 1-5, and Team Singularity still struggling in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just super exciting to see that all of the teams, this is kind of what we wanted the last split time around, right? Where almost every team is kind of competitive, everyone can kind of beat each other. Then obviously we have at the bottom, X7 kind of not finding their identity yet, and I really hope that this week it's kind of time to step up and show the real guns.
I'm just really positively surprised by Astralis. They're 4-2, and even though, yes, 12-10 arguably was their meta, they also played in 12-9, and they did pretty well on that one as well. I feel like Astralis have completely stepped up. The addition of Kiba has done them pretty good, especially in the bottom together with Krishbeck, and I can't wait to see more of them.
Do you remember on the previous split when we were talking about the gatekeepers,
was like,
Astralis, but now Astralis are actually showing up. So finally, we see the talent from Astralis, and this team is actually showing what those players are about. Now, I want to look into specific players that are showing up on the NLC. The leaderboard, in terms of kills, Venzer in first place with 41, followed up by FGG with 80 assists, and the Solo Bolo King,
I mean,
MNS.
I mean, you know what I see here? I see the most dominant team that we have in the league. Top kills, JDXL. Top assists, JDXL. Solo Bolo King, doesn't matter what team he plays in, but he's still in JDXL. So I think this is a recipe for success, right? You want your carry to have the most kills, you want your support to have the most assists, and well, this is a breed on its own, right? Like, you can't stop MNS wherever you put him.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to say really fast, every time I play with support, it feels like this is a life mission to steal all of my kills, so really nice to see FGG as well, like, giving his kills up to Venzer, and I mean, Venzer obviously doing well for it, so.
Interesting. Now he's a competitive player on the best team so far at NLC, and now you're an analyst, so, I mean... Let's see what happens. Okay, today we have a few games in store for you, and they're going to be quite spicy. Do you want to see them? Let's show our audience who we're going to watch today. Bifrost will open up the day versus M&M Gaming, followed up by JDXL, the undefeated versus Team Singularity, still trying to get one victory. Then X7 Esports versus Nuriki, the team that took the game out of M&M, fighting off versus a team that cannot find their identity, as you told us before. Astralis Talent is going to be a banger versus Vanir, and Riddle Esports, probably the hypest team so far in the split, facing off versus Dusty.
I feel like, in my humble opinion,
Yeah.
Riddle might be the second best team that we have in the NLC straight after JDXL. So the fact that they're playing against Dusty, they're both tied on 4-2. Whoever wins this one, they get one step closer to maybe catching up to JDXL. If they go towards that 5-2, and JDXL, by some miracle, loses to Singularity or later on in the week, they have their chance to even out the score.
So don't miss a single game, but don't miss a single news, because we have the brothers at the caster's desk to tell you what is happening in League of Legends.
Thank you very much, Ashram. I am Alexander Nymera Hapgood, the younger and less handsome version of the Hapgood brothers, joined by Samuel Initialize Hapgood over here. How are you doing, Initialize, today?
This is very much news to me. Gonna throw that one out there. But yes, we have, of course, a couple of headlines to go through. I wasn't sure how I was going to react to that.
You knew this was coming!
I did, and yet I still wasn't prepared. I am, however, prepared for a couple of things to talk about. One of which was a bit of a leak until came up and was made official. Neela, new champion, slated to be a bot lane marksman type archetype. We've seen what happens when Riot try to make things marksman, though. We've seen Senna be a support, be not a marksman. We've seen other things. Still kind of interested to see how this champion slots in. We were trying to get some thoughts from a couple of people in terms of, we tried to reach out to a couple of coaches, and they're not quite set on this champion yet. We actually haven't seen a full breakdown of those abilities, so keep your eyes on this spot. This champion does have some interesting things from what we've seen in the promo, though.
There's at least some ties some of the other lore, perhaps another one of the demons, a Demons of Joy, perhaps to tie in with Fiddlesticks and Swain and a few other people, maybe attached to people like the Buru as well from
That's why he's the play-by-play, not gameplay at all, completely lore-based.
Well, we don't have much gameplay to work with aside from they look a little bit like a waterbender from, of course, Avatar The Last Airbender, etc., etc. Moving on, though, time to talk a little bit about how things have been going in the LEC, Europe's Premier League. Our main teams, of course, of Astralis and I've got having a moment here, and XL, of course. Yes. There we go. Moment there, doing exceptionally well over in the LEC, at least after that first.
You know, I got my hands on a couple of the Astralis games this weekend, and I'm not going to say surprised, but it was still pleasant because I still think this team was one that was slated to be a team which was on the up. And what we're hoping now, because we know that both of these teams, which are doing very well in the Premier League within Europe, they share a lot of their coaching staff and a lot of scrim time between their academy and main teams. So now, if they are starting to succeed at the highest levels, maybe that knowledge and that learning starts to drip down into the NLC, and we can see these teams start popping off. They're already there at the top of our table.
Yeah, doing well both in the NLC and up in the LEC. Thus far, it's great to see that growth, especially from Astralis, who were struggling earlier on in the split. But moving on, have got to talk about one of our NLC teams, namely Singularity, have made some shifts in their roster. Yepe, who will be replaced with Person, who has got a little bit of tenure previously in the likes of the NLC with some time on Absolved in particular, and a little bit of time on X7's Academy roster as well.
So, obviously, in terms of the personalities we have in our league, Yepe was actually one of our favorites as a broadcast team, but Singularity have very much been struggling. I'm sad to see Yepe go. I think that Person is still going to have to come into I'm not going to say a sinking ship, but a ship with a lot of problems. They're still at the bottom of that table, and with relegations on the table this split, I think Singularity is starting to get a little bit hot under the collar now. So this change will have to, well, at least they're trying to hope that it's some kind of miracle cure. Got a lot of things to do, and we'll obviously be seeing them on the Rift for the first time today in Div 1.
Yep, see how it works and see what changes that will to the gameplay and the stuff he will be able to bring. But moving on to our final section, of course, 12-11 now live here for the NLC. Obviously, this is the patch after the big durability changes, and still some pretty big shifts in this one as well, with some more adjustments coming through.
So we are going to have an extended talk about this over on the analyst desk just in a bit, so we're not going to go too in-depth here, but just in terms of some of the big hits, towers have changed. That changes how you play around the early game. A lot of our big first pick champions have been hit. That includes the Gwen, that includes the Wukong. From what we've seen in other regions, they're still going to be present, but still lots of shakeups. We already had one massive patch. We've got another one, which is actually pretty big to try and even that out again.
It's already been interesting to see how teams have been able to manage these changes in patches from 12-9 to 10, and now, of course, to 11. And we'll see whether it shakes up the performances of the teams in the NLC. But that is enough from us. I'll throw it back to Archer at the crew.
Thank you so much, Naimario and Will Initialize, and you guys are great on the desk.
Making nicknames too now?
That was a good one there. That was smooth.
Free. They've made plenty, feel free.
We keep changing on NLC, but the game keeps changing as well. We finally welcome 12.11. League of Legends is a game that is constantly changing, and that keeps it interesting. What happened on this patch and why the players need to adapt? Let's start with turrets. They're kind of more forgiven, I would say, but not a lot.
Okay, so basically there was a slight nerf. 12-10 was a huge buff on how much damage the towers would do, especially in the early game. Now it's been nerfed a little bit, still not reversed to the initial spot where it was in 12-9 and it was really easy to tower dive. A little bit more forgiving, as was mentioned as well, but still makes it a little bit easier to dive. Still a lot of teams that are going to have to work through their coordination on how they want to make things happen in the dives, because it's still a very dangerous tower.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is going to be, as you mentioned, not as big of a thing, but they're still going to make it a bit more easier to maybe be a bit more proactive in the early game. Speaking of in the early game, though, this bomb is Cinder item, getting nerfed by 100 gold. I mean, buffed, actually, so 100 gold cheaper, rather. And maybe many players would say that this is not a big change, but just getting that one base earlier, not having to go like through two camps to get it, it is going to be kind of massive. I'm kind of curious if this is going to make making sure that the tank jungle is kind of coming back. It's going to be interesting to see if NLC teams are catching up to that.
So I feel like this is so huge because Bami Cinder is also used for push and clear and also trading ability with the passive that does damage, right? So I'm thinking about a lot of tanks, as you mentioned, but I'm thinking a lot about top lane. We've seen Sejuani's pop up in the top lane. Ornn is doing pretty good in shoving his wave really quickly. So if you have to stay in lane and not be as gankable because you shoved in your wave that much faster. I think it's going to be huge. Also, this gives me a bunch of hopes for my boy Zach to return in the jungle. Alongside Sejuani, Strandals, Volleyball, we finish Ivana, I think from JDXL as well. This will make it so much easier for the tanks to come back.
If one item is getting buffed, another one is getting nerfed, and we're talking about healing reduction. Now is not as strong as it was, so more healers coming into the game. This is going to affect the game nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of what they had to kind of do right after they nerfed so many things in the tank patch, so to speak, in the durability patch rather. And now it's kind of nerfing that option to make sure that actually heal could be a thing in the game. I'm kind of curious if it's gonna be any resulting thing. It's not huge, but you talked about some systematic changes in the heal as well for the Katarina.
I feel like this doesn't just appear on items. This appears also on champion kits. So for example, I play Katarina. She went from 60% grievous wounds on her ultimate down to 40%. That is a massive 20% diff on the champion. And on every other champion's kit, wherever they were, on anti-healing wise, it went down 10 to 20%. So it's not just the items, it's anti-healing in general in the game, which makes it very ironic because if we can please production, bring in the champions, nerfing anti-healing, and buffing this, is just straight up for me. They buffed the healing on her Q, and they also nerfed or lowered the cooldown on her stun, which makes her that much more lethal and sustainable in laning phase, but also evasive with the stun being there 2 seconds earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this champion is just a montage highlight reel. Like every time you pick the champion, if you're good at it, you're gonna make at least one sign-ups clip. So that's good to know that it's getting buffed. I mean, I hate playing against the champion. Speaking of champions I hate playing against, and I know a lot of people do, Seri is getting buffed once again. I came back from a break, and I got hit by the W crit, like the W can have crit if it goes through the wall. And I got hit by that, and I was just so curious how it did so much damage to me. But Seri, obviously, being such an obnoxious champion with Yumi as well, it's gonna be, I mean, obviously, people are gonna pick up on this champ.
So I feel like the fact that Zeri has a much weaker laning phase, the fact that she's a hyper carry, and if she gets out of lane safe and gets towards this late game team fight, she is a hyper carry, but also critting people through the safety of a wall from 3 screens away is something that can make or break a team fight, especially since now teams really want to 5v5 clash on these neutral objectives. Hinting on clashing though. One of my favorite champions, Gragas, has been buffed. AP ratio buffed. His E cooldown gone down. I think he's going to create so many more brawl opportunities. And also Gragas, because he has the E flash combo, which is very unavoidable unless you want to pre-flash it, might give us a few of these tower dives that we have been looking forward to.
Not only that, it allows the lanes to bring in that AD. Maybe MC will pick on the Gragas as soon as he gets the buff as well. But before we move on, there's one that I want to highlight, and I didn't talk before. Bobby Cinder got buffed. Zeri coming in hot. Velbeth will eventually be alive on our... But I don't want to talk about her. I'm just going to talk about if these two champions come in hot and Bobby Cinder is buffed, Ramush could actually appear into the meta because it's a big counter versus Zeri and versus Velbeth. I'm just letting you guys know, but now I want to talk about Senna.
I'm just going to let our host know that it's Belveth.
It's Ramus, not Ramus, but I really like that pronunciation though.
Hey, let's go! We're roasting
the guy from TP is blaming me from the Ramus. Okay.
Jungle DFF.
Okay. Senna got changed, and what can we expect from this champion?
I think whenever I look at Senna and whenever they change the drop rate on whether she last hits or not, so the change right now is that when she last hits, she's got 8% more chance than before to drop a soul. Now, every time these changes happen, I see that meme with the lady and the lots of equations like going about in front of her face, where every analyst and player trying to figure out what is still right for Senna. Does she farm? Does she not farm? Is it a fasting Senna? Is it not a fasting Senna? What do you pair her up with? Is it weaker or stronger? What items does she go for? So I think it's going to be really interesting to see where teams prioritize that Senna, because, for example, for teams like X7, it's a B1. Is it still going to be a B1? It was heavily prioritized in the LEC this weekend as well, either picked or banned. So I'd like to see how this champion is now being used.
I want you to make me smile and talk about why Gwen was hit on what was she hit as well. What can you expect?
Well, that's an easy task to make you smile when you talk about Gwen. I mean, this champion has been so disgusting for such a long time, and now the W actually getting nerfed.
We agree now.
When she enters the mist now, she has lower the MR and the armor, so that's just one thing that's just going to make her less able to skirmish. Obviously, not going to make a whole difference for AD carry mains for me, but yeah, I guess the W is also nerfed at cooldown, right? So to some extent,
I'm gonna bring in the bad news. Yes, Gwen is not B1 anymore, but she's still a prominent top laner.
Yeah.
People just cannot blind pick her anymore, but they will very happily pick it into Ornn's, Sion's, Gunplants as well. Wukong nerfed on the E as well. His wave clear, his clear and the speed has been nerfed just a little bit. Still a B1 over in the LEC, so we'll still be seeing it. And as for Taliyah, E and Q have been swapped where it comes to damage. Her E now, the rocks are doing much more damage, so maybe we will see a transition towards the mid lane.
She could be adapted. Let's see what happens on this patch, but let's see how the teams are going to fade out, because Nuriki and Astralis could be hit heavily by this patch. Why is that?
All right, so Nuriki and Astralis have two very strong weapons down the bot lane, which is Azitor and Crispec. These two guys, especially in the 12-10, could sit under tower together with an enchanter support and just found their way towards late game. If they get shut down in the early game, we see both of these teams struggling. This is why now that tower dives have been a little bit more feasible for teams. If you tower dive someone like Azitor or Crispec, the team seems to generally be falling apart. Going on to the positives of the patch, though, JDXL and Riddle are extremely aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the opposite, right? I mean, JDXL and Riddle has been getting such convincing and consistent leads in the early game, and just seeing this change, I mean, obviously they're going to be really happy, and I mean, obviously JDXL just been kind of transitioned well to mid and late game as well, but of course, if you can get a bit bigger lead, and if you feel like you're the better team, then I think kind of buffing proactivity in early game is going to be a good one for XL and Riddle.
Thank our Lord and Savior Volibear for this.
We need to talk about Riddle as well, a team that we didn't... I mean, in the previous split, we're not expecting a lot from them, and they took out JDXL in playoffs. But this split, though, new team, new composition, and they're popping off. I want to talk specifically about the jungler, because Stefan has been godlike in the jungle so far.
I think if you take Stefan's history and what he's done, a lot of people might not know, but he played over in the Clicktalk of Dreams together with Milica and Sakura in the top lane, names that you will probably know from the LEC. He's taken he's played in top teams like Asus Rogue over in the Balkans. Then last split he was X7 coach right next to Haru, who is now also in the LEC, and now he stepped in as a player yet again for Riddle, and as you can see, he's doing fantastically.
In every single aspect in the jungle, by the way, this is only junglers, he has been on top. Even though we talk a lot about Dan, Stefan is still kicking in with his team of Riddle. But if we talk about junglers, we also need to talk about mid laners. And the way he's playing with Vladi makes Vladi pop off.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Stefan and Riddle, I feel like the coach, whoever drafted this team around in this offseason has to get a salary raise for sure, because, I mean, just look at it, it's super solid. Stefan obviously able to play around his strong solo lanes in Jaxplank, in Vladi, especially against Vladi, because as everyone knows, mid and jungle has been OP for like, what, 10 years in a row, as long as the game has been created, basically. And after that, they can kind of choose wherever they want to go to, most for top, because Jaxplank has been kind of dominant on these champions. Obviously, the scaling one on the GP, the Jax, as he's famous for, but also been able to pull out the Renekton, the Darius, and they've been able to really play off of each other there. And then Kevo in the bot side, just mentioning really quick, he's really famous, at least when I played against him, to kind of play these weak side champions and still be a big threat in the mid to later stages. So, I mean, they just look really solid lineup. They all kind of play off each other, which is really nice to see.
But what makes Vladi unique to this team of Riddle?
I feel like Vladi is like an Eminence in the making, because even though Eminence is very young, Vladi is even younger. He's coming in from the Greek league, the GLL. Obviously, I'm a fellow Greek, so bias aside, look at his champion pool so far, right? He's played the Ari, he's played the Yone, he's played the Victor, which shows 3 different playstyles that you can achieve. The Victor, more the control mage, we play for team, #we scale boys. The Ari to make this play, making things happen in the early game together with Stefan. And then you also have the Yone, which is like that ever-scaling fighter, which needs a high skill ceiling to execute in the later on stages of the fight. And as we saw, he played the Yone into that JDXL game, and he made the backlines disappear like that. It was like he was playing LeBlanc.
Magic.
And so far, you got to know these teams, but we need to know which game we're going to start off. It's going to be Bifrost versus Eminem. For those of you just joining in, it's going to be a good one. But for you to know more about Bifrost, we have a little bit of a conversation with the Diamond Prox to understand what he expects from Bifrost in this split. Take a look.
My expectations for our team is to grow as much as possible throughout the split, because we started quite late, and we've already made some progress, even though we didn't have the hardest schedule. We were kind of like not try hard in 24/7, you know, because the split is going to be very, very long, and then after the split there is going to be some other action most likely. So we like to take it slow, and I think we will improve. I think in my previous teams, we actually tended to try hard too much, I think, and it led to many burnouts of many players, actually. Players don't like to, how to say that they're burnout, but you can feel it, and I felt it myself when I get burnout. Like, we play the semifinals, we try hard a lot before semifinals, and we win the best team in our region. It was the LCL. In the finals, there's a weaker team awaits us, but it's so much harder to play them because you spend so much energy preparing for the previous team that became kind of a torment for me. I think the current level of competition in LLC is comparable to the competition in LCL in the past year. I think it's kind of similar. Maybe the top teams are a little bit weaker, but in LCL the top teams kind of got worse with the years. I think in 2018, 2019, 2020 LCL had much better competition than in the past 2 years, so comparison would be different, but in the past few years it feels like kind of the same. Our team definitely has a different patterns of how we practice, how we play, how we communicate than the teams I've been in LCL with, so I'm impressed with every one of my teammates. I like different things about them, but I would like to not spoil them maybe too much, so, so they try hard and don't like take everything for granted. But yeah, I like different things about all of them. Pretty interesting that the Fury plays more ARAMs than even I did. That's a particularly weird quirk, but that's actually fun to see that someone else is as interested in this mode as I am. I had very high hopes for Belvet, that they will balance her like a bruiser kind of thing, and that she will be a very interesting champ, but it feels like they wanna balance her like an assassin, and her toolkit doesn't work too good as assassin, and if you just buff your scalings, it will not make the champion competitively like interesting, I guess. So my hopes are not as high anymore as they were. The later it goes, the more interesting it's gonna be, so stay tuned for the later stages of NLC.
A team that still has a lot to show us, Bifrost with Diamond Procs in the jungle. They're going to be the ones kicking off versus MNM. So this is why I want to focus straight up into MNM to understand a team that is constantly winning in the early game, mid game, but late game something happens and I need your assistance on this, Trouble.
Oh, we're diving straight in.
Diving straight in. I need you to explain it to me. Pepe me.
I told you, it's Pepe
me.
Okay, bear with me, guys, because it's a brand new gadget, and I'm going to try to use it to visualize what happened in that last game that MNM played versus Nuriki. So if we look right now on our screens, we see that there is an 8,000 goal difference between the teams. Very importantly, that dragon is coming up very soon as well. For MNM, and they have 3 of these dragons in their hands. So all they literally have to do is take a bunch of vision here onto the map and just fall back towards a dragon, get soul point, and get it done with, because it's also Infernal. It's going to be so strong for them. Also, look at their 2 carries. They've got 500 gold, 550 gold, and 650 gold bounties on them. So if you do shut them down, you get a huge influx of gold over on Nuriki, who, by the way, have this thing called Aphelios, which on 3 items is very, very, very deadly. So as I keep playing this clip, Also, something else to notice that M&M is also doing very well here is they will shove in the mid lane, they will also shove in the top lane, and also you see that Chimera is trying to shove in that bot lane as well. So very well played right there. They're pushing in all the waves at once. They do not sync them though, which means that M&M are trying to look for a play whilst these waves are not being synced up. So what ends up happening right here is like, wait, we need to shove in this wave because bot lane is coming while mid lane is crashing, but his two carries right here are getting jumped on by Banderas onto that Gwen. And when a Gwen gets her hands onto two of their carries, I will very shortly show you what happened to these two carries. They both go down. Michiku ends up dying. Chimera ends up dying. Mind you, these were the two guys that had the shutdowns on them. So they end up going down, and Kalem without the ultimate could not join this fight, so it was bound to be a 4 versus 5. So they lose a bunch of gold. They take the soul away, which was M&M's win condition. They get a bunch of gold back onto their Aphelios, and Aphelios with 3 items and a pretty good team fighting composition around him kind of shines in this. Are you doing a pepper?
I was doing the pepper. But no. By the way, really good job.
Yeah.
Good introduction of this new technology coming in straight from Trouble. But this is exactly what we needed to point out. M&M, they get the lead. They have players that constantly win the laning phase. But when they need to play together, they get just bursted down. They don't play as a team. And they're facing Bifrost. We know Bifrost are really dangerous right now. They only lost versus JDXL. What can we expect from this specific game?
I think, honestly, this could be the kind of the redemption arc for M&M, because Bifrost has been consistently kind of showing that obviously they're a really good team, right? They know how to play the mid game, they know how to play the late game, but their early game has been by far their weakness in both this split, I think, and in their last split as well. Obviously, I'm gonna give it to Fury though. He has been kind of popping off lately. But this could be the chance for M&M to show that I really hope that they have been working on mid game and late game in their scrims this week. And if they can do the same thing again, get an early lead against Bifrost, and then, obviously they have to convert it, right, somehow, but they really have to start making things look way cleaner in the mid and later stages, because I feel like they're just getting kind of caught out, and they don't really know how to play around the tempo in the mid-late game, how to set up the objectives properly, as you mentioned, that really is a good illustrator there, without the TP as well. I mean, it just looks rough for MM. They have a lot of things to work on, but I think if there's any team that they can beat that is a top one, it's Bifrost.
So you think M&M will have a shot to take down Bifrost?
Yes, I think so. I think Bifrost will win. I'm just going to put it out there, but I think M&M has a shot, yes.
I feel like the very strong point for M&M is their mid-jungle top, right? They have played together previously in Absolved, if I'm not wrong. And on the other side, if you look at Bifrost, their strong side is the top side as well. You literally have Shikari, you've got Fury, you've got Diamond Procs. And as I'm getting the call from our producers, we're very soon going to drop straight into the picks and bans for this game as well, which is going to be very exciting. I'm looking at things. Am I pressing button for...
Castus, press the button. Let's start the champion select. There you go.
Castus, please.
Castus aside. There you go. Thank you, Trouble, with the technology coming in. Bifrost versus M&M. Viego being the first one to be taken out. Are we still looking to these picks?
Yes, question mark. Shikari plays a Min Gwen. Senna, Odi, out of the picture already. Yes. I'm looking at Diamond Procs. Wukong was one of the picks that he loved playing, especially in the previous parts, right? So all of these are still very relevant in the game. I'm thinking maybe here you prioritize something like the Wukong for Diamond Procs, get him rolling on the map really early.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with things getting nerfed, as you mentioned, the Wukong nerf not being like as big as the other ones, the Gwen obviously gonna hit hard, not gonna be a blind pickable champion. But we've seen in the LEC as well, people are kind of leaning towards that. Actually, I've seen some Lucian, some Draven first picks, some GP first picks, but the Wukong has been really dominant on that B1. So I wouldn't be surprised if Diamond Procs just picks it up, right? But we've also seen the Ezreal kind of popping up more actually blind pickable as well in the LCK. We saw it in the NLC, the LEC as well. And obviously, what do we want to pair up with the Ezreal, the Yuumi? So all of these champions, I really like what's happening right now with the meta, because there have been so many OP champions, and when they are getting nerfed, obviously some other OP champs are gonna get buffed, and it's still so hard to like kind of pick your poison on the red side to kind of show which OPs that Bifrost has to pick.
I just really love the Yuumi ban here, because it also breaks Twitch Yuumi apart, which is something that Odi has played before. He's played the Twitch, and it also breaks Zeri Yuumi apart, which in this part is going to be probably the biggest blind pick that we have. All of the other pictures, so you still have Wukong and Zeri, and I think they have to figure out what they want to prioritize. If they want to prioritize their jungler on a very aggressive early game jungler, which could also be Vol Volibear, right? You can handshake the Volibear with the Wukong, and then you lock in the Zeri right here for Odi, which is your AD carry. But I think Bifrost are sort of showing us here that not maybe, they're actually locking it in. They're prioritizing Diamond procs and his movement on the map on the Wukong. Now, let's see if MNM are actually going to snatch the Zeri away and what support they're going to pair her up with, because she is the strongest, let's say, with a Yuumi later on, but it can also be paired up with aggressive supports.
Yeah, and this is just gonna be, we're gonna see the CDs that lock in right from the Zeri.
Okay.
The Lee Sin as well. Not gonna handshake the Volibear matchup, just gonna say Sof. Obviously, this guy has been facing, he has so many solo key games on Lee Sin, so if there is any guy that's gonna pick it, it's for sure this guy. I have faith.
And probably Taxa.
Yeah, that is a fact. One thing though is MNM, obviously with this as well, they're gonna have so much scaling. The Zeri can kind of, it's really hard to play into this in the mid and late game, and maybe that's what Michigu and MNM needs. Just one really oppressive OP champion to play through in the late game, but what are you gonna pick into the Zeri? It's mostly Kalista and the Tristan right here now. That would be Odi locking in. The Pantheon.
I love the Kalista so much in the early game, because Zeri does suffer in the early game versus any matchup.
Don't get your hopes up.
We had it from the LEC as well, so I really love the fact that they're locking in a very early game champion such as the Kalista. I haven't seen Odi play that aggressive in a long time. Like last split, yes, but not so much. I love the fact that it's paired up with Highways, Renata as well. They can play extremely aggressive on that. Renata and Enchanter, she missteps, you grab her back, nothing's happened, right? But I'd love to see how this bottom is going to play out, because Kalista obviously a champion that needs to snowball in the early game, so then you can slow down Zeri scaling into the later stages.
Yeah, I mean, just for sure, right? And they kind of now puts the ball in the court of MNM. Do they just counter with the support, or did they just pick one mid pick? I mean, it's a flex pick, right? And they can now ban two champions. And the Swain coming in against Wukong, against Kalista as well. This is a really good pickup.
I love the Swain here, actually. I think it creates a lot of space for the Zeri to play around. And usually when you have a very short-range champion such as Kalista, you expect to see a lot of zoning champions. The most prominent one would be Azir, because you put your soldiers forward and Kalista cannot necessarily navigate too easily around those, especially when you have the shove. Swain works the same way. Potentially we could see both Azir and Swain, right? Swain could go top, Swain could go support. We've seen this happen as well. So I'm just expecting to see something here from MNM that will create a little bit more space around the Zeri to play the team fights and potentially stop the Kalista dead in her tracks.
And we've seen Odi playing these early game champions, because we know that he relies on the team. Fury is a guy that can play in the late game. Even
He did hover the Akali over there. He did hover the Akali a little bit.
I was expecting that. Okay, you pick in the Kalista, you allow the rest of the team to play for the late game if you can, because we know that the priority will be to shut down Michigo before he awakens. What can we expect?
So I'm really liking what MNM are doing right here. They're completely banning away Silas and Ari from Fury, which then pushes him into something like the Akali. But you don't necessarily want to play Akali into the Swain, because you will suffer if that Swain is in the mid lane. So maybe push him back onto something like the Veigar, maybe something like an Orianna that we've seen, something a little bit more passive, even like the Victor, which is not my personal favorite on Fury.
Yeah, I just have to say I really like this Rakan ban coming from Bifrost. It would for sure have been like a pickup for MNM. You're super solid with the Lee as well, and they didn't really have that huge engager. Now they're kind of forced to pick the Nautilus, which is good for their comp, right? They need some sort of engage to kind of match with the Lee Sin, with the Swain as well. But into Renata, I swear, whenever I get field support and I play Nautilus against Renata, I'm just having such a sad time. And now the Veigar as well. I kind of like what both teams are doing. They're kind of throwing toss at each other. MNM kind of answering with the Swain into the Kalista. Now Bifrost answering with the Veigar into the Swain. This is just nothing, man.
You come and sit here in the analyst spot. Yeah, in the analyst spot.
Give me a second. Okay, thank you. Continue.
Okay, what's gonna be the last pick for? So Ashram, please tell me.
Yes.
What do you think MNM are gonna be last picking here? Because obviously they have the R5, so they could pick something for a counter pick.
I would say Shikari will be comfortable on the Gnar, even though Aurelia was heavily buffed. He doesn't care about that, because we know Shikari to be a player that can split push. So
could Kalen potentially pick the Aurelia into the Gnar?
I believe he can, but Shikari feels comfortable. So this is a challenge that Shikari just threw into the face of Kalen. So I don't think he's going to take it. I think he's going for the utility for the team, because they have to work around the Zeri. So they need to give priority to the bot lane, so they cannot expect a lot of attention to the top side. So it's more about playing something safe for Kalen instead of going for the 1v1.
Right, we're saying safe. There you go, Gangplank, pretty ever-scaling lane. MTES, what do you think of both of these lineups?
Honestly, I'm super surprised to see GP go through that late into the draft, but I kind of like what M&M are going for. I mean, this time around, they don't draft as much priority in the early game as they have been doing in other teams, and maybe this is the time to like scale up. Although when I look at the other side, I have Bifrost. Honestly, I kind of favor M&M's comp, but just looking at the players as well, I think Bifrost is going to kind of take this. They have the Veigar with the ultimate scaling. They have the Nara as well. Can be a potential threat in the side lane. I'm going to favor Bifrost on this one.
All right, so your prediction is Bifrost on this one. Asher, our new analyst, what do you think?
I'm going straight up for Bifrost because if you have Swain, a completely crazy bird, you put in the cage of Veigar, it's more than enough to lock him in. And Zed, if she wants to go fast, you don't go fast in the cage of a baby. So to me, I would say Bifrost, easy peasy.
All right, so 2-0 for Bifrost, and this is your host right here for this Picks and Bans on the NLC Troubling. And I'm going to throw it away for our first game of Week 4 in the NLC. Namera, initialize, take it away.
All junglers are kings. If it ganks, it's a noob! Hey, welcome back to the NLC. We thought we had to do something funny to kick off the day. And, of course, we got that first game out of the way. Now let's go put these on the ground.
Yeah, that's enough of that. All right, I'm going to find somewhere to put that. I don't stand on it. That would be bad. Indeed, my name is Initialized. That one is Nymera. We are going to head on to the Rift for this first game of Week 4. Things are beginning to heat up here. These games are starting to become more and more important. We're beginning to move away from that period, Al, where teams can kind of say, look, it's the beginning, we're still learning. Now is the time you need to show where you're really made of.
And that's actually a bit of a sore point for the split because durability patch came in. That made things very difficult for teams to prep for this split, to come in, to find themselves a safe berth and say, this is our bedrock, we're going to build off of this. Because that actually got broken up, and these teams have had now had to try and find a new foundation. But you're right, we have had 6 games on the board, 18 games in a regular split. It's a third of the way through, and at this point, you're looking at 1 of 5, 4 and 2. You're starting to see these groups start to clump together on both sides of the table.
Very much so.
Still quite clumpy right
exactly.
now.
You know, we are officially a third of the way through the split. We have got rid of 6 of the 18 games. They've already been played. Only 12 more to go. And when things like playoffs are on the line, of course, with EU Masters a potential at the end of that, alongside, of course, the prestige of winning the NLC itself. The other end of that scale is, of course, relegations are a thing. Some of those teams in Div 2 are no slouches. If you've not been paying attention, there are some real challenges who are looking to come and make their way up to Division 1 here. And you can't be happy with a 1-5 record on the hands of someone like M&M who really want to hold on to their spot here. And Bifrost, hell, they were our other EU Masters potentials. As we have got a bit of an invade here at the level 1 from M&M.
To have a chat about because we saw some mid lane wards actually traded on the top side towards that Raptors. A lot of the time, that's something you can do a little later in after your first, second wave. You can try and go poke a ward in there, see if you can track over the jungler. But one way you can do it is to stick your face in there too. So using the Nautilus level 1 to have that threat, Soft going to immediately take away some camps away from Diamond Prox. And of course, Diamond Prox has been very active early into the game. I know you've got a lot of stats on that. I'll let you talk about them in a bit. But Soft, I think, on paper here, actually doing a pretty decent job of making sure that Diamond Prox maybe doesn't have the same resources to play around early.
I don't know whether this has been fully scouted or not. Of course, there'll be some awareness with the fact that war was placed on Raptors and it hasn't been taken, but if Diamond heads over towards that Raptor pit now, he's going to be down 2 camps, including that red buff.
The thing is, right, because Bifrost bot lane shot on the wave, and Fury already went towards those Raptors, was seen putting their own ward down, and Diamond Prox wasn't present. Already, you know that the wards are either not present, or they've been placed somewhere else that you're aware of. Diamond Prox sees the Raptors gone, sees the red buff gone. It's quite a sad little monkey.
And Soft is now going to be well and truly up ahead in this early game here. We've still got his full red side quadrant to clear, and that is a big deal when it comes to this early game. As we said, as far as Diamond goes, he's been a very proactive jungler, but it's often come at his own personal cost. He's right down there as the 9th of all junglers in the NLC in terms of the CS per minute. There's a lot of, he's down a lot of XP at 15. He's often down things like the CS at 15, as I kind of mentioned at that point. But what he is up with, alongside Bifrost, is early dragons, early heralds, 1.5 heralds a game we're looking at, so they're pretty much getting 1, nearly 2 heralds a game. Lots of dragons early. be involved in a fair amount of first bloods.
So that sounds like he's giving up individual leads to make sure he's involved in the big plays early. And now that, not that you can't get individual leads by being involved, but it's a risk to it, right? Because it's guaranteed farm as opposed to not quite guaranteed flipping early plays. And I think actually that has transformed the way that Bifrost have played. Last split, we knew that C-Boy was very hit or miss in the early game. It felt like he was walking into enemy junglers a lot and sometimes out-dueling them, but a lot of the time putting his team in a position where they had to fight back in the mid-game. In this game in particular, I really want to put some eyes on the mid-game. We're going to have to see how these team comps interact later on. I think that, as MTS was saying, actually, on the champion select, as they went through the desk, it was very much a case of actually both these teams liking what they're doing. They have a lot of zone control from both sides, lots of ability to kite out a lot of key threats on either side. That means that it comes down to your decision-making in the mid-game, which will really be important. That's something which actually both of these teams have had some queries about so far this split.
Curious little moment here with the pathing, as we've kind of been noticing. Korsov did get those early stolen away camps. Actually left his own red buff from Krugs up. I think potentially assuming there might have been a little invade, but actually Diamond, all he went and did was throw down a Raptor.
He's coming in for the second invade of the Raptor camp.
That's exactly
what this actually means is that if Soft recalls, gets an Iron Spike whip, obviously you already got that pickaxe in there. If you go back for that red buff, which is on your own side, while it's going to be a slower respawn for that buff, you do have an extra buff to play around and have that point of power a little later into the game. So let's see what Soft ends up doing, whether actually he'll end up using a recall and then trying to then use this window of power he's kind of saved for himself. Seems like actually he just wants to get the efficient farming in, so that's a little unfortunate. I thought that actually that would have been a really good play.
Yeah, unfortunate.
You know, getting up towards level 6s. Flash is coming on bot side, certainly not leading to anything, but I feel like Soft maybe could have used that point of power a little more efficiently. I guess, thing is that I'm thinking about it as though it was Diamond Prox, where maybe he'd go, I don't need the respawn as quickly. That's like individual gold in pocket down, but potentially fighting power up.
Ships passing in the night right now as Soft's heading to the river as Diamond heads in onto Soft's Gromp. So I think we might be looking at a potential gank. You know, Soft is turning around into this Gromp. They'll be finding each other, but Soft has the red buff advantage. He knows he's here. Diamond still has the clone. The Q has landed onto that Warrior Tricks, and here comes Shredder and the rest of M&M. Diamond now heading into the pit, but that is now flash for flash. Ignite down as well, and Soft and Shredder in the cage. That is a dangerous place to be. Odie's coming over as well. First blood onto the Callista. They tried to prevent the invade from working and get punished horribly in trade. Odie looking for that final auto, gets the double, and Bifrost are well and truly on the board. You tried to punish Diamond with some of those camps taken. He'll fight you around the Gromp instead.
It feels so bad for Eminem because Soft had done a good job at making sure that Diamond Prox was going to have less gold heading into the level 6 mark, into that point where maybe Herald comes onto the table. But then Eminem, they bite off a little more than they can chew, and it feels like at this point, this comes down to a bit of an unfortunate blast cone play. I'm actually not sure if Mishiku being there means that much because Fury on the first roam has Predator, makes the roam even more impactful. The timing is just not right. You're picking a fight when you don't have that mid priority, you don't have that push. A lot of the time that comes around enemy invades, but it does apply to any fights you have anywhere in the jungle. If your solo lanes, which are adjacent to where you're fighting, aren't ready to fight, you are going to be heading into there eventually with a numbers disadvantage.
And even if Camera wanted to sap the wave and follow Fury, he was nowhere near. He was at his inhibitor tower at that time. He was nowhere near that play. And that really does end up becoming very swiftly punished. And it's a very swift early gold lead down to Bifrost. With this Callista, a big point of early pressure, getting the early gold to get that snowball against the Zeri.
They tried to defenestrate Diamond Prox from their jungle. And then after that, they realized they had to skedoodle and they got minced to bolognese. Like they were being played like a man with a plectrum playing guitar. I asked Twitch chat for a load of words so I could use.
Did you get them?
And I've used them all in the same sentence. Now, I realize it's a problem now, because I don't have any other words to use for the rest of the cast.
I now understand what you were going for that, because I remember like there's a reference here I'm clearly missing, that it dawned on me what was going on. And what you've done is waste your entire list of words you're supposed to slide in subtly through the whole cast in one blatant block.
No, about as subtle as the Kool-Aid guy coming through the wall.
I'm definitely going, oh no, at this point. And you're just going to come, oh yeah, and yell skadoodle one more time.
I like that word. That's a good one.
It's a good word.
Well, might have to see who's skadoodling from this fight, as it seems like we have some members just coalescing into this mid lane. Fury can be backed up by jungle and support, and I have to say, bring it back to a slightly more briefly serious point. Fury was someone I criticized a lot last split, and now I think it's fair criticism. I think that his laning phase had a lot of points of real pain points for me, particularly against X7. And I know it's tempt, but the laning phase was a bit awkward for Fury, who was falling behind a lot of points and not really coming online up until mid to hyper late game, where Bifrost as a whole team started to really threaten their opponents. This time, it feels like Fury has been everywhere on the map. He's not here in bot lane this time, so speaking of that.
Doesn't have that flash. The cannon barrage coming down as well. Throws down the heal. Stop taking a lot of tower shots. He's just going to die. It's a 1-for-1. Utter disaster with all the resources thrown in. There's a Herald taken for Bifrost on the other side at the same time.
So there is a cross map. Now have to see what happens with Odie losing XP, because you've already given him 3 kills. This isn't putting a Kalista down, it's just maybe bring them slightly closer to even. I think you're right with the resources invested. M&M, not as happy with that. And it's not even that mid-game yet, it's only that 9-minute mark, as he was saying that first Herald went down. It's not even the mid-game where M&M have started to maybe slip up on some of their decision-making. That's, they're going to have to go into that mid-game.
Caleb's going to need to flash, doesn't do so. Remember, of course, burn the cannon barrage. No real easy way to trade out once that much chunking came out via the Hyperprox and then the Mega Gnar coming through. Diamonds in being obnoxious, but it will be a little bit of a contest. Camera, soft, shredder all around.
Back to the old defenestration station.
Indeed.
Where they tried it before, and once again, they're not
back in through the same window.
Back in through the window.
Broken early. It's like, well, I guess I can come back here. See if I can take the TV this time.
Sure, you sweep up those shards of glass on the ground. It's a dangerous area to be around, and M&M, they can't stop now this bot side of the map from still pushing it. I mean, remember, those resources went into killing Odie, make sure that maybe they could stop Kalista doing what she's doing right now in pushing in.
It's a Herald as well.
This bot side of the map is so hard for M&M to play around. Mid lane, no priority just yet, and even if there is, remember, there's a Predator on the side of Fury to get there quicker.
So much gold going into Odie's back pocket. He's been such a standout in the league over the last split or so. Of course, Vendor and FGG currently topping a lot of those tables we saw earlier on, but Odie, Highway, been no slouches either. Of course, some of their stats were hurt a little bit after the loss against XL last week, but they still get 4 plates. They've still got 3 minutes so to claim up that last half a plate remaining, and I feel that's probably a relative possibility as it stands. Another 20 seconds until another Drake spawns, and Bifrost might well look for that one. And right now, it's all Bifrost all the way. Early objectives, early pressure, early kills. All things going Bifrost.
Does that go? Hang on, observers, can we just check whether that ward went into that tri-brush? See, it's all put back to lane, but I just want to see if Renata got that into that one.
Oh!
Vision toggle. That is
beautiful.
Sick from Highway. That is so sick.
And we're going to see a bit of a dive instead. That is a massive ultimate. That is so much damage out of Diamond. Kill will be traded back as Highway will flash away. 2 for 1. They will take that one and walk away incredibly happy with that.
Oh, Highway gets the Scar reward. That's actually pretty hard to put there. You can see him standing there for a good, like, 10 seconds, be like, yeah, let me just make sure I'm stood at this little tree, click on this one rock. This is what ends up getting that ward into that brush. It means that Bifrost can head over, knowing there's no pink ward in that bush, sneaks around that vision, gets the dive, even though it ends up being 1 kill traded back. That's 5 kills on a Kalista. That's 5 plates put into it. Seriously sick play from Highway. I love this so much.
Beautiful.
Even sees it go down, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't, they just still don't spot Diamond coming over that wall. And what were you saying about Diamond? Loves to get involved early on. They pull off the dive, use the aggro reset from the Kalista. This is such a sick dive.
And yes, Diamond dies, but you still get both bot laners. You still get multiple kills onto the Kalista. That bot lane tower falls as well. They get the dragon afterwards. You take the 1 kill and trade for that every single time.
And now you are sat with an absolute wrecking ball of a 2v2 to play around.
I mean, that's one way of calling the Kalista ult.
It's definitely what it's. I look at now M&M, and who wants to tank that ever? Basically, no one. You've got a Swain that wants to be maybe stood up, and when they get to Ryalize an Imperial Mandate, that will hurt the Kalista. But even with that, I feel like the burst damage now is going to be so insane. And Bifrost using that again, the Wrecking Ball combo, going up towards this top side. Don't need a Herald for this one. There's going to be more plates for this AD carry.
Absolutely. I was trying to find a pun for Wreck-It Ralph, and I can't. So here we are, Wreck-It Odie, I guess. There's no real pun there.
You know, normally I'm pretty up there with references to folio on. I'm not today, not on this one, but already gonna be stopped by that cannon barrage. Kellen being the bad guy in this story, but of course, being a bad guy doesn't mean you have to be a bad guy. That's as good as I've got.
That was not bad, actually. You know what? You did that. That was pretty good. I will give you that. It was significantly better than I managed to come up with on the fly there, which I was disappointed with. But Caleb kind of being left a little bit out to the wolves. Shredder and Soft have turned up. So this would be a 2v3, but Diamond around in the river will make this an even numbers contest.
Again, you can see again, Eminem trying to commit to this bottom lane. That's a big barrel. That is a
Highway
huge
Solo has got the heal, managed to get away. Don't have to use the Fate's Call. Throw down the hostile takeover. Took me a second to remember the name there, but we'll get the summoner out of Odie alongside the ultimate. Kalem really punishing there.
Now, I believe also, if we're going to talk about Kalem, that was a very important play. Still down 30 CS, but actually, in terms of the top laners we have in this league, has had some pretty insane impact for his team.
Yeah, I mean, well, I went grabbed a few numbers, so I was looking around to see like what's going on with M&M, and Kalem is right up there as the #1 kill participation top laner in the whole damn league. 85% is incredibly high for a top laner who's often, who are often, there we go, left to play alone on side lanes, left to split push.
Lane Island gaming.
Exactly, and you know, he's very much a focal point of the team when they are getting kills. He's 31% of the team's damage, which is the highest of any top laner, and just a very high number in general. And he's third in terms of overall DPM for top laners at around 517 odd, which is a solid number to be having at the best of times. This guy is critical to when M&M are going on, and when you can see plays like that, you can understand where some of those numbers are coming from.
So, looking at these kind of plays there with that barrel being so impactful, those barrels are going to be huge in the next fights as well. So we set up a couple of heroes here. Odie, a lot of gold, and Diamond Prox helping them get that. You already talked about how Diamond Prox allows that for their team. That's been the story of Bifrost in this game. M&M, if they are going to come back through what has typically been a shaky mid-game for them, which is starting now, M&M are probably going to have to rely on a couple of those barrels, dealing out huge amounts of damage. There is not going to be at their power point up until that probably 2.5 through item point. And Kellen with the Essence Reaver spikes a little earlier in terms of the team fight damage. If you get a lucky crit, those things really start to pop. That's how I think M&M can start trying to claw themselves back into this game. Actually, you can see that gold lead already. You can see that the amount of plates onto this Kalista. Kalen, for me, is who M&M need to really see shine.
Soft really has a thing for KFC, back towards the fried chicken for the third time I've seen this game. Somehow feels like the only the bargain bucket, exactly. Is that what I'm going to call the Raptor bit from now on? The bargain bucket. Yes. I am very much there for that. That's probably the most NLC Northern option we could have gone for. There you go. Well, anyway, the only prize that M&M have managed to consistently find this game has been the bargain bucket for Soffers. Camera takes so much of his HP bar there. Doesn't quite fall, but does take a vast chunk of damage. And now this mid lane is under siege, and there's no teleport for Camera to get back here.
There's a Herald, there's a Dragon coming up in a minute. So Bifrost, they force the mid lane at the back. That's one of the people that M&M really need to start frontlining. They take a mid turret. They're well in time for it to reset towards the Dragon as well. This is a big phase of play for them.
Fate's Call, Cyclone, and a handshake will make a Shredder to a dead man indeed. There is nothing anybody from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles could have done better there. Destroy the Nautilus, who had nowhere to go.
Yeah, and, well, maybe they should have been less a fan of KFC and more pizza. That would have been the Teenage Mutant savior. Calum, while all this is happening, has been left alone on the top lane. He's going to take down an objective bounty at 17 minutes. We rarely even see these a lot of the time, but Bifrost, heck, I think it was Fury speaking about it on Twitter. It was, I think someone was saying like, oh no, it's Bifrost late game, what the heck's going on here? And then I believe it was Fury saying, yeah, but at least we have some early game now. This is one of those games where you sat thinking, hey, that's pretty okay. You've gotten yourself a big lead, and while it has been hit or miss, they managed to get a huge power play and get themselves up to, again, as we said, that point where M&M need objective bounties, get themselves soul point early into the game. This has been a very dominant early game. Time to see now if they can close it out in this now burgeoning mid game.
Yeah. They're looking at a 22-minute soul point available. They have got all the outer towers. They've got both heralds. They've got a vast gold lead. The top of like 4,000 gold at this point of the game is certainly nothing to sniff at. And you're with a comp that is coming into its own. This is a mid-game comp in a lot of ways. A lot of CC, a lot of power around those objectives, especially when you've got things like the Event Horizon, the Cyclone, the Fates Called, the Hostile Takeover, Meganar. That is not a fun choke point to walk through if you are M&M.
Speaking of M&M, thinking of those choke points, they do have some wards on the top side of the map, and Bifrost, while they had that big power play around that mid lane, they didn't leave that much vision that has survived now, because M&M did a good job of clearing out a lot of those wards. You can see that pink ward being cleared just around that Raptor bush. M&M have the vision advantage, but can they use that to find themselves a winning play against that gold lead?
It's been this red side jungle. There's been a lot of M&M's focus. Got a few control wards in there, though one of those will be cleared out now by Shikari as he walks behind his own red buff. Normally quite a difficult ward to pick up. That's been one of those old school wards which isn't naturally passed through if you're just heading through the jungle on autopilot, so to speak. But M&M, down a significant amount of gold, down a significant amount of map pressure, but they do scale pretty well. A Gangplank and a Zeri and a Swain. If you can stall this game, if you can try and hold on, maybe you've got some options as the game gets later.
Again, a lot of those options have to come from... They have to come from good vision play, and while they did a great job of establishing that, they haven't managed to defend it. They weren't in position to fight when Bifrost came and clumped up and started to roam around with those sweepers. They've not managed to defend any of it. Now, M&M left at a point where they're getting pushed in on lanes wherever Bifrost choose they want to have priority, mid lane first and foremost. At least they get themselves a objective bounty on that bot side.
Kalem did a lot of work early with the battles, even if it didn't lead to a kill. Fury thinking about popping that Predator, in fact does so, but Diamond's coming behind. Kalem's going to have to try and get over that. That is the oranges down. Won't be punished, but it will be the tower still going down, even if Shredder comes up. I don't think there's really much room for him or Mishigu to turn anything around there. Wards cleared out, and Bifrost take that tier 2 and continue to try and stifle out M&M from their own jungle on the opposite side of the map. A red quadrant for a red quadrant. A little bit of vengeance for the early game.
So, speaking of avenging past wrongs, I mean, M&M, one of the things that I would have... Okay, I'm not going to say criticize, because I think this is... I'm not sure it's enough to be a trend even after a third of the split. We had a couple of games where it felt like they had compositional advantages that they could have played around, and they made some bad decisions in mid-game to put themselves in difficult scenarios. I remember actually the last Swain game they played, it felt like they took a bad fight into enemy jungle against a Jinx and a Talir, and it just kind of all fell apart. So in this game, I'm wondering if they really have a chance to, again, showcase any kind of improvement in that area onto the decision-making in mid-game. And looking at it again, where are they going to do that? Baron's alive now, and it feels like Bifrost, they're going to get to a point where they can force M&M's hand and take that decision away from them.
It's actually pretty difficult, especially with the gold lead discrepancy, and then the fact you've got a Kalista plus a Wukong. Like, that is very hard to out-smite between Rend and your own smite from Diamond as well. Like, Bifrost have got a lot of objective secure alongside a lot of objective control, as we've kind of been highlighting. M&M, they've got to play in a period of the game which has been a bit of a weakness for them. That loss we saw last week where they threw in the mid-game despite an incredible early game, probably still haunting them now. We've got to see massive improvement from a negative position.
Yeah, so M&M
might be a start. Might be a start. That's definitely going to work out. Highway down for the count, but has a stopwatch and a fantastic use of that hostile takeover. Cyclone is there into the Fate's Call, and they'll manage to extricate themselves. Diamond's clone died, but now Odie in trouble on the other side. He went way too deep, and now Kemmer on the other side is going to throw up the demonic ascension into the back of the Walker pit. Does go down. It'll be a 2-for-1 right now. Soft hopping forwards. Will miss the Sonic Wave, but that is a massive win now for M&M with the jungler dead as well.
Jungler's dead. Shikari not going to have that ult up for a little bit. Maybe can take this some damage, but M&M talked about that mid-game, talked about it starting with vision and making those decisions. Looking well for them so far, but can they capitalize on the
That's going to stop the easy teleport back in. Baron down to 8,000 HP, and Fury has not been able to reset and teleport back in. It'll be the solo laners of Bifrost trying to play this one out best they can. That's Event Horizon. Shredder taken so damn low, will surely fall. Ultra Shock Laser will not be able to secure Fury. And the Baron now down to 2,000 HP. That is one kill back. Soft, so low. They're going to right 64. Baron is taken, but now can they extricate themselves? Mishigu manages to secure Shikari, and M&M managed to find a critical turnaround series of plays and come out with an objective bounty Baron.
Okay, if M&M's homework was to talk about that decision-making, play around the vision which they'd set up, that is a massively passing grade, passing with honors, distinctions, whatever the heck you want to call it at this point. And on the other side, Bifrost gonna have to give you a detention for that one. They're giving us another heart attack in a game, Sam. Bifrost as a team, they always find ways to make it interesting. Well, last split, even into EU Masters, they were more successful than not. They have themselves another game, but they're keeping things in question.
OD, they managed to extricate themselves. It looked like they could just disengage, and then OD hops forward and dies. He was your 6-kill Kalista! And then Camera just sweeps it to the back of the pit and gets another, and from here it's a 2v4.
And you know the Smite's down, you know Meganar's down, you know the Veigar ult is down, but through this, we now have a trade. We have M&M with the Baron. We have the Cloud Solo from Bifrost, which has been claimed. And this is particularly important for champions like Veigar. Veigar is a champion who's playing with Predator and wants to stop getting those cages down.
So much damage. This is not a nice game for the Nautilus. Big hostile takeover, but Camera is popping off. Demonic Ascension comes straight on through. Thus, quote, the Raven never move. Beautiful stuff from Camera at the back end of it, and it's a 4-for-1. Shikari is running away, the last remaining member of Bifrost.
Oh my gosh, Bifrost, they think they found a cage, they think they found a one-shot, but they get one target, and M&M snap. On the click of a finger, they turn it around, and Mishigu is at a point of power. We said 2.5 items was about that break point for Zeri when they start popping off, and when that CC was down, Mishigu did a huge amount of work alongside those barrels. Gonna, of course, have a take another look at that. Cage goes down, you think, all right, okay, single pick. But then look at this. Zeri starts popping off, cannon barrage, and a barrel on to 3. It's a Prowler's Claw gangplank, and we talked about Caleb having a huge damage percentage and wanting to look at them as a player. M&M find themselves another great fight, and after what was a pretty disastrous early game for this roster, sat at 1-5, this would have been a very hard loss to stomach in that kind of fashion. Signs of life now for the roster.
It's just an inversion of what happened last week, it feels, for M&M. It's a bad early game into a fantastic mid-game turnaround. And honestly, shout out to Camera as well. I believe that was a 3-man never move that held people in place for the barrel chain.
Hang on, speaking of never move, you sounded like you were saying something literally.
I was. So
literature-like in that last fight.
No, gonna
Mind
get away there.
filling me in on the never move thing?
To clarify, maybe not qualify, there's a little bit of contesting going around this.
Tell me about Swain.
I've got time. That the move never move
right,
is a reference to Edgar Allan's Poe's The Raven, where the raven quoth nevermore. And so I made a really cool reference using that. It's brilliant. I'm a genius. I'm a literary savant as we've got to fight in the mid lane. And we have to see whether it'll be another horror story quoting from that Swain, who's only going to throw out the Demonic Ascension a little late, of course. At the other side, Highway and Odie trying to trade out best they can, off into the backside. Odie, the kick, gets it! Soft, that was gorgeous. No bailout available. Highway fails to flash into the KFC bargain bucket. Soft, though, into the cage. Not going to be taken out. Big hook, big, never move. The Raven speaks again, and Edgar Allan Poe had it down well right into Omen, and now Mishigu. That's why I push it. It's a decent chunk back into the cave, trying to run away. Does still have a spark surge. Caleb walking forwards, barrels onto Fury, but a primordial burst will secure the AD carry and trade. Shikari now trying to run away, will turn into a mini Gnar. Crunch away is not going to be quite enough as Soft hops forward, misses the Sonic Wave though, and maybe Shikari can start playing this one out there into the base and they need to try and escape.
Okay, so now, with 2 people left alive, Shikari living there could be pivotal. Means that there is a potential base defense. M&M not able to crack those inhibitor turrets. And M&M, where has this squad been for this split? Where has it been? Because this is the kind of decisive engage, understanding what cooldowns they can play around, which I have sorely missed from this squad. Mishigu doesn't get hit by another cage, doesn't end up getting hit by the big Renata all coming through, and it's the other AD carries, the Fed, Kalista, that gets shut down early into the fight. The kick into gaping more of M&M, so huge in this play, and that literature reference, once again striking true to pick up another kill at the end of the fight.
And all honesty, I thought M&M were done in this game. This Baron now into the consistent team fights. Zeri, Gangplank, and of course the Swain very much online, and Soft feeling himself as somebody's late place if they had to extricate themselves from the base. Afterwards, it's a 2,000 gold lead to M&M. Baron spawning in 30 seconds or so. And we need to see a turnaround from Bifrost, or M&M may well have this.
So, what that gold lead means, though, and a lot of the time it doesn't mean that much, is it means a lot of item completions come in. That Fed Kalista actually almost on parity with the Zeri now, and you know what? 3 items Zeri with the QSS on top of it. I take that over the Kalista at this point. We've seen how easy it's been for Mishigu to play once that cage has been down. M&M, at this point, I think you have to even favor them, and of course the momentum meter has swung vastly in their favor from the analysts in the back room giving their own opinion. Bifrost, this is where they were really dealt those harsh blows right in this mid lane, but M&M will have to find themselves 1 or 2 good fights to end out this game themselves.
Shikari just hit Mega Gnar, which means it's not likely going to be available for either the Baron or the Elder Dragon, which is spawning nice and early in this game. 15 seconds to go. Bifrost trying to find a space where they can fight. Shredder misses. Big summoner down camera, stepping forwards. Will not be trapped by the event horizon. As Visions of Empire continuing to fly around.
You can see how M&M trying to muscle the way into the river. So, what are we looking for in this fight? Again, it's cage cooldown. This is the really big one. Maybe a good Renata ult can keep things interesting, but with a QSS on the table, it's going to be so hard for Bifrost to shut down the carries they need to. Look for Bifrost to try and shut down isolated targets. Roll it from there.
Elder Dragon down to 7,000 HP, going down even further. That's Event Horizon. Massive amount of damage onto Highway, who's out of the fight. We're going to begin, but now Shredder's dead. Camera to the backside, though. He's got a demonic conception running. On the other side, though, everyone else from Bifrost still just about alive. Shikari to the backside doing what he can, but it's now dead. Vega secured by a burst fire from Mishigu, and it will be a wipe for M&M. Surely it is. Shikari trying to run away over the wall. He hops, but he's once again the one remaining member, and M&M will head to the Baron pit.
And with a hop, a skip, and a spark of inspiration, Mishigu might die, but they secure that Elder, and that is a heroic moment for M&M. Bifrost magic in the late game was so close to happening. You can see what happens in this fight. Soft not able to get onto that backline. Fury doing a lot of work at this point. Level 16, several items hit. It's not enough at the end of it, but seriously, the turn onto that Elder gets so damn close. Bifrost very unfortunate to lose out on that, but gosh, what a fight that was.
3-man Mega Gnar into the wall at the back end of the fight, but Camera was zoning off one half. Diamond was on the Elder and had no Cyclone available. It looked good until we realized there was nothing left in the tank from Bifrost. As Highway handshake Shredder away, does not want that particular business deal.
Highway to the not in danger zone.
Yes, to the not in danger zone, exactly.
That's all I got for that one. Take that as you will. Fury continuing to stack up, actually has that blighting jewel, a magic pen on the Vega. Huge at this point. If you can get to the point where actually Camera takes one combo, goes into one cage and dies, that is incredibly important for Bifrost. However, they might have to have their hands forced in this case. M&M heading over towards that Baron. They don't have the highest Baron damage right now, and Bifrost are here in time for a contest.
Be careful, remember there's still the Elder Dragon running. The Ultra Shock laser goes wide. Event Horizon is going to zone people off. Dragon to Baron, sorry, down to about half HP. Diamond still looking for a flank angle. Has it. The Event Horizon down one more time. Pulled into the cage. Fury's got a Sonic Wave on him. It will not be taken. Big use of that hostile takeover. Elder's still on. Another Event Horizon. That'll be the Wukong gone. The Smite is dead. Remember, there's still the Elder Dragon on these people. Only trying to hop away. He's got a bailout, but nothing left to work. Does get Soft. That means the Smite is dead, but the ban advantage is still there for M&M. It's a 2-for-1 trade, all things said and done.
And you know what? For all things we said about the durability patch, it's meant more often than not, we've gotten to these late game scenarios. In this game, it was an active early game, and Bifrost sitting there in tied second place, I believe. You've got JDXL right at the top at 6-0, Bifrost with a whole clump 4-2. This is actually an important game for them to keep pace. Can they start splitting the map? They sent 2 towards that bot lane, even with the Smite dead. They choose not to contest that Baron. Use the solo laners to get some map pressure.
Shikari finishes up what he was doing during that initial Baron contest just before this. That is the inhibitor down, but they will lose the Baron to Bifrost. At least they managed to find something resembling a trade. They will have all their members alive, and the waves, not that preferable for M&M outside of in the mid lane, where Renata is doing her best to trim it.
Yeah. Well, all of this is being said. We talked about the Bifrost perspective. Set of 1 and 5 M&M. It's not too late for them to start climbing back into relevancy. It's only a third of a split. Maybe it's a bit harsh to say that, but at 1 and 5, you are behind everyone but Singularity, sat at 0 and 6 this game for them. I'm not going to say it's going to change everything, because that, again, would be a little bit too dramatic even for me, and I love my my own bit of drama. But M&M, this team who are, again, currently sat in a relegation's berth, if it were to continue, would love this victory to change their narrative even just slightly. Q onto Highway, not going to lead to anything more from Soft, but M&M, well, they had those beautiful team fights back-to-back. They've really found the clean fights to end out this game that we asked for them after that point, and it's gotten to the point where it is getting very, very close.
It's so close. Elder Dragon's worn off, but Baron is still on. Bifrost seeding another tower here, aware they're not going to have the easiest time contesting it. All the while, though, still got a little while to work with the Baron buff. They've got a minute and a half until another Elder Dragon spawns, and that last one was a damn close flip.
So, with that being said, remember what M&M did to start off this comeback. It was vision traps, it's playing around the vision control that they had and using that to find those first picks. Currently, M&M push into that bot side jungle, they have themselves vision, but it's still a minute and a half till that Elder spawn. Can they defend it after that point? Presumably they might want one last reset. Diamond Crocs
gets hit by the Never move, but is able to Warrior Trickster his way out of danger there, as Highway a little earlier took an Ultra Shock laser to the face, and the Ultra part of that laser is definitely very true right now. Flash hook! Renata is gone! Deleted! Eviscerated! Removed from the Rift! Member down, Bifrost now have to defend with that Renata and her ultimate unavailable for them.
Victory goes to the bold.
Wait!
Oh my god!
Shikari! The Cyclone afterwards secures the kill back, but all the while, Soft secures the Vega. Odie hopping mad though, trying to put as many spears into the hearts of camera and crew. It's a shooting gallery, and the Swain is dead.
M&M try to be bold, they try to end the game on the Baron push.
It's not done. It's not done. Shikari hopping forward. Mystical trying to trade out. He's rented down. It's a horse factory. He's glue. Soft on 5% HP. Must run from Shikari. A Mega Knight to the wall. And an ace for Bifrost. The last stand comes true.
How did Bifrost keep doing this?
I don't believe it.
They found themselves into another game. It was all but done. They throw it, they claim it back. It's a Bifrost heart attack once again.
M&M need to see an exorcist. Their late game juju has been stolen by Bifrost. There's no other explanation for how they do it.
Elder secured. Let's just take a moment to breathe.
Speechless.
I think you could probably allow us a little bit of excitement after that, because M&M, you could see the timer on the Elder, and my opinion was push in, keep that vision, reset, set up around that objective. M&M, you know, honestly, credit to them in some way. I appreciate the boldness they had, because it was bold to say, let's end this off of this one play. Get the flash hook, get that first kill. Kalista ult be damned, they get that Renata out of the way, and if it weren't for the heroics from Shikari, from the rest of the crew, that would have been it. It would have been put to bed. Last word written onto that paper. And now, after that, they've been sadly punished for that boldness. They still have those items at parity, because everyone is late game now. They're gonna have another swing at this, but this time it's gonna be M&M without that Elder buff, without that ability to have that overbearing combat advantage. So Bifrost, they find themselves in what has been a bit of a home for them so far, that late game, which they should or shouldn't be in with everything on the paper written down, but we're looking like it is coming towards this one Last attempt.
Oh, Fate's call. Remember, there's Elder Dragon on. They're going in. Highway is there. Does not pop the ultimate. It's still a potential fight. Calum taking a lot of damage. Remember, there's still that burst, that damage from the Elder Dragon, that burn, that execution that could bring them all down. Highway takes an Ultra Shock Laser and a Cannon Barrage that chunks him down to half. Fate's call
How much can these barrels do? How much can these barrels and these visions of the Empire doing, Eminem?
They can. The tower now under siege. Massive use of that hostile takeover. Calum! Get into it! Calum's gone! 31% of the damage share, and he's dead. 2 rights. It'll be a pirate burial, a 21-gun salute best they can. But with the Mamba down, they're trying to clear out the waves. They're trying to hold on with that disadvantage. The numbers discrepancy may hurt them. They're down to one necessary stop on the flank. The Event Horizon down as well. What can they do to hold on? Highway down so low. They've still got the Elder Dragon for a little bit longer. Demonic Ascension is up. Shigari hops away. The Event Horizon brings Soft down. Streams at H3. He kicks, but he can't secure the kill. He's executed down to the GA, but he's now capped into the cage, and there ain't no way out. Massive shot back with the Mega. Nah, Shredder is shredded. Odie gets a double. Kemera alone remains, and the Swain is plucked and pulled from the skies. Demonic Dissension, straight to hell you go. Do not pass go. Bifrost, do it again. The late game magic is unstoppable.
We had words about this, Bifrost. We have chatted about this because that is not good for my health. It's not good for the audience's health. But you know what? It's pretty good to get our heartbeat up and raised, as this is only game 1 today. First game on the entire title card fight. That was ridiculous. I would say a little bit unnecessary. I think Bifrost at this point, you know, had that great early game, couldn't quite transition it through into that mid game. Fantastic late game as always, but there are questions there because M&M, they did not look like a 1-5 team in this game. Make no mistake.
No. It was an incredible recovery, but once again, heartbreak for M&M. Bifrost have a great early game. They throw in the mid, and they pull off the kind of magic that seemingly only they can. But speaking of magic, we'll throw to Archeron and the crew to give us some more.
Thank you so much, Initialize, and we have a lot to unwrap on this game. The first one of the day. And if all of them are like this, woo, it's going to be a spicy one, but M&M versus Bifrost.
Okay, tune me back in because Bifrost are the team fighting team that comes online after 25 minutes and we're like 12-10, 12-11, easy hyper carries, the game to the late. They pick the Kalista, they're tower diving. Like, Bifrost is tower diving. By 11 minutes, your Kalista is 5-1. You're dominating every single fight. And then chaos. M&M, who's supposed to be winning early on in all of their games and throwing it in the mid to late. Don't get me wrong, they still throw. Don't worry about that. But the roles were completely reversed.
Yeah. I love one thing that you were in the green room like, oh, maybe this is what M&M needs. They need to lose the early games to win the late. And it was happening.
Yeah, I mean, legit. This was, as you mentioned, like a complete game of opposites. Like Bifrost usually kind of struggling the early lane. They were diving, as you mentioned, on this patch where the tower, maybe it's because of the patch. Maybe the tower is going to be a little bit nerfed, you know, but they were popping completely off, man. But then once the mid game came, I felt like M&M's comp, you were talking about it so much, Georgia, in the draft, that they were just drafting so many tools to zone off the Kalista. And even though the Kalista was super fed, I mean, this guy was miles ahead of Michigo. It didn't matter. In these team fights, M&M was kind of pick up the pace, but I mean, it looked once again. I'm so devastated for M&M, and I'm super sad.
I think the players will be very sad as well. But like, if we can roll, I have 2 particular clips that I want to show, and it is exactly where actually M&M turn things around in the game. That is the mid lane fight that they play so freaking well. Shredder was always tanking the front line and eating that Veigar ultimate, and of course Barrels, Gangplank ult. The Swain has not left Zeri's side at all. He was zoning. Kalista could not walk forward. Even if you managed by some miracle to get past the Gangplank ultimate and the Barrels as Kalista, you cannot walk past that Swain. He's got Rylai's on him. He's going to slow you down. Champions that slow Kalista down is pretty much a death towards Kalista. And as you can see here, Zeri is doing pretty darn well into this late game. I think Michigo is really shining onto the champion. It matches a lot the vibe together with the Samira. Samira's a little bit more of an early game champion, but the vibe is still the same. You have a lot of mobility, you move around, you're making your own place.
Then we need to talk about that moment. Okay, let's approach the
Oh no, there's no moment. There's no moment.
What happened?
Let's roll the next clip.
Okay.
Because if that didn't satisfy you and convince you that MNM is a really damn good team fighting team, I'll let this clip talk for you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this clip, I mean, I was gonna mention that Bifrost looks so scattered in this fight. I mean, you see here, they're getting, I mean, obviously Shikari being on a flank, super good on the no-right, but look here, Shikari jumps in, gets a 3-man ulti, but Odie is hitting the Elder Drake. And it seems like a split call from maybe from the shot caller on the side of Bifrost, but I swear if Odios goes in that fight, I think there's no way for MNM to actually pick up the dub in that one. But they just, I mean, Luis is super back and forth, but MNM actually secures the Elder as well with Mishigu. What is going on, man?
Look at that. You get the Elder Dragon, you have it on 2 of your members, you've got the momentum, you're already winning the fights. Doesn't that look pretty convincing that Eminem wins this game, guys? Yeah. It does not, because my producer was like, okay, you have these clips in of Eminem winning every fight, but you might want to change the clips that you and I'm like, surely they don't lose. Well, they do, and I feel like they're going to be beating themselves up for this one, because this is the 3rd game in a row that it goes to late game. They have a pretty good composition, and they just lose it in the details. Bifrost, yet again, their team fight prowess just comes on top.
There's a lot to talk about Bifrost, and this is exactly why we're going to jump into the interview with the jungler, the king, the legend, Diamond Prox again in the show. Hello, Diamond.
Hello, guys.
Pleasure to have you back in the show. Okay, this was a roller coaster to begin with. Like the way you started going for the Grump, knowing that you had the control of the mid lane, Fury would go to you. Like it seemed so good for you. Kalista getting completely in control of the bot lane. Can you run me by that one? Like, what was the plan for the early game for Bifrost?
I think the early game plan was very simple. Just stomp them because we were stronger. And apart from not expecting enemies to invade and do some crazy plays, we succeeded into that. We got a huge lead early game, but then we maybe didn't, we didn't transition it too good into the late game.
Diamond Prox, I want to ask you a question in particular because we say here, like, especially last split, Bifrost, if they go past 25 minutes, their team fight is stellar. The early game, a little bit slow, trying to get Audi towards these 3 items, you know, with the Fellows, Jinx, whatever the last split was. Right now, you guys, 12-11 hit, you're tower diving. This is like, you bring the new flair into Bifrost, Audi onto the Kalista, you tower diving bot lane over and over again. Talk to us a little bit about your early game sort of plan that you went to the game with.
I mean, I just like to take every possibility I can to take advantage from the game. And if opponents are not drafting well enough, like if they create a pressure point on their lane, I will try to abuse it, try to use it as much as possible. And for now it works. Let's see how it goes later. I think we're maybe a little bit struggling in some of the later stages of the game, but early game feels like we're kind of on the same page on what we're doing, and I will just look to improve it further.
One final question for you, Diamond, before I let you go. It was going smooth, everything was going smooth, but there were 2 team fights where MNM completely took control over the game. The Elder Dragon as well, I would love to talk about that, but we can't. I just want to understand from your point of view, when things were going south before you turned it around on your own base, how were you feeling?
It felt awful to throw the game like this. It always feels awful when you actually play a damn good early game and then you have a huge lead and you just don't have to hurry up, but then you make one mistake and the whole game turns around, and then it suddenly turns out that team fighting is actually hard against their composition. I think for them, they just basically need to point and click their spells on all our champions and they will win. For us, it's much harder. We need to find opportunities. We need to kite back. We need to understand like who can catch from them and stop them from doing that. So it felt a bit scary maybe throwing the game against such a comp. And on the Elder Drake, there was a miscommunication, I guess. I lied to Odia. I said that I still have... I mean, I didn't say that I still have Smite, but I called the Elder because I thought I still have Smite and we would do it very fast, but I actually just used it. on the listen, so I kind of lied to my AD carry, and that's why it turned out so bad, and we looked like a clowns. But I'm glad that we eventually found our way to win the team fights and how to play them correctly and win the game from that.
In the end of the day, Bifrost and Diamond Prox, you guys are at the top of the standings. They're really close to JDXL, so let's see what happens when you guys face each other again. Let's see what happens as you guys go moving forward. And it happens, man. Sometimes we smite, we forget about that. It happens, Diamond.
Because we lie to our AD carry. It's fine.
Yeah, we always lie to the AD carry. Ooh, those guys, man, those guys are annoying. Thank you so much for the interview, Diamond. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show. See ya.
Thank you.
You mustn't lie to your AD carry.
Sometimes it happens. You
Sometimes you have
think. I mean, I play Pet support, so I lie a lot. Like, oh, I'll let you get the kill.
To be fair,
Yoink.
if your AD carry is a Callista and she can start stacking Rand onto the Elder Dragon, you also have kind of like the win condition there where you're like,
Yeah.
I have no smite, but maybe you can 50-50 the smite with the jungler, right?
The fact that you're all saying that it's okay to lie to your AD carry shows why I have trust issues. Thank you, guys.
It shows why you went from a pro player to an analyst.
I love it. Obviously, it was really scary for Bifrost. They're still in the lead in terms of standings, really close to JDXL. Bifrost still kicking in strong. Let's see what happens at the end of the fourth week. But now into the M&M side. Obviously, a team that struggled at the beginning, got the Zeri, got it rolling in. Zeri was completely protected. I don't know if we can jump into the interview right now. Yes, we can. It is Michigo with us. Michigo, my boy. This was a tough game. Okay, early game for you kind of sucked. What happened?
I can barely hear what you're saying for some reason.
You cannot hear me? I'll speak louder. Michigo! Are you there?
What the fuck?
Oh, there you go. Hello, Michigo. Let's continue to try and test it. Can you hear me now?
Barely, man. I don't know.
Okay, can you hear me maybe, Michigo? Hello?
No, I don't think... Okay, thank you so much.
Turned up to 200% and it's like...
Thank you so much, Michigo. Sometimes it happens. I really wanted to talk with him about this. Yeah, because they had the lead, they had the Zeri protected. You said something along the lines of they have to kill Shredder. They have to use everything on the Nautilus because Zeri was so protected. It seemed like a can of tuna and nobody could open it. I love tuna, by the way.
Right. So Michigo was the can of tuna.
So it was the tuna.
He was the tuna.
Yeah.
And the can was the Swain with the ultimate around.
Oh, Michigo is with us. I don't know if you're there, Michigo.
Got tuna.
Tuna, you there?
It works now. Yeah, great. Hello.
Hello, I got you back. Okay, Michigo. We were talking about this game, so let's make
tell
the
him
interview.
about the tuna,
Yeah,
I
so
beg you.
this game to me was mostly about your team was a can of tuna and you were the tuna. You were completely protected. Golden tuna, in my opinion. What happened?
Well, I mean, we did some mistakes in early that made the game really hard, right? But then we managed to come back and it should have been pretty easy from there on out. But then there's like the one last fight where we didn't we didn't respect the Meganar. And then Wukong is a broken champion, right? And he can 1v1 me when I'm full build and he's 2 items with a Champunk Chainsword, so...
Tell me something, okay. First time it happened. Second time, it's unlucky. Third time, I mean, you guys are getting all the leads.
I don't know what to tell you.
Are you cursed?
It's really scuffed. It feels really shit, but I mean, it's not like we're that sad about the overall performance, but like losing games like this over and over, like it's not the most fun thing, right?
Yeah.
Michigo, we got used to you playing a lot of the Ziggs as well in the previous season, and now we saw your Samira always was extremely aggressive, and we're like, okay, Michigo has 2 modes. He either chills on the Ziggs or goes at it with the Samira. And now we see your Zeri as well, which is also an extremely mobile champion that you can make a lot of things happen, like the Samira. So short range, long range. Is that the type of champions that you like to play, that you have so much mobility and you can play around teamfights much easier? Or do you prefer the more like Aphelios Jinx meta?
I mean, I liked Aphelios Jinx meta a lot, but I felt like it's been going on for too long. So it's like, for me, I can play a champ for like 1.5, 2 years, but then I kind of want to swap off it. And of course, I really like mages in bot lane. Right now, they're not the best, sadly. But I started playing a lot of the Samira and like more aggressive stuff, and I think it's really fun. I started enjoying that playstyle, but then now that's not the best either, right? So I don't know, it's a bit scuffed, but I mean, my role is pretty fun at least. So at least I'm not playing support.
To wrap it up, Michigan, I love it. At least I'm not playing support. To wrap it up, looking into these games, let's be honest, there's a clear window for MNM to pick up some games. It seems like you're better than Astralis was in a previous split. Like, Astralis were trying to get in, but you guys got it. You guys got it. There's only one step away. Do you still feel comfortable that you will go into playoffs with this composition?
Yeah, of course, man. It will be fine. It's only been going up from here. So at the end of the split, we will win every game, right?
That's my tuna. That's my tuna. Thank you so much, Michigo. I'll see you soon. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Yeah, always a pleasure talking to you, man. Have a good one.
There you go. We got him. At least he's confident. At least he's smiling.
I mean, you have to be. You're challenging the strongest teams in the league.
Yeah.
You just challenged Bifrost in their own game. You challenged them in team fighting. I think if anything, yes, it freaking sucks, man, to lose the games last minute every time. But at least this is one thing that they need to focus on. Everything else is going great. The fact that they can turn around a huge goal deficit isn't their advantage. The fact that they can take the early game leads. The fact that they can transition their mid-game vision and channel the waves all at the same time. These are really good signs of a good team in the making.
M-Test, my question to you is, how can a player keep that mentality going on strong when he's constantly getting close to the W, but he always get the L? I mean, you lost a lot of times. I mean, a lot of times.
Are you tapping into his experience?
Yeah, so give me from experience, how can you survive that?
I think it's just typical Swedish monk mental. We are like mountain monks up there. We're just praying every day and getting that. I mean, actually, as an AD carry, you kind of have to have good mentality, not gonna lie, because sometimes your support just has... He has decided he didn't want to plug in his keyboard that day and doesn't want to play. Obviously not the case in MNM's case, but I think for Michigo, he has been in this kind of case before, kind of similar to me actually. Well, I think he's like way better than what his stats are looking like, or like what the team stats are looking like. And I think down deep, he knows that. And I think that's what's kind of driving him. And you kind of have to, even when no one is believing in you, I mean, I'm still an MNM believer, but when no one is and you're just looking at the stats, you kind of have to, it has to come from within, a strong Viking heart. So that's what Michigo
In order to have someone believe you, you got to believe in yourself first. I always say that. With this in mind, let's look into the next game, because this is a team that is struggling to get any sort of victories. And if you can look into it, we'll have the bottom team, Team Singularity versus JDXL at the top. And Bifrost are just looking in the shadow of JDXL. They need JDXL to slip one time and then get that 1v1 back in the split.
Yeah, and I think this could actually be one of the cases where you know when you have a new team, you're kind of on the honeymoon phase, you're all kind of playing well together, you're having fun, and then you can actually create one of those kind of budget honeymoon phases by swapping a player out. And I'm just gonna let you know that obviously Persson coming in today instead of Jeppe, I don't think Jeppe was the problem for Singularity at all. I think they have a lot of issues, right? But just swapping out one player can change a lot in terms of atmosphere, and they can come in with a completely new mindset. So I think Singularity, I mean, this could be their day.
Before we dig even further on JDXL versus Singularity,
that's a big copium.
That's a lot of copium right there. We need to understand how is Singularity holding on, and we need to hear it from the fan on the street from Singularity. Take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Team Singularity news. It's been a rough start to the season in NLC, but the organization looks forward to competing in the rest of the season. I myself am a massive fan of Singularity. You can see their heart throughout the split, and hopefully we will see some wins on the board soon. The team is also competing in the upcoming Apex Legends World Championship. On July the 7th, Team Singularity... Oh, wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking news. Team Singularity have announced the newest signee to their NLC team in a bid to turn the split around. Please welcome to the Team Singularity Summer Split roster, Persson.
Hey, this is Persson. Let's turn the ship around.
Okay, that is a feisty move to begin with.
Yes, hello.
He's ready to kick it in. You were talking about that. I mean, you kind of covered the news before the news itself, but you're so ahead of the game, by the way. I'm just saying, you're so ahead of the game. Team Singularity coming in with the new player to the bot side, getting the sub from Jeppe to Persson right now. We still don't know a lot about him, about this person. Let's see how he's going to play on the bot side.
I feel like, though, one of the things that we do know is that he's not coming in with the mindset, oh, I've lost 6 games in a row in the NLC.
He hasn't lost one
as well.
Yeah.
He's coming in with a completely clean slate, probably a different mentality as well. He's really eager to play because this is a major league that he's playing in to the ERLs, right? Against the likes of JDXL, which is the best team that we have. So if he does show pretty good performance right here, if he manages to keep the spirits high for Singularity, I think at this point, you're looking for an upset win. And I think if anything, JDXL are coming in with a lot more pressure in this game. Because if you're 6-0 and you lose to Singularity, mate.
That's a kick in your... Well, that's
confidence.
Confidence. I was trying to find confidence on this situation. JDXL, if they lose this one, is going to be really rough for them because not only Bifrost get closer, but they also lost versus a team that didn't get a single W.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can tell, we're on the analyst desk now. We have so much copium, actually. This could be just the fact that we have seen JDXL just kind of winning dominantly every single lane now. The lane phase is kind of a bit buffed in this patch as well. I mean, I don't think maybe we don't expect it, but this is what I said about Michigo as well. Singularity have to believe in themselves before anyone else can believe in them.
So your analysis from the previous game is going to come into this next game as well.
He's like,
oh, he's taking all that copium in. So let's get this copium rolling on with the champion select. It's Team Singularity versus JDXL. First place versus last place. And we got this rolling on. New patch. We know Torak is kind of crazy, so we could get some tech knowledge or dark technology, as I would say, for Torak coming into the championship.
Look, all I'm saying is I don't really care who wins the draft. I just want the Singularity to... When I casted them the last time around, I think it was 2 weeks ago, they showed a Nocturne on the kind of first pick, and this is kind of what you don't want to do. You don't want to show all your cards really early. This is what I want to see Singularity has been improving on, and we're obviously going to see if they do or not, but on red side, they have so much more flexibility as well. They do have to ban kind of the OP champions as necessary, but Card is getting banned? Is this something I don't know?
Yeah, Gaunt's getting banned versus Pop. You never want him ever scaling. They figured out that the Udyr was something that could potentially be a problem. Pop played the Udyr and it looked quite strong. It looked pretty good, right? But now my big question is, do you ban the Senna? Venzer has showed Senna a lot, right? Do you ban the Lucian? Venzer with FTG, they played the Lucian Nami down in the bot lane in the last game and they absolutely dominated. We said that the bot lane was a weak spot. Well, last week it was not versus Bifrost, and arguably Bifrost have one of the best bot lanes in the league, so you definitely don't want to be giving things like the Lucian away, which I'm expecting for it to be the last ban on red side.
Yeah, and this is just kind of what you have to do on red side. You kind of I mentioned this a couple of times, you have to pick your poison. Like, there are so many OP champions, so that you can't just ban all of them, right? You only have 3 bans, so they're good so far. Seri, the Wukong, obviously kind of good first pick. We have the Senna still open, the Lucian, as you mentioned.
It's a full focus on Pop, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Talk about that, yeah.
And then
he's still open, though.
The 3 type of junglers that you kind of like soft AFK in your jungle, and you sort of allow yourself to scale into the late game and be a nuisance, right? Of course, that is something that XL did in the LEC. They first picked the Yuumi for themselves, potentially can be paired up with Lucian that's still up, Twitch that is still up and might be taken away right here very cleverly from Singularity, but also the likes of Ezreal. And you kind of leave Ezreal along the lane, you roam around with your jungler and you create havoc like that. And Dan is also known to play the more aggressive champions like the Nocturne, the Diego, the Shyvana, even like a Yuumi with the Shyvana, that would be huge.
Yeah, I mean, so much focus on the Pop's champion pool here, right? He kind of, I would assume that he just has to pick his champion either now or on the 3rd pick, or else they could just pinch his pool even more. What I'm doing interesting is seeing, though, that the Twitch, as you mentioned, is a blind pick. Could look to get punished, though. I mean, you could just pick the Ezreal, kind of handshake the lane and completely, not outscale, but you have the Yuumi. And the Soraka blind coming in, it's not something I've seen.
I really like the Soraka, into particularly the Yuumi, because the second she detaches, if you silence her, she cannot attach again. So it's the same thing. Lehend also played the Singed into the Yuumi last split into the LCK. You put down your little sludge thing and you cannot attach it in, right? So Lucian Yuumi, really potent lane as well into the Twitch and Soraka. I think their sides must be turned straight onto Soraka, right? Usually when you have a Soraka bot lane, it's kill Soraka first, because if you don't, she can heal permanently target to full HP.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? It's just gonna be kind of a...
He's locked?
The cork.
He is locked. Yes, indeed he is.
I mean, we saw this.
Wow, I'm getting so many Katarina hovers today. Stop.
I don't remember which LEC team it was. It was for sure not XL, but they also blind picked Corki. It seems like this champion is picking up way more. I wouldn't expect to see it blindable, but I see also a lot of picks into just being the kind of handshake lanes like the Victor and stuff. But wait, what is going on?
Oh, it's Soraka mid.
Yeah.
into the Corki.
Okay, I really
They
like
adapted, okay.
Soraka when she's in the mid lane. You have a scaling pick like the Twitch. I really love the pivot here because Soraka, yes, even though she's really good into Yuumi to stop her, if Yuumi does not detach from the Lucian, you can actually kill Soraka 100% to 0 really easily with all the zoomies and the Q and the poke. But now you have a Nautilus in lane, which is extremely dangerous into the Yuumi. Once she gets hooked, you can literally flash bonk and Yuumi cannot attach, which means that she dies really easily. And the only problem is that usually Twitch suffers a little bit in the laning phase. Having that threat there of the Nautilus catching the Yuumi creates a little bit of a barrier of sort of making sure that it is a balanced bot lane, the Lucian does not just take it all. Now my question here is, we've gotten the mids down. It could be a top lane Soraka as well. We don't know, it could be complete flex, right? But we've got the bot lanes down, we're looking for junglers, and we're looking for potentially top laners. And I'm like, I've seen from Dan a plethora of junglers. We've seen the Nocturne, we've seen the Shyvana, we've seen a plethora of champions from Pop as well, but 3 of his more prominent ones have been banned. 4, if you count Poppy, to be potentially in the jungle as well.
Yeah, I mean, just so much going on, right? We see also Singularity banning out kind of the carry picks on top. This just kind of insinuates to me that they're just going to pick a tank on 4, and they kind of need that front line, someone to like kind of choke up those Corki rockets. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, could be. Oh, they banned it away. Actually, I thought it was going to be Tatui on the Ornn duty, but now obviously still going to be a lot of tanks open. Obviously, the Ornn being the strongest blind pick top.
Sion there as well.
Yeah, I got Sion there as well. It could look to do that. We're not going to talk about hovers. I'm just going to ignore what's happening right now. That's what I learned last time around. I was casting. But, I would just expect some sort of top blind pick coming in there from Tatui. And
I'd say at this point you probably pick your jungle because you don't want to reveal where your Soraka goes, whether it is mid lane or top lane. You might want to keep it like on the safer side, if you will. I find Xin Zhao a very neutral pick right here because he's creating that mid shield in front of the Twitch to actually play the game. So far you've got so much peeling and healing and shielding coming from the Soraka, the Xin Zhao, and the Nautilus that does this rat make it to the late game. It's gonna be really difficult if XL do not have a go button on the rat to actually catch him, and they're gonna have to keep track of him the entire fight.
Position completed now for JDXL. We get the Gnar, we get the Volibear. What do you guys believe is going to be the last?
I'm disappointed. This is very boring.
It's not Torok. He's on vacation.
Am I wrong?
On vacation.
Nah, you're not wrong. That is correct statement. Obviously, Torok. Wait, what? That's not boring. That's the Yasuo top.
Thank you, Singularity. Holy. Okay, so this is the easiest go button. Literally, Nautilus puts ultimate onto someone. Yasuo can instantly fling to the backside and follow. My only question is, if he flings into the backside, who follows with the Yasuo? Because you have Wish from Soraka, sure, but then I'm seeing the entirety of XL kind of like piling up on that Yasuo, which then frees the Twitch to do a bunch of damage while XL sights are set onto someone else. So I like what Singularity are bringing. I think they have lost a bunch of lane prio. Soraka doesn't get lane prio. Yasuo doesn't get lane prio. Twitch doesn't get lane prio. And you've got a Xin Zhao, so...
Yeah, if I'm Pop this game, I'm really crying. Yeah, kind of 3 losing lanes in the early game at least. I mean, maybe they can turn it around with some sort of Xin cheese gank. But right now, I'm just looking at Dan as well. This guy has so much on his shoulder in this game. He has kind of 3 prior lanes. He has a smorgasbord, as I like to call it, of options to choose from. And looks, if Singularity can get through without getting too behind in lane phase, it's looking good for them, but JDXL obviously kind of famous for getting ahead in the early game.
My question is, Volibear, we saw tower dives from Gilius on the Volibear in the LEC. I wonder if we're going to see a tower dive in this game.
Especially if Yuumi attaches to the bear, it's going to be a dangerous combo. So Pop comes in with a new strategy with a Yasuo on top side as well for Tatui. Let's see if that's enough to take down the unbeatable, the unkillable JDXL. It's on to you guys, initialize, and I'm Meta.
Dangerous combo. I think that applies to us too. Mainly dangerous to your eardrums because we're a bit problematic for you guys to listen to, aren't you? Let's be real. Interesting drafts here.
Yes.
That's a fair statement to start with.
We've kind of become used to Singularity drafting. It was what actually I think it was Yeppe who was saying, a little bit of cheese with every draft, with every meal. It never goes wrong. And they've drafted a lot of strange junglers. Now, Pop just got 4-banned. That Poppy ban, it's the Poppy. I've cast that many times in the university scene. I know that Torok on the other side was saying like, yeah, I used to, work with this guy in the university scene. Let's make sure we can get down that jungle diff. But it feels like that jungle has become a lot more standard. It's the top lane where I really want to talk about, though.
Absolutely. But speaking of cheese, we're going to have some on the Rift today. It's part of a healthy 5-game day. Your 5-a-day of games, we're on to game 2 of set of those, and this is a big one. Singularity 0-6, JDXL undefeated at 6-0. Literal first versus last competition, and M&M, Singularity's nearest competition, looked good in their last match. Looked very good. They were inches away from taking down Bifrost, and Singularity are looking at them as their kind of nearest competition. As we've been stating, relegations are looming at the end of the split, and Singularity to start picking up wins. Against JDXL, though, that is a tall order.
It's a tough ass. So I very much agree with what the desk said. Porp gonna have a bit of a rough time in this game, playing around 3 arguably losing lanes. I think that mid lane is never gonna get pushed from Soraka early on, or at least it's not gonna be impactful enough to do anything. Yes, give us that butt wiggle. Oh, yeah, Corgi power. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. But
that's a great butt wiggle.
However,
I love it.
However,
no.
just quickly.
No, we're talking about the Corgi.
But what
production? Why are you taking it away? Why are you taking the Corgi away? Thank you. Look at that glorious Corgi butt.
Yeah, we're not here to talk about laning phases. This is arguably going to be the most sleeper of them. Yeah.
All right, we can move on now. We've
start leveling up that Q. You can get some lane push, but on the whole, you're not really going to be able to impact the map as something like a Soraka. 2v2. When you have a Nautilus into Yuumi, weird stuff can happen, but given just the huge amount of burst you can get out of a Lucian Brion, things get a little bit awkward. Now Tatui starting with the E on Yasuo. So I actually used to be friends with a Yasuo mate. Went by the name of Yasmuo, actually, with the little weird symbol to make it look similar in name. But he talked me through a lot of this matchup when it first came out, because we used to play all the way back in Season 5 together. And this was a matchup where you have so many ways to really annoy Minina. You get on top of them, they can't just hop away, especially if there are minions nearby. And if you block the boomerang with the wind wall, even if it hits you, you throw it backwards, you don't get to catch it and then get your cooldown back. Now you've thrown out basically to no avail in bot lane. So we're going to go continue talking about the Yasuo matchup on the top side. But if there is a point where Tatooine can get onto Cries in a extended kind of fight post level 3, of course, when you have that wind wall. If you manage to block that boomerang and you get to fight just the mini-Gnar, things get really awkward.
He takes a lot of damage down there, and not going to be anything too much more there. I thought maybe there'd be a bit more. And I mean, I love that Yasuo point you're building up as maybe we'll have to come back to that, as there is a little bit of attempt in the mid lane, but Dan is around, and the mid jungle for JDXL has been such a power point for this team. When the team's been getting leads early on, it's been through the mid jungle, and Porp gonna try and dive forwards. Should have a way out of here, actually, but maybe
not bad, actually.
zoned out of his wrapped a bit potentially, but of course there is, of course, a Soraka in the mid lane, which does mean that the health bars are always a little deceptive, and Dan, when they beat Bifrost, was doing exactly this. The early pressure mid lane to really pressure the enemy team on their red buff, on their Raptors.
See that again, actually blocks the boomerang. That's what you're aiming to do, but you have to play aggressively. It means that they've pushed up. Dan's on the top side of the map. Tatooine didn't respect it. It's going to be dead.
Good flash, but he's going to get stunned under the tower. It'll be a flash for Flash, but the Yasuo is down. It is not a fun matchup, Volibear into Yasuo. You don't have a lot you can block.
And you are very, very happy as down to trade your flash for the Yasuo, because the Yasuo, Gnar, we talked about the matchup kind of being about, you know, this mini Gnar kind of interaction. It's also pretty close. Gnar is actually just a very strong duelist if you let them auto-attack. Not having that flash, that's horrible news to Singularity. We talked about them having arguably losing lanes. Give up a kill like that, you definitely got losing lanes after that point.
Outside's in trouble. Venza flashing in, but gets hooked to the tower. He's going to take so many tower shots. Venza falls first blood. Now, Percy trying to get some more. FGG is got a lot of HP, but Spiky in the camouflage will not fall, and they get away with it. It's a 1-for-1. Oh, sorry, 1-for-1 in terms of kills overall.
Oh, gosh. And again, like when we talk about 2v2, oh, yeah, you know, when you got Nautilus into Yuumi, it can get a little bit awkward, but Lucian's got a lot of burst. A lot of burst shown on the table, but it's under the turret. I know that we've talked a lot about tower diving in the meta. Wow, the towers are less strong. Maybe you can dive nowadays. Yeah, maybe not like that. A little bit too far off the beaten track. And one of the big things, actually, that comes into this is that Venza steps into the Twitch W and has basically a full stack of poison very early on. Well, it doesn't get full stack, but either way, like, it's a lot of extra damage kind of coming in, and they just fail the damage calculation just ever so slightly.
Porp is hatching a ward up there, so Cries knows exactly what's going on. And Venza and FGG, may I remind you all, are the current kill and assist leaders in the whole damn league right now. And we have seen them be incredibly dominant in lane. But you have to remember a little bit from just last split where we did see a little bit of them flipping some of those early plays against themselves.
And also,
every now and
I
then.
saw a tweet just before we went live of some of the posts, the pre-game chat. It's completely sanitary in this case, so I know some strange things can happen in them, but this one was JDXL saying, yeah, by the way, our bot lane has like 20 deaths already, so like our AD carry has 20 deaths already in the games that we played. Go visit him.
No.
And then I believe the response was from Tatooine, I don't even know what our deaths are across this split so far. So a little bit of fun between these two teams, and it does kind of, again, come to a bit of truth as Venza dies that one more time. Still controlling this laning phase, though. Spikey's still not really getting access to farm, and this Lucian Yuumi is going to be a little awkward to deal with for the immediate future of Singularity.
Worth pointing out that Spikey and Person are both running Ignite, by the way. It's not a single Ignite, it's a double Ignite down here to try and combat that healing potentially down there.
You can only assume that's a mistake, but either way, more burn damage. Maybe that's why they used it on that level 1.
Exactly, so they do have that if they can alternate, but it is worth pointing that out. Dan is around, and Paul is around here as well, so this will now be a 3v3. They're going in, but look who's here, it's Dan! So much healing because a wish from Soraka can allow a bit of a turnaround. Now they need to try and extricate themselves. No one falls, but Paul has to burn the flash, and Piccione has to pop that wish.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a very important one to use. It means that that play doesn't go completely south, but without
that means a solo bolo for the solo bolo king! It's another one to the list. 14th thus far in summer.
And this is a matchup with Singularity drafted for. They said, you know what, Soraka mid, that's going to be fine. Soraka is pretty okay at neutralizing some games. Actually, to my knowledge, the only other time I've cast a Soraka was actually into Kiana. You're pretty okay to, yeah, that was way back in 2020, LGL. That was a long time ago. One of the very first games we cast, actually.
Ninja's Soraka, if I remember right. If anybody remembers Ninja, was once of World Elite, and then, of course, of TDK. Went over to the LGL.
Okay, so anyway, there's loads of different cross things about Soraka mid of all champions. Maybe think back to that. But either way, the overall story of this, and promise there is a point, is that you can nullify even quite dangerous lanes. This is a matchup which they picked for. This is a matchup which they hid until that last pick to get that Yasuo into that top side too. But it does, sadly, look like it's not quite been as neutralizing as they would have liked to do. I don't know if it's going to fall out of control from that point, but still, Gold, you'd rather not be going to a Corki who, as much as you heal loads and loads, is going to be very dangerous when it comes to the late game.
Kryze is near Mega, but Porp is around. Does miss the Steel Tempest. Kryze very near to Mega, and I don't know how much they want that particular fight. You can fight him in Mini, but not in Mega as that Yasuo. But it's an interesting one to remember, because I remember when Yasuo was in fact considered a counter, as you were saying to me.
That's what I was saying.
But like, because
Season
that was back when...
5, that was the time when Yasuo was not played at all, besides into Nara on that top side. You can also build Triforce and Frozen Mallet.
That's the one I was reminding, because of course, Impact notoriously beat Huni on the Nara vs Yasuo matchup way back when Immortals were on that crazy undefeated run. Lost in the lower brackets to Cloud9 when they did some of their crazy goals.
You are citing the ancient tomes.
I am indeed.
Of course, we were there when they were written, but many people honestly go back and watch those games. There's a real history there. I love going back to some of the historical games of the league and seeing this. But you know, what's more recent history is Porp sitting this bush. The longer he stays there, it might become a bit more ancient history because he's been up there for quite a while already.
There's a Herald that's been kind of taken all the while this has been happening, and Tatooine just not able to make this one up. Because, of course, Porp does have strictly a knock-up if he can get that third empowered order from 3 Talon Strike, but it's just not been available. And Kryze has played this matchup in terms of the distancing very well, has yet to be fall foul of even being damaged by both players up there right now.
So, we saw that 1 kill go towards that bot side, but 2 kills onto the solo lanes of Singularity means that JDXL find themselves into an advantage. They have CS score leads across the board, including that jungle. We've seen how much time Porp has spent trying to force some plays wherever they can do. Oh, it's actually a dash cancelled, but...
Yeah, does have the wind wall, but he's trying to play around it best he can. Kryze down into Mini now, just get knocked up, gonna take a lot of damage afterwards, but now can Kryze play this one out best he can. The wish comes through and makes this one a lot more challenging, but the minion discrepancies means that Tatooine just doesn't have the damage available. Piccione keeps his top laner alive, but can't make that 1v1 a winning trade, really, for Tatooine.
And it does feel sad when you sat here as this Soraka thinking, hey, I can impact global plays. We can turn this into a winning situation. What it's actually being used for is to bail out bad aggressive plays which have needed that little extra bit of gas in the tank, and it's just not landed so far. Singularity would have loved for those to come to fruition. It's just not happened. Singularity sat once again an early game disadvantage. And while I appreciate what they've done with the Soraka in terms of, hey, we can go for these plays, the plays just haven't been executed the way they want to.
And the desk's premonitions about Porp's woes in the jungle with the way the lanes were going to be working out was definitely true, but there is a fight in the bot side as Venza has to flash away, heal and exhaust pop for FGG, and now the Ignite afterwards allows the kill back. Spiky being called down, trying to turn this one around best he can, but there's just not enough. And Venza and FGG get their vengeance for the early failed tower dive.
I didn't know we had hobbits in the bot lane. What about a second Ignite? They put a second one down at the Venza, and it just doesn't matter. Doesn't work. Doesn't matter. Meat's back on the menu, and Person and Spiky both dying, and this time they didn't have a Soraka ult. They didn't have one for this top lane either. The knock-up misses.
Oh, that's problematic. Now Kreis can start running this one down. Forces to flash out of the Yasuo. Nightbringer skin he might be wielding, but it is looking increasingly like just general lights out in this game.
Once again, it is aggressive plays on both sides of the map, which just aren't executed the way that Singularity want to. This time, there is no Soraka ult. They don't have that ability to maybe bail out the worst case scenario of these plays. Now Tatari without flash, but with an ultimate, Person might be able to make this one work. Remember, there is a depth charge. There's a knock-up indeed. Lots of damage, but the Megador afterwards puts the Yasuo into the wall. He's so down low, throws the wind wall, trying to play for that best he can. So much EMS! It's here with the package! Delivery is secured! And, I mean, I get that you have a knock-up, but that's the Meganar. That's the thing we said, you don't want to fight. Didn't have that Ignite from the final play, and the recall gets away.
You should have checked the app messages. You know when the package is being delivered. You get a little app notification for the global sound. Check when FedEx is delivering people. Cries. Gets hooked, but there's just not enough HP on Tattoo as he goes through and gets slammed straight to the wall.
Oh gosh, and even with the wind wall making things a little close and a cancelled auto attack, it's not enough for them to turn it around. And package even stops the follow-up troops from Singularity to making it to that play. JDXL, once again, the beneficiaries of that aggressive play.
Try and get in here. That's a depth charge, but the final chapter will prevent too easy a follow-up as Porp is rooted in place. Dan's on the dragon, and every time a proactive play is tried to be set up from Singularity, it hasn't worked. Porp's been in that top side so many times, yet to really get anything. We've only seen one kill go over the way of Singularity, and that was after a botched 2v2 tower dive.
Oh, here we go.
Now in mid lane, Stormbringer's at Spiky trying to flash away to keep people alive. The wish come through, but the wish is not granted. We'll get a kill now on Avenger. Maybe the turnaround can start coming through. Dan, so very low, but there is a Yuumi on top of him. Means so much heal. The bottom block is doing what it can, but Person gets out. It's a double to Tatoo's Yasuo, who needs a 0-9 power spike when you can just get a triple kill in the damn mid lane.
Okay, so now even JDXL are falling prey to this. If you are making the aggressive play, the disengaged play has trumped the aggressive. Singularity pick up a lot of kills onto this lane matchup, counter into the Nart, and 3 kills onto a hyperscaling crit carry. Yes, please, I'll take that.
A wish is a dream your top laner makes. Comes away with this. Honestly, I thought after the wish came through, it didn't get enough done. I thought it was Dune. But they get Venza, and then it's a 3v2 with a Yasuo starting to run rampant.
And at this point, at this point in the game, even though Lethal Tempo is a rune which has lost a lot of early game efficacy, you're still stacking it up incredibly quickly to get so many auto attacks through. Multiple knockups from the Yasuo, of course. Your Q gets reduced cooldown when you start stacking that Lethal Tempo rune. Singularity gets stuck in, and for once, they're rewarded for it.
That is a critical moment. Of course, they're still down 5,000 gold, 2 dragons. It's a big difference. What have you got for me?
I haven't been checking items too closely.
Yes.
I'm sure Twitch chat has picked this up
yes.
for me. That ain't no Kraken Slayer.
I saw that.
You saw it. Well, you didn't bloody tell me. It's an Ashes 2. Okay. It's, of course, you've got the Hail of Blades on the Twitch, and that means what you're looking at is an AP burst switch. And you've already got that second AD carry towards the top lane, which can start helping cause the Shinzao put out some physical damage in Twitch's place.
And in fairness, otherwise you would have been very AD heavy, so I think that is an astute switch up on the Twitch who does have that ability to flex the build path a little bit like Kaiser's of old. What have you got for me?
Well, the thing is, though, like, you say that, it's like, all of this, it would have been very physical damage heavy. A lot of champions have actually been making their way from ARAM builds onto Summoner's Rift. We saw the AP Kaiser, Duskblade Imperial Mandate, CDR Poke build, Ash, that kind of thing. And I have to say, I did once play against Leandri's Soraka, and it had like a super strong front line. I was like, I wonder if that's the next really awful thing to come out of him. Anyway, not in this game. This
Rice is down to the mini. Oh my days, just out of range of that steel very well. Porps here, I think they can just go for this. Throws the Crescent Guard for the easy knock-up into the last breath. Yours, not mine, says Tatui, and secures another kill. Shut down. 4-2-0.
Oh, M&S trying to get some trading back. Takes 2 turret shots, but you're absolutely right. That extra gold onto the Yasuo, very important. Once again, even with that CS going so far in the favor of that Gnar, the Cull popped in.
Oh, Piccione is in so much trouble. Flash, but there's a Stormbringer. Stunned in place, does have the wish, keeps himself a little bit alive, but not for much longer. That little bit runs out. There's a Herald in inventory. Dan's taking some tower shots, though, so needs to be a little bit aware. I'm not sure what Porp can do to stop this, though. So it's looking like a tier 2 going down.
The ult can't stop this Herald charge. That's going to be the tower going down. Of course, inner turrets give a lot of gold over. So much we've been talking about the gold onto the Yasuo. I mean, that's kind of like the hope. That's the silver lining. I guess the reason we're not talking about JDXL and the amount of gold they have is because it's an awful lot. Actually, last M&S played that Corki versus Singularity and got 5 solo kills in that game. On that Corki in this game has an absolutely absurd advantage. Once again, in an individual capacity, huge amounts of gold on the Corki. So while that is the bright spark from Singularity, that Corki is going to be monstrous to deal with.
Full credit there to Christ, by the way. That was a perfectly timed boulder as the Gromp was coming through. I appreciate the very smooth timing on that. Of course, you can work it out with the Toad coming through, but he was very much on Gromp there on spawn. Porp trying to challenge for this blue buff. I just don't know how doable it actually is. The Equinox will come through as Porp slowed down by the Bone Meringue. Not too much more though. And Singularity, they found a few feel-good plays. They've managed to get some feel-good kills onto Yasuo, but it's come at a cost. We're going to see a bit of a fight instead. Never mind talking about big picture when the small picture is a fight in mid lane that we're seeing JDXL win single-handedly. It feels like as M&S comes in with a package and a bone to pick. Money kills in the mid lane. Only Tatui, the Fed member, who ain't there.
He teleported behind them, but Singularity started the fight without him. You have those 4 kills on the Yasuo. You have a couple of items at least with that, and he's still not there for the fight. Singularity, like I said, it feels like they had some feel-good plays. That was their story of spring, actually, throughout their losing streak. They might have some feel-good plays, but what have they got outside of that? 2-level advantage for Kryze, even with that gold. Onto Yasuo means that there's no feel-good moments here for Tatui in the isolated 1v1, even with that amount of gold funneled into that champion.
A reminder, of course, this is Person's first game on the Rift, the new member towards Singularity, who did help out, turn around that bot lane play, has been involved with 4 out of the 5 kills, has done his very best to make things happen, but unfortunately the map has kind of collapsed in terms of the gold, in terms of the towers, just in terms of the control, really, that even when you are getting these single kills, it came at the cost of a kill and a tier 2. It came at the cost of all the camps out of your red side jungle. Nothing is ever for free, and the cost is sky high. It's part of what's made JDXL so dangerous, it's their ability to just get more out of every play.
Of course, JDXL still remaining defeatless.
Might be a moment, though. Gets the hook, it's onto Mini now, but can they secure the kill? Hopping away, Tatui trying to get another hit, and that's a decent use of the wind becoming lightning. But will it strike twice? The heal comes through from FGG to keep them alive now. Porp being rooted in the place, does have the Crescent Guard to come keep people alive, but they're going straight into it. Mega Gnar now coming through, the wish is there, though. And Ventus in trouble on the other side, shuts down, but that will be a trade back for the jungler as the Soraka, I apologize, didn't nearly call them the wish. In goes the Storm, bringing Volley Bear, and Bear trumps them all, carving them apart with the frenzied mauls. Tatui trying to run away alongside Person, but Person falls. He is deceased, an ex-Person, and only Spiky and Tatui are the ones to get out of that one with their health bars blinking, but alive.
Pining for the fountain with Singularity in that fight, and they just, again, couldn't quite find the right angle. This time at least Tatui was there. They start off with the CC combo, involved that last breath, and this time though, it felt like that gold advantage was too much, and you can shut down Venza. Yes, that Lucian is a lot of damage, but what we talked about, oh, you know, there's this second carry of Tatui in the top lane for Singularity. Well, yeah, we already talked about the Corki on the other side with that much gold. 5-0 and 4, building towards what looks like a Hydra as that third item. That is so much damage. We saw that come to fruition in that fight.
I just want to point out that is a nearly 13, well, 12,500 gold lead to JDXL. I won't quite round up yet, but it is getting very close to a very unlucky number for Singularity. It is a, frankly disgusting
One more good
discrepancy.
fight from M&S, and he could actually double his lane opponent's gold. That is, and I get that this is a Soraka that's likely been dropping farm for the carries. I get that's something that's going to happen. Either way, that amount of gold is, well, I mean, at this point, actually, an exceptionally good fight or two. You might even be doubling the enemy AD carries gold.
You're looking at nearly 2 completed items worth of gold difference there.
Let's see if they can make it in this
goes
fight.
over. Crescent Guard is down, but Dan now going to try and get onto Person, who is being left to the Bears. Never mind Wolves at this point. Make it a dire variety because it's a dire look in this game. JDXL find themselves a kill. They'll back off towards the Baron. And they have got themselves a soul to collect afterwards in 2 minutes.
That's going to overlap perfectly. If they take this Baron, they have a lot of damage. They can take that pop. Has a smite. Doesn't have an easy way into the pit. Checks out that brush, but again, JDXL with complete ascendancy over the map. They don't really have any angle to start this fight off with.
4 versus 5. Singularity decides they must attempt a contest, and Spiky! The rat gets splatted! It's a mousetrap this time around, and it works just as well on Sewer Rats. The AD carry is dead. The big one misses, but Singularity are forced straight away from the Baron pit before they can even begin to think about contesting.
JDXL didn't even have to choose between a Baron turn and
M&S in a 1 versus 4. Still trying to play this without M&S. Has got a Yuumi on top. There's the wish. Is Tattooing going in for a last breath? But I think it's Singularities this time around. They cannot make it work. They're gasping. They're drowning. And there is just no more air to have. JDXL have well and truly suffocated Singularity out of this game. And that is it. It's lights out. And a good night for Singularity.
That'll be the 7-0. It'll be the 0-7 Singularity. We saw M&M do so
Lordy
well.
Lord.
Just before them saying they look stronger than a 1-5 team. Singularity, sadly, looking like they have done for most of this split. They've had bright moments, but failed to to string them together, failed to have anything leading towards those nexuses.
And the game ends with an 18,000 gold lead for JDXL. It will be 22.5 minutes on the clock, and they'll celebrate a little as they get more on the fountain. My God, it's disgusting. Will this be another solo kill? A triple for M&S onto the fountain. They're gonna get some more. They're just standing there. It is absolute demolition. A quadra kill to M&S on the fountain with rockets alone.
Well, can't say that they didn't stamp the mark in this game. You can't say that JDXL didn't show up and give themselves a very strong performance. A lot of the time, you can't take much from these games. I think in this one, it was really impressive to see that JDXL had such a level of lethality to put Singularity to the sword and just say, look, we're better players at this point. We are outplaying your lanes, and it doesn't matter what individual strategies you've got. We are more than the match for it.
We asked JDXL coming into this split to show us more consistency, to show what they were showing at the beginning of spring and which we saw fall off. This is exactly the kind of game you want to see from your front runner in summer when they are already in the lead. They put the last place team to the sword. Singularity fall. But that's enough from us for now. We'll throw it over to Asherom and the crew to take it from here.
Thank you, Initialize, and good cast. Fast game, one of the fastest so far of the split, or at least from this patch. And JDXL still undefeated. Singularity not even making a dent on what JD brought in.
I just want to bring up that the JDXL is right now 7-0.
Correct.
They need two more games.
Okay.
And they can go undefeated for an entire first half of the split.
That would be a good story, but until then...
That would be a bad story for you, mate, because then you would have to make the apology video.
No, it's at the end of the split.
Playoffs included? Nah.
No playoffs. Just regular split.
Okay.
I mean, Torak was the one making the bets, so I just take it.
Okay, we'll just take it.
I just have to say, I mean, Singularity, obviously coming in with a new member today. Maybe, I mean, I was trying to inject Copium into Singularity, into us on the desk as well. But when you draft kind of 3 losing lanes, and you have Dan on Volibear as well, I mean, They just look completely lost. I mean, they even turned around the kill. Vance and FGG was really feeling frisky in that 2v2 early. They got the turnaround, but even then, it didn't matter. It felt like Singularity couldn't really play through anything this game.
I just feel like Venter and FGG were the rascal kids in this particular game. And that was like, whoop, bring these two guys back, boys, because we can lose.
And without further ado, for the first time in the interviews, I have the pleasure to not talk with Torok from the JDXL side.
Finally.
It is with the jungler, the man of the hour, Dan. I think it is.
Hello.
There he is!
I have my two inters behind me, okay? That's what I have here. This is what it is.
Is it bot lane?
It is what it is. Yep. Pleasure to meet you finally, Dan. Welcome to the show. And this was a game. I mean, to start off, nice haircut. I was forced to do this, by the way. And did you have any pressure playing into Singularity? Because you didn't lose a single game, and you go versus the team that didn't got a single victory. Was there any sort of pressure on that moment?
I don't think so from us, to be honest. Like, I know last split in LEC, there was Rogue losing their win streak to Australis, which is pretty similar. So I had that in my mind, but no, we just said we won't show too much today. We just play the game and just try to end clean. And I think we didn't end clean, but we ended quickly at least.
I just have to ask the hard-hitting question, Dan, the golden one. What's it going to take for JDXL to not go undefeated this split? What's it going to take for the other teams to take you down?
I mean, it's not going to be that hard for them, I think. We've had a few shaky games so far. We've not been as clean as I would like us to be, but I think, honestly, it's up to us if we lose or not. And it's just how we use our time, our practice, and yeah, we'll go undefeated if we play well.
There was a lot of conversation in the previous split when we were looking into Eminez and the way he was playing like the guy, the golden god from the mid lane. But this split now, it seems like you want to take that spot for the team of JDXL. You are one of the best junglers so far in the league. You've shown up as well. If JDXL is undefeated, I mean, you have a big paper on that one. What is happening in your mind right now looking into the summer split? Because it seems like Dan click the Dan trigger, if you know what I mean.
I mean, I just decided for this split that I want to show a broader pool, I guess. Last split I was on Volibear duty a lot, and maybe this split we're falling back into that. But no, my goal is to get back into LEC, so I just beat what's in front of me and just keep doing my best. I'm happy that, like, last split we gave a lot of flexibility to Eminez on champion pool, and this split I think I'm getting a bit more. Like, I managed to pull out Shyvana with, like, I think we only scrimmed 3 games of it or something. And we have more stuff that we're preparing, so I guess we just wait and see in jungle, and I'm happy that I've got the flexibility to do what I want this split.
Is one of those things a flubber boy, a green guy?
It could be. It could be a green boy. Yeah.
It could be a green boy. Okay, that makes me happy.
Pantheon too, you know. We'll see.
Could be what?
Could be Pantheon too.
Oh man.
It's only my champion that's not viable in the jungle. Like, I cannot.
I mean, you can play with daggers, but if you have a spear and shield, it's quite different then. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for the interview. Finally, I get to talk with someone that is not Torok, man. Thank you so much for that moment, and I'll see you soon. Good luck on the rest of the split, man.
Thanks.
We didn't get a wave.
I mean, that's a lot of pressure. New interview, new background. It's a lot to take in. I mean, that's...
Background. That was Venser and FGG,
that was
I assume.
And of course the horse is FGG because of Rella.
I don't know. It's a tribute.
And of course,
it's
very buffy horse. So I'm guessing it's FGG carrying.
It was kind of ironic considering FGG was on Yumi this game. It's actually so
just
funny.
The opposite of what we usually see. FGG in the more supportive role, no engage, and that leaves more door for Dan to actually step in as the engagement tool of the team. I mean, they seem clean. There's nothing to talk about JDXL.
No, I think he's just happy. I'm just happy for Dan because obviously, as I mentioned, I think I watched him in another split as well. I feel like he was kind of only, not only, but he was most of the time kind of facilitating his other laners. And to see him now as saying as himself that he gets more like kind of a say in what he has to kind of has to play in the draft as well. Like picking up the Shyvana, obviously. It's really nice for him. So, I mean, it looks like he's having a good time.
Let's approach the other side. Let's approach into Singularity. I know Spiky is with us for the interview, so we need to talk about a lot in this game. And also, new changes in the team. Spiky, you're there?
Hello, hello.
Hello, welcome back to the show. Okay, so big news, and we need to address those. You got a new support right now. How are things going with the new support?
I mean, it's going good, right? I mean, I think Pearson is a good addition to the team. He brings a lot of motivation to the lads, right? And doesn't have a huge defeat streak behind him, so it's been good.
Also, how was the approach to this game versus JDXL? Obviously, you didn't have enough time to work with the new support and set up everything, but just as you told us, he brings a lot of new action into the game. How was the preparations versus JDXL?
I mean, I feel like the draft is what it is, right? I mean, we're a bit limited in draft with champion pools and whatnot, but I think the game plan was basically just try to like play around me and Tato a bit for the silence and just chill a mid and try to scale and then maybe take it into the late game, because I feel like it's really hard to compete with XL in the early game, right? And set up objectives correctly. So the plan was basically just to take it easy early and then try to overcome the issues later on in the game. Didn't really work, but I mean, it's a shot, right?
Hey, you got the 2v2 down bot lane.
Yes.
It worked in the early game.
You did. I kind of want to ask you a bit about the mental part of the aspect of the game. We talked to Michigan as well, and he was still kind of positive, even though the results maybe have not been what he liked. I feel like it's a similar place for you as well. And as another Swedish fellow AD carry, what do you think that you are doing and the team as well to like kind of keep the mental up in a spot like this?
I mean, I think you need to inhale a lot of copium to play on this role. I mean, it's really hard. Like, I mean, I think me and the lads, like, we're really good friends by this point, right? And we've been through last split together, and like, we've been there before. And like, when the other team start to mental boom, that's when we keep our mental and like take our shot, right? Hopefully, it comes sooner this time around than last split, right? So we can get more than 2 wins. But I mean, I think nothing can break this mental. I think especially with Pearson coming in, like showing some new motivation to the team, like we're just gonna keep working, right? So
okay, to wrap it up,
we'll be good.
Spiky, tell me something. We were talking about the Champion Select specifically, and I heard something about at the time, Jeppe, that you guys were going to do your own draft. How is it going right now? How is the team drafting into the games?
I think we have struggled finding our identity, really. Like last split, we played a lot heavier on me and Jeppe, right? We found a lot of solo kills in the bot lane and played around that, but I think we've been struggling a lot with that, especially Jeppe leaving now. We don't really have anything to play for, so I think drafting is really hard since a lot of our champion pools are limited as well. We kind of have to be a bit creative and try to come up with new stuff, but I think at this level, the teams are really good at preparing. I think XL kind of read what we wanted to draft with the kind of had the Udyr in mind and the Lily as well, right? They took that away, so we kind of had to improvise a little bit as well. But I mean, I think going forward, we'll prepare better in draft to give ourselves a better shot at winning, I think.
Okay, a team with a new, fresh air. So thank you so much for this interview, Spiky. Best of luck throughout the rest of the split, and I'll see you soon.
Tack man.
He did it, he did it.
Wave!
Right at the end, Spiky did it. He waved at us.
We got him!
We got the synergy as well, all three of us at the same time. Hey,
clean.
We got communication. We got communication going on. Let's look into the standings to see how this game affected the standings. The last team is still in last place, but JDXL extend the lead by 2 games.
Ubok would be very happy about this.
You would?
Not because Singularity is 0-7 or XL is 7-0, but because he keeps the symmetry going. He was so adamant about how if one team is 7-0, another one needs to be 0-7. The only thing that's breaking this apart is that Bifrost are 5-2, but M&M are not 2-5. Yeah, this is like messing up a little bit with Gubok's idea of symmetry.
God damn it.
But yet again, I think another clean game from JDXL works really well for them. They needed to show how clean they are, even though they are 6-0. It didn't seem that they were that clean. Now they've showed 7-0 back to back. And for Singularity, I think that kill on the JDXL bot lane might give them that little spark that they need to just push forward.
Maybe when we talk about a team that is playing with that friendship and all the synergy that they have between themselves, not inside of the game, but between themselves, that could be the spark, just having fun with the game regardless of the outcome, which leads into the next one, X7 versus Nuriki. Now, we have a lot to digest on this one, but before we do so, we are doing a little bit of a challenge with the junglers, trying to test their skill and prowess with Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge. This time, we challenge MC to try his best and see what time he could get in while I was being a nuisance. So let's see what happened and if MC succeeded or he failed horribly. Take a look.
Or if you annoyed him a lot.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge. I have the pleasure to be with X7 jungler nowadays, MC. Welcome back. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me.
Are you kind of nervous with this challenge?
Yeah, I feel like some junglers have like mastered the art of clearing, but I think I'm fine. I think I can manage.
Okay, so you have to pick Lee Sin, but runes though, and some of the spells. What are you taking?
Regular runes, but I'm gonna take attack speed. For a bit of an edge in the clearing department.
Is that all you're gonna do?
Yeah, I think then I'm just fine.
So you think Conqueror is going to help you in the jungle?
Oh, I could take this, technically. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. This should be the one. Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
let's go.
Okay, it's locked in, by the way. Gathering Storm doesn't proc until later in the game, so that's a rune that's not going to be useful. It's done. It's up to you. It's up to you. Oh, that was a fast one. You took the flash instead of the ghost, by the way. I want to see where you use the flash, because it's all about tempo. It's all about tempo.
I forgot about that. It's okay. I think I can make... If I start bot, maybe 322?
322. Okay.
Could be a bit faster.
You cannot use anything from the practice tool, by the way.
Yeah.
Everybody use the custom game. You're in practice tool. You cannot use anything. Tell me something, MC. Where are you gonna start and with which skill are you gonna use?
I'm gonna start red and go Q. Then I think I'm gonna go into E. And then W.
Why Q?
Q deals like the most damage to like single target. But usually you want to take, if you solo start, you might want to take W. But since we're just doing it for the speed, I'm just gonna take E.
You do know that E is lower cooldown, don't you?
Yes.
Not just asking. That
Yeah.
I'm not trying to mix it ideas. I'm just asking.
Nah, it should be good.
Okay, so we're gonna get a Q start to begin with. Tell me something. Why don't you have shadows? What is up with you guys in shadows?
I just have it like on the lowest thing.
And a weird position as well. Why is that? Because I'm getting a lot of that.
For me, it's like it used to be for the FPS because I used to play on a laptop.
Okay.
But I've kind of got used to it. Like I feel like high settings can be like overwhelming. So yeah, I just go lowest thing.
Do you believe if you picked Nidalee, you would be faster than with Lee Sin on the full clear?
Yeah, of course.
Why is that?
I mean, Nidalee just clears faster. Also, I played her a lot.
So Lee Sin is mostly about getting the ganks, the early ganks, and all that.
Yeah.
If you didn't main Nidalee, who would you main?
I think it's between Graves, Lee Sin, and Rumble.
So it could be Lee Sin jungle.
Yeah. It's one of my most favorite champs.
So can we say you're practicing to bring him to competitive, like the full Lee Sin?
Hopefully on next patch, because this patch or the live patch they buffed Lee Sin a bit. So hopefully he's good again to pick.
You feel him being fast now?
No.
Huh.
I'm a bit slow.
Am I getting on your mind as we talk?
Yeah, you are.
I mean, that's not you're getting a little bit low, though. You're getting a little bit low.
It's okay.
Durability patch for the win, I would say.
It's just a bit slow.
You told me 320. You're now at 247, 48 before the Wolves. Are you still a believer on a 320?
Not really, no.
Okay. Are you going to attempt to do blue buff and Grump at the same time?
Yeah, I am. I have to flash here.
Okay. Wait, did the wolf die?
Yeah, he died.
Okay.
Oh no. this is really bad.
315. He calls upon the Gromp.
Oh no.
We Gromp.
I think I'm gonna be the last in this challenge.
I don't know. 328. It's running a little bit late for you, man. At least from the time you were saying 320. Okay, 333.
For context,
Taxa forgot Smite.
Really? And he was
How is
faster?
MC second?
No way, man.
Also, man, I would hate your guts if I was doing this challenge.
Yeah.
I'm kind of an annoying guy.
What if this Leeson was in Italy?
Do you think you would clear faster if you were Nidalee in this game?
So my objective from now on is to be as annoying as I can get.
You did a good job. Yeah, 10 out of 10. You did a really good job.
I may not win the challenge, but I'll be annoying, guys. All for you guys, all for you. Well, so we know this, and apparently MC really enjoys Lee Sin. He's an AD jungler. Maybe he can pick it into Nuriki because they need that early advantage versus Nuriki, no?
I love the fact that we mentioned MC. I love the fact that we had MC onto this content piece as well, because I feel like he is someone on X7 that has gotten a little bit forgotten. With so many veteran names coming onto the roster, such as Tempt, Attila, Kasing, you're bringing in fresh blood from Korea as well, chasing in the top lane. I feel like MC is a little bit in the deep. Like, he's got that AP champion pool that could be played right now. Lilia has been banned. Gragas is potentially back. You know, Rumble can work. Diana works a lot.
Yeah.
We've seen it in the LEC as well from G2. But it feels like nobody else in his team is gonna take the L just so he can play the AP junglers. But there's a bunch of AD champions that MC played last split. The Hecarim being one where he ran down JDXL in these playoffs with Graves and the Lee Sin, which we also saw soft played earlier on. So there are avenues. I just do not want to see Senna, Azir, Viego again take the comfort away, start creating an identity because you have such strong players.
Second position with a lot of new players, but do you believe that is the reason why they're falling behind? Or was Haru such a key component on X7? That was the glue that was making X7 work.
I mean, obviously, Haru was such a key point to X7's success last split, but I think it's just one of those things where X7, they feel like they're really struggling to like find their identity. And this is like the week 4 now, right? The teams have had time to like kind of build up on their identity and like kind of know what to play through. I kind of like the point that you were mentioning as well, Trouble, that MC has been kind of forgotten in this team of Attila, Tempt, and Chasey as well. I mean, what lane are you going to play through? Obviously, we know the Attila 25-minute rule, whatever. Yeah, they are the 2 items that he can just carry if he pops up, but it just looks like X7, they really need to start to like kind of doubling down on the strength that they have and kind of not forget about the weaknesses, but just really go for something, one type of identity, and just go for that.
Yeah, one of my biggest points of criticism here is that everybody gets their comfort, right? Tempt comes in, he gets Azir back-to-back. Chasey comes in, he gets his Jace. Attila getting his Ezreal back-to-back, or his Senna. Kasing gets to play whatever the heck he wants in the bot lane. And it feels like the only one whose hands are tied is MC. And I'm like, if you're getting that rookie who did so well in the playoffs in such a huge team, obviously a lot of eyes and fingers are falling onto him. Having to fill Haru's shoes is a big fit for him. So I think making sure that this guy who's shot calling for you, he's making your early game work, is comfortable, means more than just giving him Viego and just letting him get into that late game. Yes, I know they gave him Nidalee on the first game of the split, but that was versus JDXL, and it was with slow queue in the middle as well. This is the main roster. Allow him to feel comfortable with his teammates, and then you can experiment, then you can put him second.
We cannot forget about Nuriki as well. We're going to talk about them as we jump into Champion Select for this third game of the day. Week 4 already, man. This is going really, really fast. I didn't even expect
Next
this.
week, we're going to be done halfway.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Easy
how math works. Oh, let's go. We're going to take it again. No. Moving on into X7 versus Nuriki. What are we going to see in terms of picks and in terms of bans? We know that we should divert away from that Viego, Azir, or Senna. I mean, to me,
Give me Draven or I riot. That's all I am.
Draven Attila, not bad.
Yeah, I mean, not bad. That could be potential pickup. I'm just kind of curious to see because I talked about this on the pre-show as well, right? Nurki kind of building up their momentum. They turn a 10k goal lead somehow. M&M being the kings of throwing, but Nurki obviously being able to build that momentum up. I'm curious to see if X7 can actually. This kind of similar to the last game as well. I just want to see X7 have a clear identity in the draft. Don't give away all their cards. Obviously, they have so much experience, right? They know how to play around this draft. But the Draven for Attila, I mean, could be an angle, right? But we also see this Ezreal being such a blind pickable champ, GP as well being first pickable, the Wukong. I mean, there's obviously so many champs open.
We're going
Raids,
meditation.
raids,
Okay.
raids.
Yeah.
The triplet of dreams has been broken. Senna has been banned. So it's not going to be... Viego has been banned as well. Finally, we're going to see X7 on something other than the Azir, Senna, Viego. Yes, locking something that's S tier in the jungle for MC, whether that would be the Volibear or the Wukong. Get him on something that is perma-moving on the map in the early game. You can create situations for your team later on, especially after level 6. Just have him be the initiator on something that is very strong. And let's see what lane they're going to choose to pair this up with, because Wukong Azir is a pretty good matchup that you usually have. Something maybe Thames LeBlanc could also come into but of course, there are things that you cannot blind pick. So far, like they've prioritized MC in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? Just, as you mentioned as well, jungle just being such a key role. If that guy is not feeling comfortable, then probably no one in the team is gonna be able to. Now seeing the Seri pick up, obviously quite standard now in these kind of days. Seri being buffed, obviously, for Asitor. Kind of gives me the incentive as well. You could be able to pick Draven, something really turbo aggressive on the bot lane. The Draven, the Kalista. Could also just decide to match it with Ezreal, right? But this is where on the 2-3 now we're gonna kind of see the identity of this draft, at least for X7, and kind of look to where they want to play at. The Twitch Hour?
I love the fact that you mentioned Kalista, because I would love to see here like a Kalista with a Nautilus, something very aggressive. But they chose to go towards scaling as well. They're like, Zeri's going to scale into the late game. We're going to scale into the late game as well. We're just going to have to make sure that we have the better team fighting composition. I really like the Twitch Lulu. Same as Zeri. They do suffer early on, but if they both suffer and just handshake the early game, I think this is going to be like a really cool matchup to look at later on. Gwen obviously here is going to be a blind pick for the side of Nurki. And again, if you ban possibly things that can make her suffer a lot, something like maybe the Gangplank, or even things looking towards like the Jace that Chasey has played early on in the split, could be something like that.
Yeah, I mean, just gonna let you guys know, in Div 2, we have a completely different meta from this. We also saw Gwen jungle in those games where I casted.
Talking about this, yeah.
Yeah, could be an angle, right? I mean, I would just hope for it to happen someday in Div 1, but obviously Gwen, as you mentioned, not being kind of blind pickable anymore. It is a blind pick, but they do get these two crucial bans to make sure that Banderas can have a good top side matchup. I really like this from, as you mentioned as well, Attila picking up the Twitch Lulu on the bot side, kind of saying already that Chasey and Tempt are gonna get more kind of breathing room in this draft around, and that's just really what I like to see, right? Attila, just chill, get your 2 items, get your 3 items, and then you're gonna carry the game no matter what.
I just wanted to see that Xin Zhao ban, like completely, because Gwen and Xin Zhao are two of the hardest champions. If you pair them up together to make it through that front line, they will tank so much for you. Of course, Gwen with her W and Xin Zhao with his ultimate as well, right? And because Twitch is gonna fight you from so much distance, you can just tank the entire the entire team fight, right? And let your Zeri sign through. I would love to see possibly the Volibear banned as well, because Volibear created a bunch of opportunities in the early game for you, and this is not been bad. I wouldn't be surprised for Flipper to pick it up.
It's an easy pick, I would say. That way you don't reveal anything as well on this composition. Maybe pick it near the jungle on the other side, then you have to look into what you can bring into the mid, into the top, finally revealing your composition. About you and Test, what do you think is going to be picked on this one?
I mean, obviously, Ornn is open still. Could this be a locking for the tank? But wait, what? I would love to see this, right? Wait, this is not
Season
actually.
2 of Arcane.
What?
Okay, we do love Arcane, but this is also a pick that Ona picked in T1 last split, just to dive all the way into the backline. Now, my question here is, Zeri usually loves frontliners, and yes, you have the Renata to protect you, yes, you have the Gwen. My question particularly here is who dives together with your Vi into the backline, and that's why they've left the last pick for last, for R5. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see something like a Elisandra, something like an Ari, or something like even a LeBlanc into the mid lane.
This is just super crazy if they decide to lock this in. They don't. You call it kind of good. I mean, I would love to have a steal and mid there, actually. The Vi getting so negated, but they're going to go for the kind of prime machine in the Ari. I mean, I really like the Vi call, as you mentioned. Kind of the only champion in the game that can get to that insanely, like, Twitch when he's so far away and lock him down. The problem is, as you mentioned, who's going to follow the Vi? If Gwen is really fed, then sure, they can kind of lock him down, but there is no other champion in that team. The Wukong, the Akali as well, the Ari. It's only going to be the
Yet, because
that's easy, yeah.
Vi gives another point click ultimate and a knockup for Yasuo to follow through. That is a perma-scaling team composition from Nuriki. If they do manage to get to that late game, they look extremely scary. One button was all G2 needed in their game in the LEC, the Diana Yasuo combo that they had. The same thing can be very easily done with Vi. The only problem is that you don't necessarily have a lot of that AP-AD combo, because most of your AP lies towards the top side of the map with Gwen, and you're gonna see this very much later on in team fights.
Okay, this is one of the spiciest, I would say, compositions we're going to have today between X7 and Nuriki. This is looking really, really good in my opinion, but I want to get your opinion on who's going to take this one and why.
I think X7 is kind of the redemption arc. I think though, I really like Nuriki's answer, don't get me wrong, the Vi is really good, the Yasuo as well, but I feel like X7 just has way too many threats in this game to be able, even if you get one character to be able to shut them down with the Vi combo, you have 4 other plays to kill, and I don't think Nuriki is going to be able to kill them all. I think X7 is going to take this one.
I'm going down for Nuriki on this one. I just really
go.
like the Vi Yasuo composition, and even though, yes, I think Zeri might be exposed if the Zeri doesn't play very well in the later stages of the game, because you have so many threats, like you mentioned with the Akali as well. I feel like locking down the Twitch, killing him early on, you do not have much damage left in your team. Like, Akali is a burst assassin, same as Ari as well. Like, your consistent damage is suddenly gone.
We are tied up on the desk. Let's see what happens inside of the Summoner's Rift. Vi itemization, I really want to see that one is going for more AD, more tanky-ish. I don't know, it's X7, it's Nuriki, the kings from the past versus the ones that are trying to become the kings. It's on you, Initialize, and I'm ready to take this one into the Rift.
Well, thank you very much, Desk. We've moved past the cheese course. We're now into the main meal of the day.
And yet, still, we have a Twitch.
Still, we have a Twitch. Indeed, and Vi does stand for violence, and I do want to start on that for a moment, because this is a conversation me and you've been having a little bit about the meta, in that because engaged supports have been struggling a little bit when the likes of Kalista is off the table, teams have been struggling to find other areas to fit the engage in. We've seen a bit of Sejuani top being time for that, and I feel the Vi really fills into that gap. Right?
And we've seen, and as you're rightly saying, right, we've lost a lot of our engage options. There is less Nautilus still around. There is basically no Leona at this point, which is our 2 huge engage champions from that support role. You have to fit that in somewhere else. A lot of the time that has come in from a bit of Sejuani, mainly Ornn. That's just banned away. And when you have lesser options available, you do have to find elsewhere to put it. This Vi is T1's answer, it's Owner's answer. Nuriki have many ways now to punish that mobility with this combo they've locked into mid-jungle.
And it is so easy to dive with. You can R in, there's no way you can flash away from that, and then you can Q back out. You do a lot of damage with it, a lot of ways to make sure you hit the target you want to.
Now, of course, X7 has a couple of Korean players on the roster.
It does
solo
indeed.
lanes. Now, we'll see if there's a weird level 1 coming on with Attila. She's starting in fact, that is happening. You know what? I'll return to that anecdote.
Attila with the ambush available, looking to head into the jungle, and that could be Azator in danger. It's not a hail of blaze, but it is a lethal tempo, and Azator takes an early chunk, but nothing more. Forced out of the blue side jungle, though, and there isn't really a response on the other side, as Banderas has actually put down the early ward. Sorry, that's not Banderas, it's Flipper put down the early ward on the entrance to his own Raptor pit.
Yes, so, as we were saying, though, that Twitch level 1 kind of shook things up a little bit, but this is quite important because actually this is a combo in terms of the Korean solo lanes. This is a combo from the enemy mid-jungle there to them. Flipper and Arrow, the Vi plus an assassin mid lane that was huge in Korea in Season 3. All that time ago. Heck, that's 9 years ago. That's ridiculously long ago. But that was back when, for those of you that remember, one of the greatest series of League of Legends that we ever saw, it was that OGN Champions Finals between SKT and KT Rolster, when it was SKT pulling out the Vi and Zed, Vi and Ahri, Vi, and of course Yasuo wasn't picked as much back then. Actually, I'm trying to remember if he was even released by that point. He was later on into that season. Heck, that was a long time ago, but the whole idea of Vi setting up for someone bursty like this assassin, who is effectively an assassin of their own right, is very, very important, and it is a great way to punish both highly mobile, slippery solo laners of X7.
And while Vi is certainly not a first-pick jungler, she has started to see a little bit of that counter-pick, as you're saying, and as it stands, at least from the global stats being able to find, currently 100% win rate in the jungle.
Wow, out of how many games?
Out of about 6.
Okay, that's better than like 2 or 3. That's interesting.
So Xie has a win, Casa has a win, 2 wins for Ona, and then there's a couple other from ERLs.
And is that from the split?
I believe so, but I'm not sure. It might just be season 12. But either, there's not been a huge amount of Vi. Either way...
We've seen bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces,
yes. It's also been a choice pick into Zeri. I was actually having a word with a couple of coaches around the scene who were saying, I'm actually wondering why Zeri has been picked up so much when there have been things working in scrims, and apparently the Vi was one of those things which could be working with that. Now, this is drafted on the same side. I actually wonder if that was a takeaway from Nuriki saying, we don't really want to play against that Vi, let's lock it in for ourselves, secure our own combo, but of course, I suppose the Wukong had already been locked in, but maybe I'm reading into it a little bit too much, but you can see that Vi working well into the current AD carry meta game. And speaking of those junglers, that Vi may be running into MC sooner rather than later.
That's the use of the sweeper. Now Flipper taken very low, needs to be afraid, takes a lot of damage. My days. Flipper needs to think about flashing, just doesn't even bother, knows he's dead. And that's first blood to MC, a jungler who has been incredibly inconsistent. Finding first blood off a well-timed invade is exactly what X7 need to be seeing if they want to be upping their place in the standings here in the NLC.
Really well played by MC. Gets down that red buff. May uses effectively double dash close with the gap close with the E onto the target, increase attack speed. Closes the gap again with that clone, the little dash forward, and Flipper gonna be returning to the scene.
Oh no, the smite's available. It will be a smite by Abagnale. Could get over the wall. Oh no! Smites early, loses it. MC smites the crab in turn and just gets on out. It is a disaster for Flipper, who is unfortunately living up to his name and is landing tails.
And speaking of tails, 9 of them in the mid lane. That's my main of Ahri against that Yasuo. I love Ahri into Yasuo. I think it's a great matchup. In level 1, when Yasuo doesn't have that E and the Q to start threatening dashing through the wave, you can trade very effectively, taking electrocute trades with your W. You can see how here actually the Ignite taken. I think that is perfectly fine into melees early on as Ahri rather. See right here, I mean, you have to use that wind wall to even stop electrocute trades a lot of the time. You're not often at liberty to have it to block out just the charm. Taking control of this lane early, which affects the mid-jungle duo.
Low on mana here, does get ignited, but we're getting flipped between two.
There we go! There we go!
And the ignite! And that is exactly what Nymera was talking about. Tempt lives up to his name. A beautiful flash charm, as in the bot side, Sing survives as well.
Sing survives. There is a teleport from Aero, who's probably just going to go straight back and collect that wave, but it's going to slow push back to Tempt, who gets to recall, gets to buy a full lost chapter. Now, I would personally love to see a Dark Seal. I think that if you go Dark Seal in this game as Ahri, it means you can actually go towards something like a stopwatch. When you already have the early gold of a first blood coming through and you're accelerated in your build, if you get to early stopwatch, which is such high value against the, again, that combo we talked from that mid-jungle being able to Zhonya's out of that Vi ultimate, you can start really turning around a lot of these skirmishes. And again, if we're going to go return to that Dark Seal, it allows you to just give you that bump in damage you lose from going for the Zhonyas as well.
You know, it does mean that Tempt's down the flash, but does of course now have Spirit Rush, which
totally
won't get you out of distance from... Actually, a quick question. I suppose you would know this matchup. If Vi is using Assault and Battery and hitting you with that R button,
yes,
can you interrupt it with the charm?
Oh, it's unstoppable.
So you are just unstoppable.
Unstoppable, which happens over your head.
I had a moment there, it's like, I haven't seen a lot of Vi in a long time. I was like, is it actually unstoppable?
Up until a couple of seasons ago, Shyvana was actually, you could knock her out of her ult. You could actually interrupt that. Although, actually, at that time, Ahri's charm didn't cancel dashes. They removed that for a couple of seasons, which I
was very upset about.
But yeah, I mean, this is why Zhonya's is really important versus Vi, because you can't cancel it unless you have that Zhonya's or some kind of other stasis or untargetability. So have to see if Tempt just decides to go towards that. And of course, Chasey, similar situation as a mobile AP assassin can be going towards that. Talked a lot about micro so far, though, in terms of actually this Vi. We don't see much of it. How's it going to interact with these players and these champions? Let's talk about how the map's starting to evolve, though. We have evenish bot lane, even though summoners were starting to be burned. XP and farm advantages happening in the mid jungle though. This Vi, this Yasuo, they're a burst combo. If they're behind in their burst thresholds, that is very, very bad for Nuriki.
Flipper's going to be very upset. He's just used the Q as well. He's got flash, but I don't think he's got anything else. The level 6 is away. MC can just hop forwards and continue to be an absolute terror in this jungle.
Has
Flipper
priority, means he can push in from that top side, go assist his jungler, and you know, this is the snowball effect of a jungler falling behind. If you're losing out on...
Oh dear,
duels,
Banderas needs to be afraid. Perfect execution is not used, but it is going to force the reset. There is no teleport on Banderas either. That is not a particularly healthy reset time into sides. I'm going to have to stick around. I can't afford to lose this.
Has 2 pot charges. Doesn't, of course, have the Leeching Lair right now for any kind of regen in terms of Omnivamp, but at least Flipper gets to go to the bargain bucket, and means that he gets some XP back in pocket. Not level 6 yet. MC has hit that first, and we already talked about how mid lane XP had also got in favor of X7 right now. Flipper looking to play around some cheeky gank. Pat is behind bot lane, but again, doesn't have that level 6. See if he hits it off this camp.
Does indeed. All the while you can see MC is on the opposing bargain bucket where those Raptors are, but Flipper at least managing to recoup some of the gold that was sorely lacking with the use of the pressure on the bot side.
Ouch.
Ultra Shock Laser is definitely stinging these days with the changes. Flipper securing a hold of those Raptors. Not Raptors, Krugs. There we go, got that one right.
Yeah,
not quite the same.
Not quite the same. But Flipper actually not hitting level 6. But what Flipper has managed to do is go into that enemy red side and take almost an entire quadrant, but still even with that. Oh no, actually didn't quite. Oh, actually was the I saw those Raptor marks up on the minimap. I'm like, wait, what happened there? Did he not take them? Of course, it would have been a counter jungle, leaving some alive. But again, Flipper still behind that curve, and it means that Nuriki, they're not able to hem X7 in, not able to push them back as easily with the threat of Vi just turning up and point and click, monstering someone. Well, popped in the top side.
Thinking about it, doesn't quite manage to make it stick though. Big chunk again, but Chasey, this Korean challenger player who's come over and laned well, but struggled to convert that into consistent team plays, doesn't manage to get too much more out there so far, but playing well into this matchup right now.
Just to clarify again, Korean challenger, yes. Also challengers Korea.
Yes.
So that's the second tier of
yes.
play in the
Korean
LCK.
challenger circuit, challengers Korea. Somewhere out there, Chronicler is shaking his head at my misnaming.
Sure, he'll
there.
forgive you though, because Chase is a player that he loved to talk about as someone that was really, really strong. We do have level 6s hit from those duos. There is no stopwatch temp. Don't check it.
Cease and desist. A Vault Breaker into the last breath will make a very dead Ahri in the mid lane.
That's why you really want to stopwatch. Just throwing it out there. Of course, goes down in that case. Doesn't have to blow anything, and that's 3 ults used. Actually, if Kasing holds this wave, I think you're pretty happy to say, I'll trade 3 ultimates for 1 death if you can actually pick up the majority of this wave. And Kasing, not actually able to hold the full wave, but does mean that the mini wave is held up under tower from Tempt, which means that it is going to be at least held for a little longer on their side of the map.
Does his best there to hold that wave, and
actually no, he's actually completely. Actually,
okay,
I
take that back. I could see you getting less confident as it went on.
I was like, oh, Kasing's gonna hold the wave. Kasing's gonna get that wave to go into turret. The next wave's hit the tower. They've lost a cannon. It's gonna slow push back. That's actually really awkward.
Does have flash and Spirit Rush though, does Tempt, so not too much bother. Of course, the ultimate discrepancy is still there.
That's frozen on the other side of the lane.
I could hear the rage in your voice, the support diff.
It allows them to have the wave on the other side, maybe to make some plays, but they now have to use this priority to find something, because Tempt is going to feel that loss of XP, which is something that they built up in a solo regard, and now has to sit there and go, I'd quite like to have that advantage still staying.
Bit of a chunk over the wall with that Ultra Shock Laser and some burst fires coming through, but not going to lead to too much more as yet. Still a healthy early gold lead for X7, looking a lot more like we were kind of expecting from them. Coming into this split, they came off a very dominant spring where they came out as our first seed and managed to make it to quarterfinals at EU Masters. They switched out Haru's, of course, now on Vitality, but we'll have to talk about some of those historical moments a little later as MC and Kasing continue to link up and try and put pressure on his mid lane as both Nuriki and X7 haunting this mid lane, continuing to lurk because blood is in the water.
Because you know, again, that you're trying to shut down these mobile AP assassins. And this is just a geography problem. It's just, this is the lane which everyone can get to quickly. It's mid lane.
I'm hearing a little rage in your voice.
You can get there from the jungle pathing as well. So Flipper and Abignale very able to get towards that mid lane and use their CC when Ahri is pushing in. They've got vision around that mid lane now to stop that Ahri from playing quite so...
Oh, Flipper misses. Vanas the Vault Breaker, but does hit the Cease and Desist. Temp, though, has now managed to get the Spirit Rush off this time. Now the Cyclone going back to an arrow. Taken so down low. It's still going to be a use of the hostile takeover into the bailout. Gonna try and stay alive. And MC and Tempt make the mid lane a 3-4-none. Smooth criminals in the mid lane.
Flipper doesn't land the Vault Breaker. It's what you level first on Vias. A lot of your burst, and it means that with that missing, they still all in. Tem gets to turn around and gets so much damage down.
The police turn up and they cannot make the criminals pay. Abba, are you okay? No, they're not. Smooth criminals indeed. So good. Just look at it again. This is 2v3, I believe.
It is first a bit of a 2v2, although Avignale comes in later on. Thing is, like, you're going into this without the first passive there from Aero. You don't get to reset that with your ult in the middle of it. It's a good win wall, and Temp kind of just flings his ult into it a couple of times, so maybe not the best positioning on that one, but does get away, importantly, from that CC of the Renata ult. And now, with this play, one of my favorite items in the game, and one thing that I talked about before was, what do you do about that Dark Seal? Dark Seal's a good item. That's a double kill and assist. That's 5 stacks on stack. Suddenly, you can see that Fiendish Codex in inventory there from Ahri. If that goes into a Zhonya's at some point, and then you already have stacks to involve into a snowball item, like a Magi's, which is very, very good with Ahri, I think at this point, Attempt and MC are hugely accelerated, and they're building appropriately.
The Nymera scriptures continue to be preached from here. By the book. He's on a book signing tour, I swear. Don't sign that one. It tends to be bad for your health. It steals your souls, so I hear, at least the name suggests.
Nothing bad has ever come from signing such a book.
I completely disagree. The only thing that's happened
is... How about you try it yourself and tell me afterwards?
I do. I play Evelyn. I buy it quite regularly. Anyway, bit of a play in the bot side as Avignale has, of course, got that early Blade of the Ruin King. Chunks him out there with that revamped way that item works.
Avignale has the early Blade of the Ruin King. Like,
no,
Attila.
That's not a Blade of the Ruin King Renata.
You know, the Glask Industries had invested into blade work. Either way, yes, Attila pops that ult to get that second auto attack down, means that you can get the move speed from the blade to disengage. Looks like a bit of an awkward ult. I think it's actually fairly fine there if you're trying to play around that movement speed to disengage. Once again, MC has found a Gromp to take, has found a way to get towards that bot side, and while this Zeri, we know how much damage it will do eventually. It's a far cry away from where it needs to be for Nariki to be comfortable with this game. Nariki put a lot of resources into this mid-jungle, and as you can see, it's not really worked out. That is an absurd amount of gold onto MC and onto Tempt. Flipper and Aero are not particularly in this game currently. And with all those resources put into that mid-jungle, you start to have to ask you now, Nariki, what do you do after this point? Starting to have a really lacking set of options to play around the mid-game.
And this is a kind of side of MC we've not seen very often this split. He's honestly been a bit of a sore point for X7, falling behind pretty regularly, ending up dying when he really doesn't need to. But we know that this is the kind of oppressive, dominant, just take the whole damn jungle for yourself kind of performance he has been known to put on. It's not an AP jungler, it's on the Wukong, a meta pick, and this is exactly what X7 wanted to be shown, considering they're 2-4 in this split. They are tied 7th. They want to be looking where XL are. That's what they were hoping for in this split, and now maybe Banderas in so much trouble. Does get to be immune, but there's still going to be another Cyclone Pops passive at proc. There we go, certainly not a passive at this point to try and take this one out. Banderas out of Needleworks. MC on a killing spree. Charm onto Flipper! Tempt! No, not like this. Nariki just cannot make anything stick.
And this is one of the problems with Vi. It's a problem with Leota. It's a problem with, oh no, I've clicked something on that champion. I've tagged onto them and they've dragged me under tower. They can't follow up. Aero doesn't even pull the ult from the looks of the cooldowns. And now suddenly another kill, another 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. That's an Ahri, which is incredibly snowballed. And it is, again, more resources put into Tempt, and Tempt, if anything, this split has played incredibly well on the defensive. Drags Flipper under tower, doesn't have the flash, it's an Everfrost, it's a Charm, it's CC, and that Vi really wishes they'd taken a trip somewhere else apart from under that turret.
Vi is really wishing that cease and desist earlier, that the ceasing and desisting happened a little bit before the tower.
Next time that happens, with the extra gold donated to the bank of Intel Fox, that's going to be a Zhonya's, also there to outplay. that was an item which I immediately went, hang on, doesn't Zhonya's have incredible value this game? It's locked in already. I think that with the amount of Dark Seal stacks on the paper, by the book, you're starting to snowball. Tempt really in a position to run away with this game. And that's without talking about the other members on the map. Talked about MC, talked about Chasey getting that individual lead. X7 are just succeeding across the board right now.
Of course, Nuriki have got a Gwen, Yasuo, Azeri, Hell, even the Renata as well. All of those champions go very well into the mid and late game stages. They are behind 7,000 gold and a soul point at this stage of the game. They've at least got a Herald being summoned. There'll be a bounty that can be secured there. That's a good news sign here in a game where there's not been very many of those stories, but they have got options in the later game if they can get there and have some items to their name. I just don't know how willing X7 are going to be to give them, and they've got their own ways to continually pick people off in this.
And I agree to an extent, but it's 17, 18 minutes.
Yeah.
At this point, you're basically saying, let's flip at Elder or flip at Baron. And when you're this far behind this early, the game might actually end realistically before you get to an Elder. I'm not sure X7 necessarily will need a Baron either to end this game particularly. They might go to it anyway and force Nuriki to come to them, but X7 at this point are so happy with this game state is. And Nuriki, well, yes, they can scale. At what point does that become relevant?
Yeah, I did want to have a little conversation before this game derailed so completely in the fact that Nuriki, 3-3 ahead in the standings against X7. It's been an interesting split for them. They started 0-2. They went even up to 2-2. They've gone 1-1 last week in week 3, but it was a little difficult to work out exactly where Nuriki stood in terms of the power ranking, because the only major scalp I feel they've claimed has been Bifrost, which was a good win from them. They were very happy to take that one. But otherwise, it's been teams that have been largely towards the bottom of the standings. They were handedly defeated by the likes of XL, if I recall correctly. And X7 were a team who we expected to be strong, but 2-4 maybe in a position where they could be challenged. And this would have been a good moment for Nuriki to step up and try and push their way up ahead of the standings against someone who was a competitor. And thus far, it seems that they are being well and truly dismantled in this game.
Now, they have to find something to put themselves together at this point. It does feel, though, that any aggressive play that they make is going to be weighted against them. We talked about that. Where can they start? They have some defensive vision. We talked about vision a lot today, particularly in the Bifrost M&M game. That became a sticking point when there was a lot of motion in that game, back and forth between the gold leads. And now Nuriki, sadly, not able to hold on to that vision. MC groups up with the Kasing, groups up with that Tempt on that top side, uses a sweeper, goes around. Now Nuriki, that defensive line, can't even hold on to that. They're not in a position to fight for it. They have to go back to the drawing board.
4-1-1, 3-0-2. Both Tempt and MC have been well and truly impressive in this game. To see, however, whether Nuriki can try and recover best they can, but just losing more and more control of their jungle. And Chasey's got a bounty on his head despite having been 0-0-0, just farming away, getting the tower, being as obnoxious as he can towards his Gwen. And
it's gold lead, teams ahead, 7,000 gold, tends to work out that way. Of course, as a team as well, the 3 dragons at top and the Herald, well, the Herald's actually even a piece thinking about it, but Nuriki now have those objective bounties to unlock should they get onto one of those towers. And maybe that's another way into the game, can punish some mistakes from X7, take some bounties, take some objectives, and see if that can even things up. But it's still such a large way to climb back up. And X7, while they haven't had a big play in a little while now, actually thinking about it, it's getting to the point where Nuriki are going to have to worry about this Baron setup. They have had to fight for vision around this top side.
He was trying to get that final award there, and maybe it's a little bit of a bait as well, but not quite sure whether MC meant to do that one. It's Kasing could be a little irritated. He takes a final order for the Baron as he's calming down for being so rudely whacked on the head with a staff.
Well, there was another blue trinket wasted by Nuriki, and now, of course, with the pink ward, that control ward, those wards will not continue to give any vision on Barons. They have to invest a control ward in there too. Nuriki playing off of lacking information.
We've got a moment here as well. We've got a hashtag NLC at home. I was sitting in a meeting all day, but I won't miss @Flipper play for any money in the world from @TezzaFilm.
Yeah, okay, but lovely. Give any of that money in the world to Flipper right now to write.
He would really love that money.
Yeah. Maybe you should start a GoFundMe for Nuriki.
That's it, exactly it. Tezza, you need to up your game, get that money into your jungler's hands, because with 30 seconds or so until a soul fight, Nariki need to decide whether they want to contest, because otherwise that is a soul over to an already incredibly snowballed X7.
And when you have a Lulu, you have Wukong clone, you have Zhonya's, you have a Kali Shroud, the amount of time that X7 can buy, they're likely to get significant value out of an Ocean Soul, because they're going to get into combat, use those abilities to buy time.
An option.
And Nariki force the issue, Dragon spawning, but they're off vision.
Wait, did they spot?
Oh, no. They've just missing pinged it now. You can see a Kali potentially
down. This could be just
my god.
Not like this. How many Baron sneaks have this been this week? T1 did it in the most extraordinary fashion earlier against KT. It might be happening again. It's going to happen. Kazig's going to turn up. It's going to be too late. It's stolen. It's not even stolen, it's just snuck. It's a steal in the sense that the game was so far away.
Oh gosh, I mean, I get that you can be surprised by that. You see the little gold icon come up and you're like, hang on, what does that mean? Means that the objective bounty is claimed on top of it. Yeah, that is a Baron power play. So, Nariki, they haven't taken any towers yet. X7 have themselves an Ocean Soul. We talked about, that's actually a pretty good soul for them in this game. They have multiple ways to use it, but Nariki have now a chance, which comes out of fairly low opportunities, low chances rather, to get themselves more golden pocket and to get themselves... Well, that's it. That's the fan from home. There you go.
You've done it. Well done. That was your moment. Well done. You've given a blessing to the side of Nariki.
Joined. Took us a while to figure it out. Wait, hang on. Something odd's happening here.
5 brain.
That's the power of the hashtag.
Not 5 brain, 5 brains.
That's it. That's the power of the hashtag.
5 brains with 5 heads. Get that hashtag NLC home. Hashtag NLC drafts as well. Do throw some of those up. Give us some situations to ruminate over here on the cast. Get involved as fans. But the thing is, all this does is stall, and this did still come at the cost of the soul, which is a lasting buff, and this Baron's only been around for 2 minutes, and I don't know how much Nariki can actually be out of this Baron, because they are so far behind.
Because Aero and Flipper were on the aggressive. Flipper had that bailout for the extra move speed, and Flipper takes that summoner for free. However, with all of this, Nariki have actually not managed to get a push in a single lane yet. Now, of course, that was 7,000 gold. That has been cut down.
They're going again. Cease and desist is what is asked for. But he's still just about alive. And now in comes the Cyclone. It's a Category 5 disaster for Nariki. But maybe, on the other side, Banderas can make them work for it. Chasey and Tep continue to play out on the other side. It's still going the way of X7. It's still going to be their favorite. Surely, Aero has got a bailout running, but he cannot get his way out of bankruptcy. The loan runs out, and it is repaid in X7's favor. They win that one, despite Baron, despite Attila being jumped on.
And Nariki get a little impatient. They look for that pick once again, but Attila gets way too far away. Still has a cleanse, even at the end of that. Remains deathless for the side of X7, even though MC goes down at that fight. X7 absolutely take this win. See that, Nariki? They have that pink ward down. They're happy to start fishing for these yet again. Flashes forward just to get in range, but you're not going onto the Lulu. Lulu gets to use their entire kit onto Attila. And then Attila still has plenty of damage to open up after this point. Nariki don't close down the targets they need to and then get punished for using all of those aggressive tools in inefficient ways.
And the Ahri and the Akali 2v4, the remaining members of Nariki. Just styling on them with the gold lead at this point. Stopwatches do in fact make quite powerful tools in those mid-game skirmishes. With the Ocean Soul as well, just nothing more to be done.
So now, Nariki use that fight to try and snowball away with that Baron buff, and it's sadly not going to work out for them. They lose the ability to play around that Baron power play, and suddenly you're looking at X7, who was struggling to find their own options, picking up the pieces from what Nariki threw at them. Actually, thinking about it again, it's been the story of today. It has been aggressive players being punished more so often than the aggressive players actually being the game-winning ones themselves. Defensive play being king this first day of week 4.
I guess I do have to ask at this point, is there a combo that Nariki can pull with the pieces they have? I mean, maybe between the Vi and the Yasuo to try and find some way into this game. You've got with 2 minutes until the Elder Dragon.
That same thing again, but with Lulu not on the screen. And I think that Kasing was the unsung hero of that last fight, so not only do you have to worry about the carry potential, you not only have to worry about the Zhonya is just about to be built up by the Akali, the death cap just finished by the Ahri, 3 items on the Twitch. You have to worry about the Lulu keeping them alive and lacking ability to really shut down the carries you'd like to.
And we've got both Uber buffs spawning pretty much simultaneously, about half a second apart. In about a minute and a half, as Banderas is in a very unfortunate position. The Hallowed Mist comes out, but it's only consecrating the ground that Gwen will be buried in for the 3rd time this game. They'll move on to the tier 2, and they don't even need the Baron at this point. It is just a demolition city.
It's a slip up. It's a slip up from Banderas. Of course, when you're at this point, it's very hard to play defensively. You don't really have a lot of safe territory, but Attila, with that ambush, gets the angle onto Bander as well. MC is just around the corner too, and that's going to be the base just about broken open. X7 take, well, okay, actually the inhibitors tower not actually falling into that one. I was like, oh, how much did they take from that?
Not quite that.
Not quite enough. So, Nurki see once again a play going against them, and X7 going to take that reset, finish off a couple more components, a couple more items, and start looking towards this Elder spawning in a minute.
Oh, yes, and I think this might be that final fight before Nariki are well and truly put out of their misery, unless they can find a critical steal.
Okay, so what we're looking for in this fight, again, what we were saying is trying to catch players away from the Lulu. Maybe you can do that with the Lulu involved too. Maybe if you get a good enough ability to play around Abagnale's ult, maybe you can get Lulu CC'd, because of course they don't have any ability to play that. Of course, Lulu has a Zhonya's too coming into this fight.
Yeah.
Stopwatches galore. Nariki not.
I remember the last time Kasing built a Zhonya's first on a support. It was a Leona game in spring where he absolutely crushed it. See whether he can repeat that here, but I'm also looking at Nariki. 3 items on Zeri, 3 items on Gwen. The 2 critical items in on this Yasuo. If they're gonna fight, it has to be now, and at least they have some items to make it happen. Temp getting chunked before it by the Ultra Shock laser is a good start, but this Elder Dragon now down to 6,000 HP. Here comes the fight. MC into the back end of it, but that's a big cyclone. Aero taken pretty low, but it's a good stopwatch afterwards. Aero taken so low, into the bailout he goes, but it's just not enough to keep him alive. Chasey gets Wild Growth, staying alive. Temp over the wall. Ultra Shock laser doing so much work, but Temp still has a Spirit Rush proc to work with. Gets Handshake though. I don't know whether he wants that trade. Taken down. Zeri gets that one, but can they trade this one back around as Chasey with a massive rocket belt? Make sure that Flipper falls as well. There is no smite available.
He has damage.
And the Elder Dragon falls. X7 secure it, only losing Tempt in the process.
Still chasing
forward. Still going forward. The burn comes through. The dragon spreads its wings, and there is no Hobbit available to slay Smaug this time.
Suddenly, X7, it was actually a bit of a miscommunicated fight. I feel like Tempt didn't have to die in that one. Goes too far forward. Nariki trying to finish the dragon, trying to finish the objective, and take the fight at the same time. They get away with it, basically, because they're really damn strong at this point. That's going to lead into a Baron. It's going to lead into what should probably be the game-ending push. It's not actually been the cleanest game from X7. I know that the plays when they've happened on screen have largely been X7 favored, but just a reminder, it's largely been the plays which Nariki have made, which they have answered. They have struggled on the whole to find their own aggressive plays. So X7 happy to at least pick up what has been thrown at them, and it is looking like they're going to match Nariki on that 3 and 4 scoreline, but still work to be done from our reigning champions.
Yeah, it was a good early game where they got good leads, but this mid game was a little slow. The Baron being stolen obviously slowed things down, and that fight had its moments where things could have got a little dicey, but we've crested the 30-minute mark. And now with the Baron, now with the Elder Dragon, I apologize, in inventory alongside the Baron, double Uber buffs to their name. X7 must be looking to try and put critical damage to Nariki, if not end within the duration of these buffs.
What they'd be ideally looking for. They're moving up, they're grouping up. I do think X7 have been playing very well around the Lulu. You can see that the Twitch hasn't died this game. That's actually fairly incredible, given the combos that they're playing against. I think a lot of that does go to Attila's positioning and Kasing's positioning alongside that. Now Attila, with the GA, feels so emboldened to walk up, has the Elder, of course, and has those 4 items inside that ultimate. So finally starting to crush towards that base, looking to unlock those inhibitor turrets as Nariki have to find their own ways out of this mess.
Not the best sieging comp here, really, for X7. Twitch not known for being the best sieging AD carry, and of course a lot of other melee options makes this not the easiest, but they still managed to shove in and secure this bot lane inhibitor without much of a contest, if any at all, as Chasey shoves in the mid lane. Still gonna go in his temp, gets a big charm, but no kill quite yet. The bailout will force Abagnale to his grey screen quickly enough. MC now resurrecting, but did have the GA. Temp going for the flash, charm into the Cyclone post that GA proc. Aero will be run down, flashing over the wall best he can, but there is no way to go. The Vagabond from the side of Ionia will not be able to find anything out of this. 1-5-1. It's another Yasuo loss in another game. And X7 18-3 secure their third win of the split.
X7 starting to wake up a little bit. Clean on the plays that were thrown at them. I do think that individually Tempt had an awesome game. MC, play we've had questions about, especially since they had such a pedigree coming in from the last split, had one of their best games of this split. All important things to track for X7 because we do hold them to high standards. They walk away with a win, maybe not without the questions again being asked of them, but it is a step in the right direction. It's a win on the board, and it ties them up with Nariki, who would have loved this victory to solidify themselves beyond that bottom of the table. Now they find themselves again in murky waters down there.
Tempt in fine form, there we go. And MC as well stepping up when he is needed, but that will be enough from us for now, because Arsharon, Trouble, and M-Test have more to say on the matter.
Thank you so much, Initialize. There goes my predictions. X7 taking a game versus Nariki in a fashion way, I would have to say. We had our doubts, but X7 are still here.
I mean, I'm just really glad that they prioritized MC in the draft, getting him of something that I didn't personally know that was his comfort pick. Apparently, Wukong is just such a prominent jungler right now that whoever you give this to, it just seems to be working out, right? He was pulling the early level aggression. At some point, he was 30 CS up on Flipper, an entire level. He was more proactive on the map. I think, you know, slowly but surely we're getting that gear on X7, and MC seems to be feeling comfortable on that champion too.
Yeah, and I mean, you were just hitting the head on the nail, right? You were talking about it before the game as well. Give MC some like kind of comfortable a pick, but also like play comfortably around him. Let him like do his thing. And I mean, Trouble was just so proud in the backstage as well when MC was just popping off there. I mean, the team just looked kind of completely different from when I casted them. At least they looked kind of they had that kind of weak side bot lane in the Twitch. Luli obviously was getting prio, and Attila was really scaling, but they were all playing towards that MC prio. When I wanted to make a proactive play in the Flipper's jungle, they went for it. He had the backup from there, and I mean, obviously, he was like doubling his CS, as you're mentioning, and just he got the blue buff, the Gromp killed him as well, then went back, got his second respawn on the red buff, and I mean, what can Flipper do after that? He tried to like flash engage on some people, but
say it
didn't work.
Please say it.
It's just GGVP, jungle diff. That's all I have to say about this one, unfortunately. Single solo bola for MC in the jungle. I mean, he popped off, man. Well played.
We had to get it.
I'm done. This is all I needed in my life. This is why we got M-Test specifically. And it's really good. It fits the narrative we were trying to build up. The idea that, yeah, every single player in this team is an all-star player. MC is in the shadows. Give him some light. And there you go. There's the light. There's MC, even though he failed the Lee Sin jungle clear challenge.
I mean, how could you fail that, man? The other guy didn't even use his might. I mean, you must be very annoying. You must be very annoying.
Really annoying. You should talk with my ex-team players. They no longer play League of Legends. So, X7 with the major victory coming in versus Nariki. This is why we're going to jump straight up into the interviews. It is the Yuumi player, Kasing. I mean, if you don't play Yuumi, you play the Lulu. Where's the line, Kasing?
I mean, you know, Yuumi was banned, unfortunately. No cat today. So sad.
Okay, I'm going to go straight in, Kasing. Okay, can I? I'm going to go straight in. Even though you got a win versus Nariki, what is happening with X7?
Oof.
I mean, okay, well, so basically, we actually haven't been...
That's what's happening with X7. Okay.
Okay.
Basically, that is the huge issue that was happening.
I'm getting married in a few months, but I think I want to switch. I want to switch. I need kissing in my life. I need this. I need this. This is how you actually solve conflicts. As soon as you have a conflict, you bail out on Discord.
Pull the tattoo on us.
He did a tattoo on me. What is happening? Is every single player going to do this to me? I mean, I love it. But, well, there you go.
You love the toxicity.
I told you my ex-teammates no longer play League. Kasing no longer on the interview. It's coming in together.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think that you're the problem after all.
You know, just like my counselor said to me. Maybe he was onto something. Maybe he was. Maybe he wasn't. Well, X7 with this win put themselves right back on track. The team is still trying to find their personality. I'm hoping that something in my ear is going to say, Kasing is back.
I think.
I don't think that's the case, man.
He's not.
That's not the case. I think Kasing is a man of few words, but the words he does speak are very wise. So thank you, Kasing, for the interview.
Yumi was banned.
And yeah, legit, all we had to know from Kasing. So thank you, Kasing, very much for the interview. It was a pleasure.
I will bite you on your ankles as soon as I see you, man.
Oh my God.
The ankles. I'm going straight for the ankles, man. Okay, so X7 with this one. Now let's look into the other side. Nuriki had a clear shot. But if we're talking about MC popping off, I'm going to go for the throat. Flipper.
We'll go for the throat.
Vi. You flash in with a Q with Insta Yasu ulti. How many times you got to see that one, MTS? Hit me.
I think
don't leave the
big
studio,
zero,
okay? You cannot leave Discord.
A big fat zero. I think we got to see that. I think he missed actually 2 flashes Q, and that's not allowed when you play Vi on this champion. I think actually once they did kind of CC it very well when Tent was face checking the bush, but other than that, it felt literally like last
slim, wasn't it?
I feel like there's like also a different combo that you can do with the Vi where you can just ult in from distance and then perma CC together with the Q right afterwards, right? So you're making sure you're getting your Yasuo in and then you're locking the target down for further damage if they don't get 100% to 0. I think these things happen, especially when you fall behind due to like all the prior lanes and MC being so dominant in the early game. I feel like there's only so much your laners can do to bail you out when you're 30 CS down, 1 to 2 levels down. You have like the perma-scaling lanes as well. Like what can Yasuo do to like bail you out in the early game as well?
That is a good question. Let's ask Ado that is waiting for us.
We've got the Yasuo, okay.
Yeah, I got you. Ado, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Look me in the eyes.
Oh.
You leave. You're not going to bail on me, okay? We're going to do this, Ado. We're going to do this until the end. Okay, didn't leave. Okay. Run me by the Vi pick. The idea behind the Vi pick alongside with the Yasuo. Is that like a wish version from the Diana Yasuo? Or what were you trying to do on this situation? Because I like the Vi. I like the Yasuo. What was the plan?
I mean, for me, it was just an answer to Wukong that we saw and we practiced. And also, we wanted to get the Twitch, so we thought about Vi and other champions, but yeah, it didn't really work out. I think we kind of lacked priority in the early game, and he kind of got screwed by it. And the Yasuo is for the same reason, because I think he's good against Twitch for the win wall, and also to follow up the Vi, but I didn't provide enough prio, and I don't think I played good, so yeah, we kind of struggled.
Okay. Aero, I want to ask you something. We had you in our minds as like this perma-scaling, we scale board who do a lot of damage in the late game kind of player with like the control mages, the Orianas, and you played a lot of Corki last split as well. And now you slapped us in the face with the Yasuo. Talk to me a little bit about the stylistic difference jumping from one type to another.
Actually, I do play somewhat a lot of melees, especially last year, but I'm most comfortable in mages and scaling. But it's mostly about how the team is behaving, and it felt for me Yasuo was somewhat of a good champion, but not especially, maybe not that game, but I don't know, I felt like it, so I want to believe in me, and if I see an opportunity, I will go for it, no matter what. Even if I fail, I would just want to try.
I'm glad the team also believes in whatever player says, you know what, I really want to try Yasuo in this game, whether it works or not. I think it's really cool for your team to believe in you guys.
And I want to go deeper on that one. Is this something that the team is willing to work out in scrims and all that, where you see a window and like, okay, let me test this before we go into live tournament?
Yeah, they tend to be really open when I asked about some champions, because usually I just accept whatever they ask me to play, and I like to play meta stuff usually.
Yeah.
But when we see different opportunity, we tend to let people try different things, especially if we feel like it's giving a team, the team, an option to evolve into something that we need to evolve in.
Okay, last question, Trevor.
Okay, about evolvement and all that. I see a silver medal hanging right next to you. What is that
That
one
smile,
about?
though. That smile.
It's a medal about an offline tournament that I played in France. I don't know when I played it. I think it was 4 years ago. I don't know.
Oh, it's for League of Legends.
Convenient.
Yeah, it's for the Colmar eSport show. It's like I can't, but like it's an offline tournament that I had with a past team, and I really enjoyed it. Like an offline tournament, it's really fun, and I hope we can. I can hopefully one day go back in offline lands, or offline playoff could be nice.
We all
It's a
do.
good way
We
to
all
get that
do.
call back.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah.
Let's see. Thank you so much for the interview. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. And let's see what other picks you're going to bring into the midline.
Thank you.
I'm anxious. There you
Yeah.
go. So
I won't disappoint.
We know.
We know.
Perfect ending,
I like
perfect
Aero. He's a really good addition. I really like Aero. And the idea that I feel comfortable. I want to go for this pick. And the team believes in him.
I love that. I
Yeah, I
love that
love that.
because even he said even if the Yasuo doesn't work out, I still think it's a good pick. It works
It
with
was.
I. And I feel like there were some glimpses of where maybe Flipper slipped up and he didn't make the duo work. Or Aero said, I didn't play every single fight, 100% of my abilities. So maybe they can keep this in mind. Maybe this is something like a duo that they want to play. Or they just simply pair up the Yasuo with another thing like the Diana, for example.
Yeah, I mean, just having trust in your teammates is so important, right? Actually, funny thing about that, I remember last split, we were on the red side, and my mid lane was saying to pick Kassadin last pick, and we never play with this champion. And I was telling my whole team, don't pick it, because we didn't practice it. He didn't care, he locked it in, and he completely won me 9 that game. It was super nice to see, and I mean, that's just what you have. You need to have trust, right? But yeah, it's...
He's getting serious.
Oh, he's getting serious?
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. You're talking about trust.
Yeah.
I have trust issues right now.
Sing is back.
But I'm going to do it anyway.
Yes.
Okay, let's see for how
Listen
long.
here. Sing, what happened?
I hope I don't DC again, guys. I'm deeply sorry, but as you know, do not get Virgin Media. Do not. If you're from the UK, do not get Virgin Media. Okay, sorry. Now I'll
Come
continue.
back, Sing.
Hello, guys. So, to answer the question that you asked earlier, in regards to what's happening in X7,
Yeah.
I think it's more about just we actually haven't had much time to practice together as a whole because Tempt had to fly in later than usual.
Yeah.
Like I think he flew in on the day of the first match that second match that we played, where he basically flew in, played the jet lag, and we hadn't actually had much practice as a team. And this is obviously kind of expected, right? When you watched how we played really bronze, and I think this is more due to everyone kind of had like a different idea of how to play the game, how to do setup, blah blah blah. So obviously, yeah, I was quite ashamed of my own performance as well. I was not playing the best. But it's okay. We're slowly getting better. Even though we won against Niriki, I think it's more about slow steps. Obviously, we could play more aggressive this game, but in time it will come.
Sadly, we don't have a lot of time for this interview because of reasons, but the last question that I want to bring
We need him
into
back
this,
on Wednesday.
Yeah, you have to come back on Wednesday. But I want to ask you something specifically. X7 and Spring Split, we knew the identity. We knew the way you guys played. Everybody knew, but you guys were the best at it. That's why you went so far at the EU Masters and everybody was afraid of you. Summer Split, is this a different identity? Do you have an identity yet? Or are you guys still struggling to understand how this new X7 roster works?
To be honest, I actually feel like we kind of have like a set identity with the players that we have in our team. As you may know, like, Bimbu, MC, he has been playing, I guess, similar to Haru in terms of like how he was before in Riddle anyway. The whole idea behind, him being aggressively invading as a jungler, always wanting to be proactive with his prowl. And obviously Attila is one of the most, one of the best AD carries at playing with resources. So add 2 and 2 together, it's quite easy.
Okay, so that's the new but still same identity from X7. Okay, thank you so much for the answer and thank you so much for coming back as well. You did me dirty, but you redeemed yourself. You redeemed yourself. Thank you so much, Kasing. It's always lovely to have you back.
I'll see you next time.
I'll see you soon, man. Have a nice one. He did it. He's redeemed. He's redeemed.
You know what? Kasing is freaking adorable.
I love Kasing.
Honestly.
That's why I tell you, I need him on my life. I need you on my wedding, Kasing. Okay, on the
invitation.
We need to look into the standings as well. What happened during this game? Because Nariki were really good in positioning. But look at this. Now they're 3-4 tied up with X7 that just climbed one spot. And this spot is quite important in my opinion.
Honestly, it's not a bad position to be in. I think it was very important for X7 to pick up this victory, especially since Nariki were sitting right above them in the standings. But for Nariki as well, it does not take them out of the running whatsoever. Every single other team is 1 to 2 victories away from them.
Yeah, and I mean, this just looks so exciting, right? Just looking at the table like this, the standings. I mean, every single team almost is just kind of, they're kind of beating each other as well. I mean, Nariki has gotten so many victories of good teams as well. And just seeing this evolve now, when it's week 5, week 6, when the things really start rolling for the teams, when they really find their identity, as Kasing mentioned, they have been kind of struggling to do that, but now maybe it's their time, and it's just really exciting to see. I'm just really loving every single minute of this.
I like those standings. But I want to go into the other standings, the more spicy or sugary, if you want to call it, the NLC social media clash, where we get the teams on all social medias sharing their content, the memes as well, and we rate those and attribute some points to them. The one who's going to take the first place is going to get 5 points, the one in second place 3 points, and the one in third place only 1 point. And at the end of the split, let's see who is the most memeable, I would say, team of all of them.
Giving them something?
Yes, probably we are. Recognition. On to NLC social media clash. Third spot for today, it's going to go to Singularity, in third place with victory in NLC.
Oh no!
Then away came.
Oh.
I mean,
then he woke up.
1 point.
He's crying.
Pepe cry.
This poor Pepe is like, no.
I mean, at this point, when you're just losing, you kind of have to just give into it and joke about yourself. That's the best way to cope.
That's the best way. So hey, they got points on a social clash.
Yeah, actually, yeah,
they got points. 1 point for them.
They're winning somewhere.
They're winning something. On the second spot, it's going for Riddle. Let's take a look at this one. Hey, Vanir, we're stopping at the store. Would you like anything? Dunkin' Donuts. 3 points. This is, I mean, I never had a donut, by the way, on this spot, but this is a sugary one.
This has to be just the Darius, the reference, right? Obviously, for Jack's flank when he was 100 CS up on the Orn. I mean, it's kind of a nice one. I like this one actually. Really, kind of been popping off with the social media game lately. And the games.
I really hope the number 1 position belongs to Vanir replying.
Well, Treble, you know the future. Vanir coming in first spot.
Let's go.
On this week, but not the way you thought it was going to be. See ya in a couple of hours, Riddle, with the fight, and out of nowhere, no. We're actually killing our mental coach because this is not going the way we thought it would be. But points for creativity.
I see Ericsson down there falling on the side as well.
In the way the CEO is killing the mental coach, that's not how you do it, by the way. That's not how you do it.
At least they're having the NLC banner, you know? That's really cool stuff.
At least Michigan looks really happy in this battle as well, just looking at that picture. So nice to see. They're enjoying their time, even though they're kind of getting beaten down.
5 points for Vanir on this day of NLC social media clash. So teams, come on, we gotta spice it up. Let's see in the standings to see who's popping off and who's slacking. Vanir first place with 16 points, followed behind by Riddle, 1 point behind X7. Team Singularity at 4th spot. Bifrost coming in close, JDXL as well. M&M Gaming is still alive. Astralis, Dusty, Nariki.
Edge.
Where are you guys?
They're completely invisible, actually. It's kind of like the Constructor Championship in Formula 1, right? So basically almost as important as the regular one. Vanir, even though they lost the Riddle, can be happy about this one. It's really tight in the top ones, but come on, Nirki, Dusty, and Astralis, what are you guys doing?
I feel like their games are also very memeable as well, right? Dusty have played so many different iterations of bot lanes. Then Astralis pulling in the games, and it's like, have Astralis won yet, guys? Oh, we're 40 minutes in, Astralis won, you know? Like, there's so many potential for memes.
Okay, you want to talk about Astralis? Let's talk about Astralis. Let's talk about Astralis alongside with Vanir, a team that is in first on NLC social media clash and one that is in last place. but that doesn't reflect how the standings are right now in our NLC summer split. The Astralis are one game away from getting a really, really good position, the opposite of what they got in spring split. Meanwhile, Vanir are the opposite as well.
Why are we whispering? We can't play ASMR.
ASMR for the chat. You guys are awesome.
All right, so if we're going to talk about Astralis, I feel like they have completely grasped how they want to play the game, right? They've put Grisberg back onto his carries. They put a lot of emphasis on getting him out of lane, and I feel like the addition of Kiba, yet again, I've been saying this every single broadcast like a broken record, has been nothing but positive for the bot side of the map. I feel that 2v2 is looking very promising every single time. I don't think there have been many unnecessary, if any, deaths on the bot side, and I feel like later on, especially I remember Kiba on his Renata, he was spot on in these team fights. And yeah, we saw a tweet from Taxer as well that said, you know, guys, we're winning these games. And yes, there are 4-2 right now, which is really promising for the team, right? Oh, we had it on the screen. On the screen.
What happened?
Production. There it is. Thank you so much, production.
Ah.
Smurfing. He said, incredible improvement from us today compared to last week. We are still playing way too passive and hesitant, but it's getting a lot better. And that's exactly been our criticism towards Astralis as well. We're like, we know Taxa plays a mean Lee Sin, especially when he's on that champion. He's extremely proactive in the early game, but can he transform this same energy into other champions? Because Astralis needs to start getting going a little bit earlier, I feel like.
What about Vanir M-Test?
I mean, I think Vanir, it's the same for like every team that are struggling right now. I feel like they're really struggling to find their identity. I mean, I think I saw a couple of times when I was casting Ericsson, he was having that counter pick, but he always opted to go for just the control mage regardless. This gives enemy teams so much like durability in draft. They can kind of blind pick like the champs like Corki, Victor, and they kind of know that Ericsson is probably not going to punish it by picking like a melee champion like the Yone, as we've seen other mid laners do. And I think Vanir, they just have to really go back to the drawing table now. They have strong laners. It's not like they're a weak team, but. And I know their coach as well, Flash. This guy is actually one of the best coaches I ever had. So I think if they can just listen to Flash, guys, that's all I'm saying, and let him make you a good draft and play for that. The mid game obviously being the challenge for all the teams. I think
like
Vanir.
To Torok. Yeah. Everyone says don't listen to Torok.
This guy's listen to Flash. Man. It's not Torok. Listen to Flash. He has the idea on the back. Let's see if he's going to pull it off in the champion select that is going to appear right now for you guys. Boom. Which button did we press though? We pressed a lot of
every single button.
A lot of buttons here.
Well, it started anyway, Chad. We got you covered. Champion select coming in. Remind yourselves that we're on 12.11. A lot of changes come in, so let's see what picks are going to be here. Talia so far has been banned, even though she's probably going for more of the mid lane pick. She's being removed as well. Lilia as well.
It's just generally just as obnoxious, right?
Yeah.
It's the problem that she can roam the map very quickly. If you kill her, she can be on the map again really quickly by roaming around the walls. I think her ultimate is very oppressive when a lot of teams want to fight around objectives 5 versus 5. If you block them with the wall, then they can't enter, then you start stacking dragons really easily, right? So I don't blame teams that are still banning Talia. Katarina's a huge counter, by the way, in the mid lane. But as we can see here, a lot of emphasis down the bottom. We saw this in the LEC, right? A lot of the bans are going to fall towards that side of the map because there's so much versatility and S-tier picks.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned as well, right, Kiba is being such a solid pick. He has so many champions he can play, but especially the Renata, just getting that one off the board right away. I mean, just puts like kind of a dagger in Astralis' armor. Not going to be enough though, of course, but the support ban again, Karma, I mean, as you mentioned, bot lane being kind of dominant in the draft so far in the LEC, and also this, I mean, we have 100% bots.
5 out of 6?
Yeah, 5 out of 6. Let's go. 6 out of 6 as well. Let's go, come on.
Okay,
it'll be fun, but leaves a lot in the jungle though.
I'm just thinking what has not been banned, and Zeri is the only thing that comes to mind, and I'm pretty sure that Grisberg could potentially want to have this, given to him. He likes late game scaling AD carries, and he'd be more than happy to pick this one up in the bot lane. It's gonna be the Talia that you mentioned as well, Ashram, and now there's the potential for a Wukong first pick, handshake into the Volibear, or you pick up the Zeri or the Twitch.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen most teams just go for the Wukong, right? Feels like it's just working, and that's like kind of the champion that got hit least with the nerfs. Obviously, just the kind of jungle camps being a bit clearer, but Wukong obviously gonna be the lock-in as well for Astralis. And now you would just assume that Vanir is just gonna handshake with the Serra, right? With perhaps the Volibear as well. But it's just for me, it's like when there are so many bot lane bans now as well, it kind of leaves up all these champions. Obviously, the Ezreal is still being open. Are they just gonna go for that instead of the Seri?
That is not just an Ezreal. That is Kevor's Ezreal.
Ah.
So it is one of his most prominent champions, the one that he's most confident on. And I would also really like to see, and that's my personal idea, potentially the Volibear into the Wukong, or the Lee Sin even into the Wukong because it's Kraox, but he's gonna lock in
the Viego. It's locked in.
Yeah, it's not going to be handshake this time around. I mean, Viego obviously being a solid jungle all around the board. I mean, I think Wukong is just still a bit more oppressive in this patch. But this just gives kind of, when you blind pick Ezreal like this, obviously it's going to be a solid one for Mervs. He's going to be chilling on this. Maybe not the 2-item rule for Attila, but the 3 items Mervs, come on, man. I mean, I trust me, this guy is just going to pop off as well. But that just gives Sarah kind of the free matchup as well in the bot lane. And now you're looking at the Astralis draft. They have 2 OP champions, like really oppressive ones, and they have the 3rd pick as well. You could just assume that they might just pick a supporter because the support champ is just so pinned.
So we've seen a bunch of things like the Nautilus potentially going around, and Ezreal is like very slippery. You could go for something like this, but usually like on the red side, you want to make sure that you secure something that's very blind pickable, and Gnar is one of these blind pickable things. Now going into Hesir that really likes to play these brawly fighter champions, I would potentially maybe even see an Aurelia ban thrown their way unless they want to pick it here because it's a huge counter to Gnar, and you can play with the Viego aggressive towards the top side of the map since you have an Ezreal down bot.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I guess this is just going to be another handshake, right? I mean, the Gnar, the GP, we have been the GP, as I would like to call it. We have been seeing this matchup so a lot lately, and for me, this matchup is obviously GP scales a bit better. Gnar can be so dominant in the fights, though, but it's just been, for me, I cannot really grasp the top matchup. Obviously, being an AD carry main, top lane is really far away from me, but I've seen Gnar smash his GP into the ground. I've seen GP get kind of free sheen on the first base as well, and they just kind of smash the Gnar. I kind of don't know where this goes.
My problem here is that I'm seeing a very passive Vanney. You've got Ezreal towards the both side of the map, Gangplank wants to scale into the late game, you've got a Viego that usually wants to chill into the jungle and just come into later on fights, grab his resets, be inspired, 1v5, pentakill, yada yada. But on the other side, I see a lot of proactivity. You can drag your Mega Gnar into objectives in 5 versus 5. Wukong is a great fighter as well into the early stages of the game. So I'm looking to see what potentially Vanney can do here to sort of bridge that gap between the early and the mid game so they don't completely fall behind in active.
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure they have to look to at least get some proactivity. I would assume that, I would assume they will just pick Rakan on 4, but Astralis knows it already, they're just gonna ban it out. With this is the problem, right? We have Ericsson now with a potential last pick once again for Vanney, but is he gonna be able to actually get a good counter pick in this matchup because they need something to play for, as you mentioned, Trouble. They have Ezreal and GP, 2 double scaling lanes. They need some proactivity in mid for sure.
Maybe my only problem is that right now you need consistent AP damage.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking control mates, which is another scaling pick in the mid lane, like something like a Victor potentially or an Orianna, because you need that consistent AP damage to come in from somewhere since you have so much AD already locked in, right? So I'm looking at the mid and I'm like, oh, okay, another scaling champion. What do in the early game, boys?
Yeah, maybe they just go the M&M route, you know, lose lane and you win game. Even though M&M, they fall so close to the finishing line. Nautilus though, with Renata being banned, this is what I do every time I get filled. I just first pick Nautilus, I ban Renata. It's just super chill.
5, 6, 7 support bans this game.
Botlane is just super broken, what can I say? Just looks completely busted. And then we have actually like, imagine this many bans and you have Ezreal Sarah, like kind of like really passive lane. There's not a lot going on, but as I mentioned, that passiveness seems to be the game for Astralis as well. Not as much as Vanney, but the Corki lock-in, just gonna be farming on this one. Please, Ericsson, maybe look the Cassadin.
We have some displeased casters as well with the
face
Corki.
as well. I got really displeased with this one, but late game is going to be a menace for Astralis.
His hammer, okay.
I mean, we don't talk about those. We always get baited by them.
I think
I like it,
this is pretty good here. No!
Another sigh from our caster.
Well, if we're talking about disappointment, this is the exact face of it. Disappointment going on. I was looking into those champions.
Hit me with the Victor. Hit me with the Victor.
Go Cassadin.
I mean,
it's not even that good.
Hit me with the Azir versus
I thought about Azir would be a good one.
I'm not gonna lie.
If you want to lock in, Lissandra could come in. Why would you curse us, Trouble? Why would you do this to us?
I think not.
I can't stand this.
Well,
you are at fault.
Have fun, guys. See you after 50 minutes.
This is going to be a long one. For the record, Astralis versus Vanir, 40 minutes in, probably 50. As one side, we have Nirvana. On the other side, we have just disappointment.
He's trying, okay? Really hard to keep his cool.
one thing though, Astralis they're kind of similar where they don't really like to be proactive in the early game as much as other teams. They kind of look to scale into the mid and late game, and what does Vanir do? They pick literally 3 scaling lanes. Maybe this could be the recipe for success for them.
Okay, I like a little bit more Astralis because I feel like they can teamfight when they have the packets and when they have Wukong level 6, right? And a lot of the LEC teams would roll around objectives non-stop to try and stack them. So I feel like if there is a saving grace, I think that level 6 into the river with the packets might be the saving grace for Astralis in the early game.
So at the end of the day, or at the end of this champion select, I would say Astralis are trying to climb into the sky. Vanir cannot be left behind in the standings, so they did this one. What I do know is a lot of minions are going to perish today until we get into 60 minutes. Well, good luck. Initialize in iMeta.
We'll be calm, as the game will be for the first 30 minutes of the game. I will not throw too many horrible words on cast because I'm so angry at this. I will not lose my cool here as I have to cast Victor Corki. Durability patch is great for pro play.
The only way I can describe these drafts is both teams have chosen immobility as a mode of transport. I heard you laugh.
I am trying to balance
Leave us
on
to our
one leg
misery
here as a method of, I don't know, Zen. And I'm like,
you're trying to be more interactive than the game.
The game will be potentially early on. Astralis and Vanir, you have failed to live up to your Viking roots in history, and have.
You know, I actually discovered that I have a Viking drinking horn today.
You do.
We moved a lot of stuff out with us when we moved countries here to cast the NLC. On days like this, on games like this, I wonder if I wonder if I should have brought something to go in the drinking horn.
Water, clearly, nothing else would
Stay hydrated out there.
Be hydrated, people.
It's been a very hot weekend.
That was a very, intense opening to the rift there with a little bit of stinger music going on.
All downhill.
Congratulations, production it's very pretty, but I feel it's a little bit against what we were expecting in this game because we have got Ezreal Victor Gangplank versus Gnar, Corki, and Zeri with a Tahm Kench. This is like non-interaction the draft.
Yeah, so I would like to put a message, a psychic message through the airwaves.
Do it. How did you do that, by the way?
Well, it's not a power that the it's not something that the Jedi would tell you. That's what I was going for.
I see that.
It is a power it's a great responsibility to have this power. But I'm going to, psychically message Zaremba as the one person. Zaremba, you are our only hope. Please be the most sociopathic player I have ever seen and just hook on cooldown. Okay. That would be the only way to save this game. I know you're into a
This is the way.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Okay, now do that a million times more, and it could be an okay game.
I'm just going to say this right now as well. You said it was the only hope, and this is episode 4. This is game 4. True. It's all lining up.
Okay.
Now, what I need is for there to be some sort of Death Star equivalent here. Probably the Chaos Storm, let's be real, where I can yell, "That's no moon," as someone dies. There's no Diana for the moon to fall in that kind of regards, but I've got to find some other references, perhaps.
We will try our best. So, I mean, speaking
of that, Victor, your career with great interest is where you should have gone with that, but your Star Wars meme game is weak.
Is that really what we're getting to?
Yes.
I mean,
look, yes, it is. Of course it is. What did you think? Who is casting this game?
Sam, it's okay. I was about to say, well, let the Wukong win. Is that as close to let the Wookiee win as we can get? So, it's better than I can do. It's much better than I can do. So, mid lane is actually one of the few... I know Victor Corki has kind of been memed on. Ironically, it's one of the most active control mage matchups that we've seen in the last couple of years. Particularly in this preseason into early season, we saw a lot of LPL teams. Particularly Knight was very good at this matchup, and killing Corki at like level 2, level 3. Actually, pre-6, Victor has a really good way of dealing with Corki, where you have level 3. If you actually, in this point, you've leveled up your death ray 2 times, just for the extra poke. But once you get to that level 4, you get the gravity field. If Corki steps up and you get to take a hard trade and force him to Valkyrie on one wave,
action.
Use it. Action. Time to force
Action.
Action. Oh. See, this is why I carried on. Anyway, right. Crux has flash. Senkox looks
Action.
safe for now.
Oh.
We shouldn't have got our hopes up, Sam.
I lived
That's
in
the
hope.
lesson that I learned.
It was a
Anyway.
new one, but the Empire of Nothing struck back.
This is almost as dreadful as the game.
Maybe we need to return the Jedi Puffs.
Okay, I'll give you that one. That's okay. That was a joke in 3 parts. Third part just about makes it work out. But either way, we are now looking at, effectively after this point, where these junglers are going to interact, because when you have stable lanes, it is largely about, okay, the micro advantages you can get to see where these junglers can end up after this point. Actually, interesting thing happening towards the top river. Carlson might just be warding out. I was actually wondering if you had enough time to take that scuttle, but the wave wasn't in the correct place for that. I wasn't actually tracking those minions over there. Those fat champion pictures, hiding the minions on the minimap. But with the extra vision there, I think Astral's Town potentially could be looking for a double scuttle, and that's about as active as we're going to get in this early game.
Oh, this wasn't the bot simulator I was looking for. See with attacks and runs into Kroos, we're gonna have a little bit of fighting. My days, this is actually action briefly, just half a HP bar and a scuttle crab that's being traded forward. Kroos can't quite get in range for the smite, and Taxa secures that one. In fact, both scuttle crabs secured by the Wukong. Indeed, the Wookiee did win.
Are we blind? Deploy the support roams. I mean, Seraph's helping.
Really?
You said
Rogue One puns a man of your talent.
We were this close to greatness. Jaramba,
Where are we with this draft? I think we're quite a long way from greatness.
Shut up, let's talk about the game. Jaramba, move from bot lane, move to towards that top scuttle. I think that was the right move. Sadly, wasn't in the right place to actually secure that scuttle, and now Wukong has a micro advantage for now. And we'll go back to clearing their own jungle camps, and we are in a dreadfully low point in this game, as we saw.
Alex?
Yes? Hello.
It's time.
It's time for
what you have
what?
to understand, people, is that this is what we call the podcast section of the game. We have probably got about 3.5 minutes until someone probably fights around a herald.
And that's about it.
Yeah, so we've got time to fill. So what we're going to do is you're going to start a topic, and we're going to riff on that for 2 minutes while we watch relaxing sights of people farming on the Rift.
Well, okay. Dragon's been taken. Okay, that's something interesting. It's not going to be contested, so we don't get to talk about the topic Stormer. Well, you know, a lot of you today will notice we've gone on a certain theme of things. And how I'm not ashamed to admit that, I would love to, a lot of people have dreams of, I've made it in life when I have this.
Yes.
For me, I have 2 goals. One is having a hot tub at some point. The other one is having a really nice lightsaber. I really want a proper lightsaber. Oh, come on. Is Carlson actually going to ignore?
Oh, my days.
No, he's not.
Okay, fine.
So, there's that. Obviously, we've been playing.
Right, so I knew about the lightsaber because you've been like looking for like awesome lightsabers to buy. I did not know about the hot tub bit. When does that be?
Okay, would you say that you don't want a hot tub?
I mean, I want a hot tub. It just wasn't like, it wasn't like,
as
top of my list of
gets.
dreams.
I can't really spell this out anymore for you, Sam. I want a hot tub.
Okay, well, you'll know Nymera has decided he's succeeding when there's a hot tub picture coming out. What I will do as well, let's have a look at the hashtag NLC at home, and we have got somebody who is playing both sides. Hanivai, I think I pronounced that right.
Yes.
I apologize. Has got the outfits, the team jerseys of both teams playing here.
You see, it just so happens that I know Hanivai, and I know that they are a Larson fan. They're not in this game, but I'd like to shout that out and let the world know that this person has an unhealthy attachment to that player. As much as they're a great player.
Little bit of background of, like, disses going on, but that is a...
I mean, do I really have a standing to say on when I have my Ari bits? I have all of my Ari skits around. I'm like, haha. I say this in jest. It's great to see this kind of passion for the teams. It's great to see this passion for the teams.
This is basically what happens.
Those of you who are sat at home and you do have a certain attachment to these teams, absolutely let us know. It's great to see, especially within our region, which has been... It gets a little isolated at times.
Flash out of Hess 0
We're
there.
not allowed to have actions.
I mean, no. We got a flash. That's the best we've got. And again, this is the kind of game where clearly people's loyalties are being torn between both sides. It's mom and dad fighting. It's that situation. It's what happens when Nymera watches the Telecom
Wars, yes.
Because Aria plays for KT.
My favorite player, yes.
And T1 was the team that really got you into League of Legends.
My favorite team, yes.
So watching those fight is like torture on the soul.
I do not see it. I just want both teams to do well. Well, both teams are actually turning up for the first time.
Have we got action? 8.5 minutes in. Flash hook. Is this it? Have we finally got something? It's a clone.
And that's the gravity field down. So now
Clone
Vanir,
Wars
they
have
don't
begun.
have the zoning tools. Can they stay in the river waiting for that extra hook? Zaremba, we told you.
Shock laser.
Up. Zaremba is our hope. Has the hook, has the ability to make the aggressive plays, and it hits Crispo.
That's a fair amount of damage. Now the cannon barrage coming through. Crispo trying to stay best alive as he can. We have actually got some actions, ladies and gentlemen. But Ericsson's still alive! No one's died quite yet until finally a 1-for-1 comes through. Nautilus for Crisberg, Zeri, but Kraox and Merbs are on very much the wrong side of the rift. There's a Meganar coming up for Carlson. Kraox trying to play this one out best he can with the Heartbreaker, but Merbs being left out to the wolves. No flash, no E, no hope. Senkuts gets that one, and he's recalling. There's no one on the blast code, and he won't reset even with the empowered Herald recall. Vanir get the Herald, but at what cost?
I applaud Zaremba. The psychic message has been received because this hook is what starts everything up. We knew that the Nautilus was pretty much the only person who was going to be starting off these fights in any serious way. It's actually a pretty damn good hook. Merbs does a great job, tags the W onto Crisberg during all of this as well, and gets most of Zeri's HP away from them. It's just not enough. The battle lines have already fallen apart. Actually, at this point in the game, before you get multiple points into your various abilities from Ezreal, you don't have as many Qs to get your E cooldown load. You don't have as many points into E to get your cooldown load. Look, your mobility is basically spent by this point, and Merbs, though they found their way onto that mission into the backline to kill the enemy AD carry, couldn't find a way out.
Oh, that was so close to getting out from Kraox. They thought he was going towards the blast cone, and he tried to fake them out. Couldn't make it happen.
Close the blast doors. Didn't work in that case. Try the empowered recall.
Okay.
Needed about
that's upsetting.
15 more parsecs to get it. It's not a measurement of time.
I believe the castle
Doesn't
was
make
only
any
12. Less than. Either way, enough references briefly, as we might actually be having a little more action coming up, more than perhaps we were anticipating with the drafts, as there were 40 seconds until an Ocean Drake spawns, and there's a Herald in inventory, and that might be used as something of a counterweight for Vanir, who, of course, did lose out in the fight that followed that, despite Zaremba finding the initial engage. Perhaps it was a caster curse that came with that psychic message, because did eventually lose the following fight.
He could be aggressive. I didn't say if he'd win.
Monkey's Paw from Nymera, who gives what it was asked for, but at what cost is might be in trouble. More action. Zaremba! It's happening as Zaremba is being exhorted to fight and is slain. That's significantly more joy from Nymera than I think is probably healthy, but the Nautilus does fall. Dragon is available. Of course, there is still the Herald inventory. The Kraox is kind of...
Zaremba. You know, I appreciate the mentality, because this draft should absolutely be one which is probably a little less active than this. If you don't have the Nautilus on the aggressive foot, probably not going to be as active as this. So they lose out on that play again, but helps us.
And Astralis take up another kill. They continue to extend their gold lead. And this is a team that, after a very disappointing spring split, considering expectations for the roster coming in, we are seeing a much, much better performance from them in the split, particularly in the last week. They started to pull a little bit ahead. They are at that 4-2 record. They're looking to move up to join Bifrost at 5-2 if they can make this happen. And that will put them very much in contention, not just for playoffs, but for making a run in said playoffs if they can keep this momentum
It's going to be very vindicating, right? You make one change to the roster, you change your head coach as well, and then you have now a good run of form. No, it's not been perfect. They did end up getting monstered in, particularly one of the losses, I believe it was to Bifrost, where it was a little bit of a shutout through the early game. But this roster is night and day difference from what happened in that spring split. You're absolutely right to bring that up, and so no.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Does have the arcane shift. Will there be a devour? There is, and that's of course no flash still remaining. You can throw an exhaust down, but I'm just not going to find enough. It's a kill for Crisberg, and that is a big, big mistake. Unfortunately, should have been aware of that one, but of course, with the Abyss Dive being blind from the bush, makes it an easy punish. It's the clone that's hooked. The Herald won't get a proper charge, or actually finally just Taxa goes down. Package afterwards, those Kraox trying to trade this one out, looking for another one. Senkuts has to flash away for the Heartbreaker. Can't quite secure the kill, but a boulder will do the job.
And sadly, even with Kraox taking on the form of Taxa, the attack of the clone champions is not enough from Vanir to foul Astralis on their own side of that rift. They get the Herald charge. It's a decent amount of gold in, but it's not enough to really get them back into a state in this game. Which, I mean, again, it's fairly even, but even with that, that Herald could have been a big power play for them. Doesn't really lead to the advantages they wanted.
Well, as it stands, we've had more action than I think could have been a possibility in this game. Excellent cancel on the back, and Merbs is justly punished by Kiba, who is that member who's come in to switch the roster around and proving why he was worth.
Actually, really well positioned on the time catch W, puts himself between Ezreal and the tower, gives him that extra room to auto-attack. The E not really able to carry them to a safe distance. And then, of course, this is the blow shaft in the mid lane there. See the Wukong clone come out, but Gravity Field does a decent amount of work. Herald Charge actually adds in an extra bit of CC.
Yes.
But, I mean, the other part of this is that you do know the package is there. Again, the warning shot, the warning siren's gone off. They knew it was happening, but maybe didn't pay the respect they needed to that. Maybe they thought they could just win in an isolated 3v2, didn't expect Carlson to come down. But yeah, package does a decent amount of damage and turns things around a little more in favor of Astralis than maybe it could have been.
Yeah, it's still a net positive trade for Veneer, of course, because they got the plates as well as a kill in trade for just the 1 kill back. But, you know, it's not as clean as it should have been, I think it's fair to say. In Veneer, 2 and 4 were tied with X7 earlier in the day. Of course, X7 won with relative ease earlier on. It was a strong early game into a slightly slower mid game, partly because of that sort of snuck Baron that came through. But either way, it was largely a strong showing, particularly from the likes of MC. Veneer, if they want to keep track, need to win this game. Oh. And Zaremba once again being exhorted to find more action, more blood for the Blood Guard, Skulls for the Skull Thrones. And we'll change universes briefly.
Whenever I started becoming a Chaos Cultist. It's not the timeline I particularly saw myself on.
Let's be real. What have you been, like, trying to push for this entire game?
Very true. This is the thing, right? Like, again, this is a conversation I have every so often. I like good, clean League of Legends. It's a gourmet meal. You get to have all of your balanced nutrients of
cheese for the second
rotations, the cheese for the second course, but you do like some good fast food gameplay every so often. Just the absolute to-the-wall aggression.
Teleports.
There's a teleport coming in. It's one of those aggressive plays.
And to Meganar, that's pretty much on the board for Carlson as well. And Auto 2 will get it. Merbs being left to the walls. The teleport now coming back through on the side of Veneer. But what more can they get as Carlson slams Ezreal into the wall. He belongs not in the museum, but in the morgue. It's Zaremba now being left to die as well. A double for Carlson's Nah.
That is a really well-played timing by Astralis. They put down that deep ward. The unlocked teleport comes through. Now Hesira able to at least save that turret, but Astralis doing their best to pull away with this game. They have themselves a Herald in that mid lane. They'll not be able to finish off the entire turret, but a chunk onto it means that if they ever leave this lane again unattended, expect that objective to go down.
Maybe could have been saved when more members were around, but look to be opportunistic. Gets a chunk onto the tower, and here's the teleport. And at that moment, Veneer and the Rembers of the bot lane knew they were in trouble.
And of course, you don't have that flash from Merb still. Again, it's one of the problems with Ezreal. It's all well and good kiting when you're kiting away from someone. If you are flanked, if you're between a Gnar and a hard player setter. It's better if it's a Malphite. Either way, between two threats, your E is not enough. You need several of them. And at this point, you don't have the amount of Qs to get that off of cooldown. It really isn't enough to carry to safety.
There you go. That is very true, as I found the worst of the puns I could find in my brain to bring out to clarify your statement.
I think I'm glad I missed that one.
I said rock and a Gnar place.
Oh, that's even... Oh,
yeah.
How did I think of that?
Well, there you go. You're just not as good as me. Covered that in the news segment earlier.
Let's get you on the Jungle Clay Challenge. Let's knock you down.
Oh, no, don't make me do that. There will be a disaster in the waiting for that one.
3 minutes 30, 3 minutes 27.
Yeah, that's looking more like a 4-minute clear, let's be real. My leasing skills are fairly subpar. Especially when the par for course is like 320 or whatever it is right now.
327, that's what's...
So in fairness, we did see one jungler not have smite and the other mess up their clear, MC and Taxa. Not having the best time. Of course, Taxa this game, very much looking pretty on point, all things said and done.
And, you know, particularly with these junglers, which have been players that have... I mean, when you have the Wukong, you've had a certain amount of draft priority given towards you. Has been such an important champion, this Wukong. Even with nerfs so many strong champions on the new patch, it has felt like Wukong has continued to be first pick, first ban. And Taxa being given the responsibility to say, take this priority champion, do damage, do work with it, has been pulling his weight.
Got a little bit of a conflation of players in the mid lane, but Croaks will throw down the Harrow path and decide he does not want to be a part of that little... brewing confrontation.
Zaremba, what do we talk about?
my guy. You like you can't just like mind control the Nautilus
Just
into
watch
like.
me. Let's remember, this is Nymera. Pull the hook trigger. Anyway, he's working his way.
Is that like your Obi-Wan impression with like Luke on the Death Star run?
You know, if I actually thought about
use the hook, Zaremba.
Use the hook. Use the hook, Luke. He's turned off his targeting computer. He's not going to hit his skill shots.
Depth charge is point click. You don't need
He's
to
here again. Has himself a hex.
The depth charge counts as a proton torpedo.
You know, the more we're forcing this analogy, the more it just kind of gives me this.
I know, it's giving me a surprising amount of joy. I suppose Corki at 2-1 is probably counts as a Death Star with the amount of damage he's throwing out.
You know, they are currently towards that top lane, which no structures have fallen in. So maybe you can worry about the champions, he can worry about the towers.
Oh no. No.
Niche. Sorry for anyone who doesn't have a photographic memory of various quotes from that series of movies, but do have diving in towards that red buff, smite forced away from Creox, and Creox, even though they have been one of the stronger individual performances, actually in the whole league, I think actually of the first couple of weeks.
Oh, he's been afraid of this Tom catch the entire game, as he's just been like, every time he's like, no, not again, surely not again.
Give him any more gold and it'll be the size of an Exegorth. That one is very niche. Yeah, look at that one.
That's not the planet, that's the weird...
that's the thing which they fly inside in episode 5. It's the big worm.
The big worm thing in the asteroid. Oh, okay, well, thank you for clarifying. I had a moment that was like, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, Hester has to flash out here as Carlson's just going to chase in. Never mind, Star Wars.
He fails
it's just going to be a solo kill. Carlson, 4-0-2, having an absolute stormer of a game.
Oh gosh, just failing the barrel change, but trades out that flash. And Carlson, for all that they were a fairly, I'm not going to say inexperienced, but on a comp level they were.
Yes.
This player in the individual 1v1s has been a shining star for this team, actually throughout the entire year. This individual prowess of Carlson was not something that we really criticized too much. Had a couple of off games when he was put on the weak side of the map, but when he's given these strong matchups, has continued to shine. 4-0-2 now, solo kill involved in that. Carlson, seriously good game so far.
Very much so. 500 gold bounty on top of his name. Definitely a worthy target to pick up if he can get onto the likes of Merbs or Ericsson.
Oh, it's the dive!
See the dive instead. I turn my head for a second to look at my co-commentator, and Chrisberg secures a kill. A Nara into wall because Carlson's there, and that one's picked up by Taxa, who taxes the life bar of Veneer. Creox now forced away. Hesir does land, or try to land a barrel chamber. It doesn't really amount to much. Creox forced to Heartbreaker out. 2 kills and a tower, and Astralis making his eat our words a little bit about a passive game.
That is exactly what I was going to say. And I was just like, hey, you know, we're talking about how this could be basically just 2 ranged compositions with low engage, just kind of facing off against each other and staring at each other menacingly. I am so glad Astralis have been pulling TP flanks, have been diving under these towers, have been using the aggressive tools that they do have in efficient ways. It's been actually very fun to watch. We're only 21 minutes in, and actually we have a decent amount of kills for that.
We really do.
We're used to about maybe 0.5 kills per minute, once every other minute. We're getting above that now, actually, at this point, and I'm glad for one that we're not sat here after that draft, after all, we thought, thank you, both these teams.
Well, for once, I'm very happy to be proved wrong. We were all a little bit nervous. We were all a little bit hysterical, perhaps the way to put it is. Ericsson forced to flash out there. Not having the easiest game of it on this Victor. Been a little bit removed from a lot of the plays.
You know, at least we are, of course, getting that aggression, and you know, we were worrying about so much, and now, actually, with that Soul point being on the table early as well, we're almost certainly going to have some big team fights around a Soul or an Elder or a Baron. It's getting to that point where the Stars can force the hand of Veneer. They take that, no contest, and at this point, you have to start asking Veneer, okay, how do you start stabilizing? They've been dove on, they've been not actually been able to disengage the aggressive plays, even though their comp is pretty good at that. You have Gravity Fields, Chaos Storms, Ezreal, Kiting, barrels, Gangplank ult, so many things which say if you dive into us and you mess up, we can punish you. They've actually not been able to do that because Astralis have been choosing their plays, weighting the numbers in their favor so much that it hasn't mattered. They go with so many people to an area of the map, Veneer can't play out their disengage.
Still, 2 items have started to come through for Veneer, and if they can hold on to something like a 3rd item, Cesar manages to escape from the attempted engage, but you've got a Death Cap and a Leandries on this Victor. You've got a Muramana and an Essence Reaver in Merb's pockets. If you can secure a 3rd item here, something like a Void Staff for the Victor, or maybe maybe a Zhonya's to survive some of the dive, and similarly something additional for Merbs, they're going to start hitting pretty hard. They are actually dangerous scaling carries here, and that third item comes through, and Astralis may start to sweat a little more than they have in this early game.
You're actually getting to the point where a lucky crit from the Gangplank Barrel, a bit of uptime on auto-attacks and keys from Merbs, or of course just a Chaos Storm in the right position, and suddenly you start clumping up into the wrong carries, and Astralis are not safe in this game. Now, they are still very, very overwhelmingly likely to close out this game in my eyes right now. They've hit those item breakpoints fairly well. I think, you know, with that Dragon advantage too, it just means that they, as long as their heads are screwed on straight when it comes up to these objectives, they should be able to force Veneer to come into them, which is not really where they want to play. Just need to see Astralis' decision-making, be calm, be confident, make sure that they don't allow Veneer's carries to really come into the slim situations where they should succeed.
Veneer, though, trying their very best to stall out this game. The early moments of action from that kind of herald to the 20-minute mark have slowed down over the last few minutes, as a lot of those easier objectives for Astralis to gather, namely those outer towers, have gone. They're waiting really potentially for this soul fight in 3 minutes, and Veneer are doing their very best to take control of the Baron pit and that upper river and trade.
So, going towards their mid-prio.
Wait. This is actually a little bit more action as Zero in danger. Finds himself on the end of an abyssal dive. Trying the very best sail up the cannon barrage coming through. And the Gangplank's alive. The turnaround starting to come through. Carlson doing their very best, but Kiba into the cannon barrage trying to stay alive as well. He will. Tax's clone being chunked up, and Taxa gets devoured. And somehow, someway, no one is dead. Wait, Merbs went looking for it, couldn't find it with the flash.
And that was very, very dangerous from Astralis. What did we say? Don't give Veneer the ability to play the kite back, play around their carries. And while we were saying, look, honestly, the way the map's been set up, it feels like Astralis should be closing out. They should be able to force Veneer away from their comfort zones, their composition. Immediately after we say that, the next fight they take is the wrong one.
And they lost so many summoners. Taxa, Senkux, Crispberg, Kiba, all down flash from that play.
They lose. Mid lane out of turret. That's an objective bounty. That's control of the map. 2 minutes left on the mountain dragon spawn as well. Means that Veneer can potentially reset, push in with that an extra ability to push that mid-wave through onto the other side of the map and get themselves into a more advantageous position than they probably should have been have had access to. Words are hard.
They are a little bit, and what could also be a little bit dangerous and hard to deal with would be Corky Rockets like that. But also I'm looking at Victor, I'm looking at Ericsson, who is a completion cost away from a Void Staff in inventory. Can he get there before the Dragon's on table?
But also you're looking at Ravenous Hydra almost coming from Senkux. Senkux, you've got the Infinity Edge waiting a couple of 100 gold away from Crispberg. And they, of course, are huge poke champions. They play at range. Not sure if Veneer can really threaten that. However, looks like we could have that objective trade again. Dragon for Baron. Veneer starting it up. Vision from Astralis, though. They're coming to contest.
Not just Dragon, it's Soul, but they know they want to try and fight before the item completions come through. Down to 6,000 HP, it's already low. Tax is around, they're going to try and turn. It's onto the clone though, and Zaremba taken so low, that hook, that curse you laid on him earlier. Coming back to Bonus Carlson, nearly a mega! Senkux deletes the Nautilus, he dives down deep into the abyss. He's dead to rights, and now Veneer are down a member, and the Baron's alive, and the Dragon's about to follow, and I think that might be it.
That was a gambit from Veneer. They tried to play the savvy hand, say, okay, let's go get this off of the cooldown of that Dragon, see if we can play around the vision, maybe sneak it away as we've seen other teams do earlier in the day, but they don't quite land the punch. Clone comes out from Taxa again, tanks up that hook from Zaremba. Zaremba is not a tanky Nautilus. Goes down, Veneer not able to play around their effective ranges, and Astralis confidently pick up that kill, see themselves through that Soul.
They do indeed, there's the Soul, there's no way really to fight it, and
I was wondering actually if there was enough DPS on the top side of the map to deal with that, but it's not going to be the case. Just some vision cleared out from Zero, and now Veneer lose out on that play in quite a huge way, even though they were handed potential openings from that earlier mid lane fight, and even though there weren't as many kills from that fight, it was just a case where they had potentially better setup, and now they're finding themselves into that Mount Soul, into that slim gold lead at this point in the game. They're not feeling too comfortable now.
No, Veneer do now secure themselves a Void Staff in the inventory of Ericsson's Victor. And Merbs is pretty close to becoming a courier, sending Lord Dominic's regards on their way if they can just secure the completion.
Let them know. I want them to know it was me. We're really hitting on all the
they're like just
franchises
general pulp nerd references. We've not done any Marvel ones. That's about it so far.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there is a point. It's like, how far do we have to go before we start pondering our morb?
I don't think anyone's really morbed out in this game, and I'm yet to hit that point where that's kind of really become a thing.
We've got Merb. We can
Merb out. No, Merbius.
Let's go.
Well, he has not got a surreal disgrudge. It's not a Lord Dominic's regards. It's a grudge.
I'm so sorry if you have to listen back to this. We are really clutching at straws for really insane references, but that Ezreal hitting that 3 items, have to keep an eye on that carry on the bot side of the map from Veneer.
I don't know. The problem is I'm never going to be able to look at Merbs the same way again now. I'm so sorry. At least for the rest of this game.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. We'll work on that. We'll workshop it. We'll see what happens with it.
It's just waiting for Merbius too. That's all it is.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? See if they can sweep that fight away. Astralis have that soul, able to tank up a bit of poke, even if those Ezreal Qs land with that Mountain Shield. Taxa going towards that Baron, immediately spotted out by a blue trinket. Now we have all members coalescing.
It's that time of day. It's time to flip the Baron, and we're going to see whether Astralis can hold on. Kraox has got Heartbreaker but no flash. It's a good cannon barrage that will force Astralis away for now. Looking potentially for a turn, but won't really be able to find it. 4 minutes until a potential Elder Dragon spawn. That's about it.
That's the cannon barrage down. You've now just regened that man's shield, and you are very, very happy to go straight back to this. That's one fighting tool now no longer available for Veneer. They still need to make this approach. Carlson
gonna go in. That's a Cyclone as Zaremba flashes away. Chrisberg over the wall with the lightning surge. But the crash down is so much problem. There is a Devour and a rocket secures the kill. Now that's what I call team fighting! Taxa goes on in and continues to swing through them all! It's a Bunter Eve classic as the bounties are being secured as best they can.
You can only do that because you have a Mounted Soul, and you have a Shield Bow, and you have a Tom Kench. That is ridiculous amounts of safety. I was sat there watching going, what the heck are you doing? That's way too deep. You're diving into the Victor. It's the one place they can really turn this around, but try as they might, throw themselves into death's mouth, and they do come out alive. Get the power play on top of it, come out with a clean team fight, clean Baron take, lose no one for it.
I mean, I would potentially say not clean. I'll call it effective.
Okay, deathless. That's the word.
As we do see the engage come through, and it was decently buffed from Zaremba, but then Chrisberg just goes all in.
It's ridiculous, because one of the reasons why Victor was seen as a good answer into this area is because you can do that. You dive into the Victor, you start doing damage, and he just mullers you. He absolutely turns you into mush. But at this point, even with level 16, huge itemization from Ericsson is not enough at that point, and credit to Chrisberg, I didn't believe it when I saw it. Gets away with it.
Just about. That's the stopwatch broken as well. Third item finally complete for Hess Zero, who, with that collector, maybe can try and secure the kill that was denied from them there with the timely flash devout from Kiba. But now with the Baron in inventory, Astralis continuing to shove in with the soul, with the gold lead, with the map control. As my days, 3-item Corki pretty much takes 2/3 of Merm's health bar in one ability.
You may fire when ready, and actually, you know what? If Chrisberg lands a W on top of that as well, that probably is that laser you're looking for. Forget the Victor on that E. On this patch in particular, Zeri's W, because it can crit, because it gets amped up by Infinity Edges, crit damage too becomes so ridiculous. However, while this is happening, we're looking at this damage happening in this large amount of siege being pulled off from Astralis Talon. GP has at least managed to get an objective bounty on the other side. Is it enough? You're losing 3+ towers for this. It is pennies in the bucket of the deficit that they're trying to recoup from.
Very much so. As Chrisberg now onto this inhibitor. So slippery, so safe with Kiba behind them as well. One is down. That inhibitor turret in the bot lane. Under siege as well. One final cannon minion remaining as Kraox. Stepping forward, looking to see if they get on Senkox. Battle station may be fully operational, but maybe has a weakness or two to be exploited if they can just get on top of the core keeper. Kraox won't pull the trigger. Veneer, they're bleeding out. They need to find something, or it's going to be lights out very shortly.
And while we did see that, Zero found some ways to play the map. Turrets going down across the board. Astralis playing around that extended range. They don't have to force the engage. They've got those W's, got those rockets. Vanir clutching at straws yet again. Where can they find the engage? There's one final effort left in them. They have to find something, maybe a barrel, maybe Chaos Storm in the right place. Vanir, though, odds are against them. It goes even lower when Merv takes poke like that.
Astralis are now here to finish the fight best they can, going to put in another massive rocket. The barrage from Sankox is just monumental. It's world-ending. It'll certainly be game-ending as Merv's taken down to 10% HP this time. No one dead, but the structures are falling. Astralis looking to end it, looking to move to 5 and 2, looking to tie up with Bifrost. Crayox will go unstoppable, but not as unstoppable as Astralis are in their rise up the table. Nexus under siege, and Astralis secure their 5th win of the summer split.
They're going to pump up those DPM numbers. Make sure they can get a little bit more up on those stats boards, but 5 and 2 now for Astralis, pushing Vanir down to 2 and 5. So sadly for Vanir, not able to catch both X7 and of course Nariki just above them on those 3 win points. And at this point in the split, we are starting to see some of those top and bottom groups start to form. These wins are starting to matter more and more. As you said at the start of the day, you have to get beyond this early split, find that identity, settle in. And Vanir at this point, really struggling to string together those wins.
It might have been a Victor Corky game, but we did see some early action. And Astralis, after a bit of a slower mid to late game, close it out in pretty clean fashion. But that's enough from us. Over the desk we go. We'll see you in a few minutes for our final game.
Thank you, Initialize, welcome back to the desk after this game that could be really slow, but it wasn't, specifically because of one play. We were talking about that, the play that opened up the map where everybody went to the Earl.
Yeah, like to set it up as well, I felt like both of these teams scaled pretty well into the late game. We mentioned it as well, all 3 lanes for both teams. But when it came to Astralis, having that Corky package mattered a lot. Having the Wukong, having the Megana in those choke points when you want to fight for the 5v5s into the neutral objectives, I think was the key. And I think we also have like a replay to showcase that. It was a very early Herald fight, if I'm not wrong, from Astralis. Exactly, 8 minutes in, Megana jumps in, Wukong jumps in, and suddenly it's like a winning fight for Astralis. Oh wow, we have you double on our screens.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Half-Life 3 confirmed.
Watching me is already painful. 2 of me. Yeah, that was a good one because both teams, there we go. This is at the point where the early composition from Astralis could actually pop off versus.
And I think this is just, I mean, this is kind of like Vanir. They have the only engage is the Nautilus. I mean, that hook just looks super solid, right? But then afterwards, the only kind of card that Vanir has is they have to perma-kite back. In this fight, they don't get to do that. And that's what's kind of just falls apart for them. I mean, obviously, Astralis has so many more tools in this early game. You mentioned the Wukong, the Gnar as well, both being on a flank this time around. And while Vanir got the first-hand engage here, that's not really how you want to fight with these carries. And you said as well, Trouble, like in the Grimmer, that this is just way too early for the Vanir comp to fight, not kind of before they're online. And I think this one is just a solid one where you should just cross-ban.
Yeah, and I feel like also Astralis had Soul at some point. It was a Mountain Soul. They start Baron at one case, and the Gangplank ulti falls on them, and they can just tank it with Mountain Soul and just walk out and then go again, right? So their composition was scaling. They had their tanks. They had their go button in the likes of a Megana and a Wukong. And I just feel like teams who start peaking Viego start missing a really big go button, right? Especially since Volibear has been open so many times and teams seem to opt a lot more onto that Viego rather than the Volibear.
I completely agree. I just have to say as well that Vanir, I feel like they kind of betted on the fact that Astralis hasn't been able to get consistently early game leads by just picking all this scaling. But it just for the Viego as well, I'm just not really sure what he is supposed to accomplish this game. He cannot really play through any lane, and Astralis it's all on them to make this game a dub. And I think that's not really how you want to progress as well as Vanir, because you want the game to be your fault that you lost, not necessarily because the enemy just played their comp better.
It's going to be an interesting interview with Astralis because I have with me in the studio to talk with me, Chetson.
Chetson.
It's your new nickname. Sorry, man. You're Chetson now. You did an amazing game. Welcome to the show. Your Gnar was popping off. It was a blind pick Gnar as well. So I want to start why is everybody leaving? Why is...
Maybe it's you, Ashram.
Is this...
Maybe it's
Dude,
you.
stop scaring everyone away.
Maybe you should swap shares again. I think
I was complimenting.
You know what? We're gonna have M-Test welcome our interviewees from now on, so we don't scare them away.
I'm sorry, man.
That's gonna be like, okay, so for the loser here, we're gonna have M-Test be like, say the truth. Was it Yi that played Jungle Dave?
Or was it? Oh, he's back.
Hello, Carlson.
I think we had some technical issues.
Technical issues, wasn't it? It was a button. I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding with you. Okay, picking the Nard, the blind pick Nard, you still believe you cannot be punished by that when you have Irelia buffed as well, other champions. Do you still feel comfortable with the Nard blind pick?
No, I mean, I'm quite confident in playing it. I feel like there are a lot of niche counter picks to it, but a lot of players are not willing to play it. So I feel quite safe when picking Nard.
Talking about feelings before I head on to you, talking about feelings right now, Carlson. How are you feeling with this composition? Because on a previous split, you were shining, but there was something that was lacking on Astralis' composition. And you guys stood strong. A few changes, not much. And it's a new team. It's a new breath of fresh air for your team. How are you feeling this split?
I feel like we are a lot more confident going into our games. It's still a thing that we need to work on a lot, but we have a more clear goal going into team fights in the mid game. And I feel like it's working a lot better for us now.
Honestly, I want to say congrats for the 5-2 record so far. You guys seem to have been doing so well. I saw Tax's tweet that says, you know what, we're still a little bit hesitant in the early game. We're still not as aggressive as we would like to be. And honestly, I'm guessing like with 12-11, it gives you a lot more opportunities to sort of maybe try for these tower dives. And we saw a lot of proactivity, not just by you know, simply solo killing a laner, because this can always happen, but also a lot of movement from your team. So is that a goal for you to move forward, being a little bit more proactive?
Yeah, for sure. We definitely want to be more proactive in the early game. We feel like we can push our leads a lot more in the games that we play.
This is going to be more of a personal question on this matter of this split. If you could pick any team right now that you could fight against to show how much you evolved and how much the team has evolved as well, which team would you pick?
JDXL. I feel like we have a way better chance of beating them this time. It was kind of disappointing to lose the last time, but I feel like we've already improved from since then.
That's confidence, man. I like to hear that. Congratulations on the way you're performing this split. Congratulations on the new nickname, Shatson, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Now you can leave.
Bye.
Now you
and
can.
the wave.
Hey, wave.
Now it's at the end of the interview that they can leave. That's a really good spirit coming in from Astralis. They were so defeated on the last split, obviously with a team as big as this one, almost at the last spot, and now almost at the top. And they want to face JDXL, so this is a new Astralis.
You know what?
To the stars.
You didn't seem happy with the 5-2 record, right? They're like, we keep pushing,
more.
boys.
Yeah, no.
We keep grinding.
Yeah, I mean, Carlson looked super composed there as well. He was just not having it, like literally zero emotions, as he mentioned. And maybe it's a victory over JDXL that we have to get an interview off of him again if they do decide to just beat them there. It would be nice to see some emotions coming from Chatson.
For your sake, someone has to end the JDXL streak, right?
Yeah. JDXL
like at this point, you're gonna be like, praise, guys.
No, I'm contacting players and coaches. Guys, come on, can we do this? Can we do this week? I'm like, nah, man, they're really strong.
Pantheon, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it gives you 5% more. But this is really good for Astralis on the other side, though. Vanir, they had a solid composition. They had everything they needed, and at one point in the game, they almost seemed like they could do it if Astralis was not that far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the thing as well, right? I think so many teams, these players that I've been talking to as well, and coaches feel like you can just get a good edge, really a good edge in draft. This is really important right now. And you're seeing this game once again that Vanir picks just 3 scaling lanes, hoping to not get as punished as it did this game. I mean, I think Astralis just feels really comfortable after the game like this, right? They played their lanes well. They played really proactively. They were not as scared as maybe the last time around, as Saxon were mentioning. They were not scared to fight on that Herald. And yeah, I mean, just props to them. They're improving.
I was missing the MC factor from Vanir. I think Krerix is an excellent mechanically jungler, and I've seen his listen. I've seen what he can do in the early game. I've seen how aggressive he can be, how his impact in the early game can impact lanes to snowball further. So the fact that Vanir went for like a completely scaling composition, also with the Viego that's a little bit more inactive in the early game, sort of was a head scratcher for me, because I'm like, I see Wukong, maybe Lee Sin could work into this champion, maybe you get a very strong mid-jungle duo, and then you allow your side lanes to scale into the late game, but at least you have a lane to plane through.
You know what? Let's make that question to the coach. Let's talk with Flash to
Is it
understand.
Flash?
It is Flash. He's back in the show. Welcome back, Flash.
Yeah.
Obviously,
hello.
this game could go both ways. It was a tough one to begin with. It seems like the team had everything they needed, but as soon as they fought Astralis on that early game where they could get their spikes, the Mega Gnar, the package as well, you almost succeeded on that fight. Do you believe that fight solidified what Astralis was looking for?
I mean, like obviously, Gnar didn't have the Mega, so we were going for a fight. However, I think that we should just trade the plates on the bot lane, just not to fight, just scale. And like this game with the draft, it reminds me a little bit of our game versus Neriki last split, when we had a full scaling comp and we just waited like 20 minutes. Our spike started fighting and we were winning everything. So I think this is what we were lacking a little bit this game, like the patience and just trading the objectives. But yeah, like win is improved, so I hope we can learn from that. And I think the playoff chance, like the chances for the playoffs are still there. So yeah, I think we'll just work twice as hard as we did.
I just had to take this opportunity, kind of Flash, to say hi. I missed you, and we were talking a lot about like identity on today's broadcast as well. And I kind of want to ask you about that because today we saw you guys. You were drafting so many scaling lanes, and maybe lanes that are not supposed to win, but you get online when you get the 2 and 3 items. Would you say that this is like kind of the identity for Vanir for now, or do you think that you can play like a lot of different comps?
I mean, we can play a lot of different comps. However, scaling right now is what is the best. You can see it in every league, basically. With a lot of scaling champs. The early game champions are not that good because of the buffs on the armor and stuff. So we'll see how the meta will develop. It differs a lot, especially during the LEC. You can see the Talia presence, especially. It's not even present in the LEC because it's easier to abuse her. And it's really strong pick in the ERLs because they're just scaling, dealing a lot of damage. So later on, so yeah, like it's really hard to say what we are looking right now.
I just want to say that Emstes here is a really big fan of yours. And even though we joke a lot on the desk and we're like, don't listen to Toro, guys. This guy next to me, Emstes, was like, all Vanir needs to do is listen to Flash. So I'm sure your team trusts you as much as Emstes next to me trusts you. And I don't know, obviously moving forward, are you looking for something in particular that you want your team to focus on to improve?
I mean, I think what we have to focus on is the consistency. Like our first games were really good from like our creativity and like let's say the macro perspective from the M&M. We had a game like versus the M&M when we didn't fight for 12 minutes and we were getting a lot on the map. I think we have just to follow the steps basically. Think about what our draft can do, what the enemy draft would like to do. Like it's not really about the individual performance of the players. It's just how we play as the team. What we have in our minds, how we want to play, if we are on the same page. If we will be lacking this, then it will be so hard to win. However, like we had a JDXL game, we had the M&M game. We lost because we didn't know what to do with the sidelines, basically, versus the JDXL game. We were just like ramming. We lost the game. We also gave the shutdown to them, and the M&M game was really good, and this is a perfect example. And I'm using it as example. And for example, in Dusty, I was using our Fnatic game to motivate the players a little bit, but yeah, we couldn't get anything. But yeah, I mean, if we can just fix these things, then we'll be winning much more. But yeah.
Strong words coming in from you, man. Thank you so much for another interview and best of luck for the future. Let's see if you guys can pull it off. Have a nice one.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a nice day. Bye.
See ya.
Very insightful.
You got to listen to him.
Yeah.
Test is right on that one. I got an opportunity.
Listen to Flash.
Exactly. I got an opportunity to have a big interview with him on the previous split. And then after the interview, we talked for like 30 minutes. It's really insightful. This guy knows a lot. You really need to hear your coaches, aside from Torok.
Except from Torok.
Yeah, that one,
no Torok.
don't do it. Just listen to the standings right now to understand how things are going. On week 4 right now, almost at the middle of the split, JDXL still undefeated, but look at Astralis on 2nd place, solidifying it. This is something that we didn't got on the previous split. Vanir took a huge shot in the back today.
You know what? It's so crazy that Astralis keeps getting these W's, Bifrost as well. And now our next team is going to be Dusty versus Riddle, right? Spoiler, but one of these two teams is also going to go on to 5-2 because they're playing each other. And we're going to have, again, 3 teams chasing JDXL's tail. And I'm just wondering when this fairy tale is going to end for all 3, because somebody's going to have to pull through.
Yeah.
I mean, Arkham is praying for it, right? Maybe Astralis, as Colin said, that's the kind of victory that is going to put a really big smile on his face. And maybe those are the ones that can take JDXL down. But for now, I mean, just super excited. I think, I can't contain myself for this next game, honestly.
Okay, so let's bring it in.
ASAP.
Riddle versus Dusty. I'm going to start with you, M-Test. What is the importance of this game for you?
I mean, I just want to see the Voxne, not on Soraka. As the last time I casted him, I had like kind of not a segment, but I had like a 30-second talk about the Voxne. I was going to say that he was going to pop off completely in my last cast. I was here 2 weeks ago, and he picked Soraka. It worked. He popped off. It was, but it was not the montage play that I just looked at Voxne to do. It's not the main one. Yes, exactly. That's just the good things I want to see from the Voxne. And just speaking about Dusty really quick as well. This is a team that I just really love to see playing. I think every single member in their team can carry. Kerberos has so many niche picks. Same for them, Voxne. This guy's champion pool is just so wide. Backlane has been really solid. And I mean, this team lineup rather, just looks super solid to me. Everyone can carry.
So it seems you're really strong on Dusty today.
I predicted Dusty.
You know what looks super solid though? Riddle looks super solid. Because if I had to use power rankings right now, I would definitely put JDXL on the top. But Riddle, I feel like, is a very close second. Because when they played JDXL, the lineup had just gotten together, right? They had to play with their subs for the first week. And then when they all finally got together on their first game, they get JDXL. So it's not the easiest opener, right? For Vladdy joining and Kevo joining. I made a mistake as well because Kevo was playing for Vanir. He's not playing for Vanir. That was my bad. He's playing for Riddle. He also changed the jerseys in last interview as well. He put the Vanir one off. But yeah, I feel like this is a very solid lineup because Kevo and Nash are some of the strongest weak side bot lanes that we do have. Kevo, very notorious on his Ezreal, can stay under a tower all on his lonesome. Nash was second on the most assists right under FTG, 3 assists less than FTG, who's right at the top. So this guy is all over the map, and I feel like the solo laners, Vladdy and Jaxplank, the Greek duo, complement Stefan's aggressive play so well.
Yeah, I mean, I just think these teams are kind of similar in the way they play. Every single player can kind of carry. And I think today, I mean, we're mentioning so much how mid-jungle is important, right? But in this one, it's just going to be off the rooftop, like how important it is. Yeah, I'm just so excited, man.
Never seen it before like this.
It's just crazy. I mean, I have the jitters. Like, I'm actually super excited to just watch this game.
Can we talk about the top laners, though? This could be a clash for the ages between these two guys. What are you guys expecting?
I mean, okay, it's Kerberos. He's got everything under the sun underneath the sleeve. He's got the AD Cho'Gath if he wants to pull out. He's got Trindamis, Fioras, the Kayle that he came up with, the Darius. I feel like it's really dangerous if you let Dusty go on to red side because they'll make sure that Kerberos has all the tools and the champion that he wants to snowball the game, right? But on the other hand, for Riddle, I feel like Jaxplank is such a solid weak side top laner if he wants to be on weak side, and especially the fact that you have to take 2 bans against him, both the Jax and the Gangplank, just kind of like cripples you in picks and bans, right? Because you're gonna have to throw them your way. Talking about picks and bans, boom,
there you go, jump
right
in.
on your screens right now.
I think this really good point that you mentioned as well, Trouble, is that Dusty has the red side this time around. It's just super OP for the solo lanes, right? They can just save that pick for last for Kerberos, and this guy obviously has so many niche picks that he can pull out. And while Jaxplank, it has been doing really well on the weak side as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Jackson they just decide to pick maybe Nara on free, just be really safe. And then I just really hope I don't get to see the same boring answer that is GP third pick for Dusty, because I swear every time we've seen this matchup today, Nara's just been stomping the Gangplank, and I want to see Kerberos pull out something more spicy.
I'm so happy every time I see Graves banned. I know that he's not being picked too much right now, but if there's like the slight
Link
chance
of
seeing
Graves will be picked in the jungle, I'm like, yeah, get out.
But if we do get the GP, it could be on the Jaxplank, and that's
sort of a
I feel
different.
like it's a very easy blind pick, right? But then again, you have so many niche picks.
Darius,
Kerberos. Darius, he can pull out the Kayle yet again and scale into the lane, right? So there's just so many tools that you can use. Again, right here, Taliyah is coming to mind that has not been banned yet. The Wukong that a lot of teams seem to not prioritize necessarily to ban, but they do prioritize to pick.
Yeah, and we just have to see, right? Is this gonna get? It's actually
Never mind.
first game, and it's not gonna be banned out, right?
There is
I think
up.
there is still up, as you mentioned. There are obviously the Ezreal still, the Gangplank, as you mentioned. But I mean, just a kind of a good call. Obviously, Seri is gonna come through. Now, do you just answer this with Ezreal? I hope we don't get to see Viego again. But I'm just curious, do you answer with a Volibear now, or?
I would just love to see Volibear. I would just love to see Volibear and completely stop that Zeri from going into late game. We saw teams today coming back purely because they have that Zeri into the late game and having the potential to tower dive that. Diana Yasuo here would make so much sense as well if Buckland wants to play the Yasuo right here. Notorious LeBlanc player as well. So obviously doesn't synergize very well with the Diana, but I love this because all you need to have is one button onto the carry, and then Yasuo can just follow through.
Yeah, and this just like kind of goes fit so well with Linka's champion pool as well. I think this guy is not really known for playing this like type of Volibear, like the kind of the tank junglers. This guy wants to have as much farm as possible. Speaking of farm though, it's gonna be like a farm lane on bot. The Twitch is locked in for the box. This is what I like to see. No Soraka. Let's go, man.
He's so excited for the first time today, by the way.
Until he
have
sees it's AP or something, you know?
Taliyah is available, and this could be it again. We've talked about this before, but it's Stefan. It's kind of an aggressive jungler. Maybe he can pull it off some way, but both teams have ability.
It's because it's Stefan that I don't want to see the Viego right here, guys. I'm like, this guy is the moving gear in the early game for Riddle. He's the guy that creates opportunities with Vladdy in the mid lane, but right now they've gone for a complete snooze fest in the early game, peeking towards the scaling lanes. I feel the fact that Jaxmonger here takes his Jax, I think that was a no-brainer. I was just expecting a little bit more of an active, mid-jungle duo. Potentially see Vladdy on something like his Ahri, but it does suffer a little bit into Yasuo.
Yeah, and I mean, this just it's kind of smart from Riddle, I think, to pick the GP. Obviously, I was mentioning the Darius looking coming in, right? But if you look in the Darius, obviously the Yasuo is going to be taken out, so that's the kind of force it to get that combo. I kind of like this answer though from Riddle. I mean, sure, it's kind of a snooze fest. They have Seri and Gangplank, both are scaling. They really need some CC now on the supportive role and also for the mid into Vladdy. Ahri is getting taken off, which is, I mean, one of the better picks, right? Just being a blindable pick, but into the Yasuo as well, going to be kind of safe there. But it's really kind of up to Riddle now to actually get some engage going. You don't want to just kite all your way. Could work against the types of Yasuo and Diana, but you have the Twitch as well. There is so many tools from Dusty.
And I just feel like already having the Diana Yasuo Twitch, it sort of cripples you on the fact that you either have to go full tank on the top side of the map, and Kerberos is not really known to play these tanks, right? Or you cripple yourself in having way too much AD and a Diana, which is more of like a burst AP assassin in these team fights, right? So this could potentially allow Riddle to scale into the later stages of the game. But to me, it feels like so far everyone is so squishy on the side of Riddle, even the Viego. So whoever Linkas finds with this R button and takes the Yasuo straight in, it could be a 100% to 0 real quickly. Now, Kayle is up and available, and this could be one of these champions that you can build whatever you want on. You can go AD, you can go AP, you can go hybrid. Kerberos has played the Kayle. He can even pick it here if he wants to, because he knows what he's getting into. And I think it's a really good combo with the Diana Yasuo. You pop the ultimate, they go in.
I think they want to reveal what is going to be picked on the other side for Riddle before they commit to the top side, because if it's a Jax, if it's a GP, you can bring in the Darius. It has worked before. Pop in the Ghost. There's no pilot in front of you if you move forward. Also, I'm going to be really disappointed if I don't see a Taliyah.
Taliyah.
Oh, Taliyah is actually
She was banned through the entire day. I see a Yasuo in the mid lane. Let's see Yasuo dash in the middle of the
I don't mind the Taliyah because she can cover the entire wave with her rocks, and then Yasuo cannot dash forward into
Diana
them
as well,
because she gets dashed. That's one. Two, she's very susceptible to getting ganked. So the Diana Yasuo combo is going to be extremely lethal on her after level 6.
It is real so far. We're still waiting on the last pick coming in from Riddle, and it seems like it's going to be a Veigar.
This is really just... I don't really understand this. I mean, Vladdy... Sure, they're playing against a lot of melee champions with the Diana, Yasuo, and Nautilus, but Vlad is going to be such a sitting duck in this early lane, and Stefan is not going to be able to help him out. Once again, they kind of did what happened in the last game with Vanir. They have triple scaling.
There you go. So much sense here. Like, you've got double AD, you've got AP on the Diana, you can just go whatever build you want with Kerberos, not just because you can choose what you want to go for, but because no one is tanky on the side of Riddle. You're going to have, what, Rel being the tankiest member, and you don't really care. You've got two champions diving in. What I really like from the side of Dusty is that they've given another tool to Yasuo to dive in, right?
Yeah.
Not to lose. Point click on whoever one you want. They lock him down. Diana jumps straight in. Kale all down to the Yasuo. It's going to be a bloodbath. I mean, I went for Riddle, but I feel like...
You want to change it up?
Give me that prediction before we jump into game. The last one.
Has a really freaking good composition so far, and I'm not sure what the Vega is supposed to do here either. I think the Rel is a little bit out of position as well. Yeah, I'll go for Dusty.
I think
Dusty, give it.
In isolation, in isolation, Vegas is really bad in this one. Maybe it could work against so many melee champions, but obviously you know where my heart lies in this one. I mean, Dust's gonna take it home.
Okay, so agreement in the test. Let's see if our casters agree with that one as we jump into the last game of day 7 of Summer Split. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. Happy to have us. I'm happy to be here. Still.
I still am too, yeah.
Are you
no,
still
just
sure
not getting that.
Do you ever think about it?
I think I'll stick around for one more game. I hear
alright, fine, one more.
So, quickly following on from what the Corsa analyst said on the desk.
Yes.
That Veigar is going to be a huge sticking point this game. I completely understand what could happen with this Veigar. If you blow flash in this lane, lights are out. If this is one time where bot lane gets an advantage, Nautilus comes up, trades flash to flash, Veigar can't play the game. If Diana gets a good angle, Veigar can't play the game. If you get to the mid-game team fight, that cage is absurdly valuable, though. Kale doesn't want to play around that cage. Twitch doesn't want to play around that cage. If you are not on the front line and that Yasuo Diana ends up engaging into the cage, into that cage rather, that Veigar gets huge value.
Absolutely, but we do need to head on to the Rift, so we'll see how it all plays out. Let's get into our final game of the day, and what a beautiful diorama we've got here. Production smurfing, as always, here in the NLC.
So, onto that Rift. And now, let's see, of course, how these lanes are going to play out. Talked about how the Veigar can be such almost a lose condition. I think that if this mid jungle gets rolling because Veigar can't stay in lane, that's going to be a huge sticking point. But that can happen in so many different ways. But if Veigar survives through to that mid game, I do think it has very large value. Both these teams sat at 4-2. Probably the closest clash we've had today. In fact, it's very much mathematically the closest clash that we have on today's roster. We start off the game with an absolute banger. It was that Bifrost back and forth with M&M of all teams, the 1-5 team. And that was such a crazy close affair. This is one which I hope can match up to that one to end us out on a high note.
We had a lot of teams tied for second earlier on in the day. Of course, Bifrost and Astralis are now there. But Dusty and Riddle, only one of these two will be able to make it. Now we've got to see which one of these two will be able to make it happen. Kale for the first time today.
Yeah, it's actually one of the few that I've actually ended up casting at this point too, but I look at Kale as a champion where if you end up getting access to the minion wave, that Kale can do a lot of nasty things in the laning phase. Of course, you do have an attack speed, movement speed based buff. If you end up stacking that up, that ends up meaning that you can trade very, very heavily, even pre-6. We know that actually the Shy, really good player to watch in this. He loves playing this into Gangplank. He loves saying that, and I wonder now what Kerberos can do, of course, as one of our 1v1 specialists.
Absolutely. He has been a bit of an interesting one to follow. I remember, of course, the Darius first time out of the split. Absolutely smashed on that, and he's in a position here to really hard carry as the game goes on, because Jack's Plank on the other side, on one of those signature plicks, he's back on. The Gangplank has been pretty stellar, all things said, especially considering he's been asked to fill in mid lane earlier on the split when there was some more issues with the way the roster was working back then, and now, actually with the roster as intended, doing very well here for the side of Riddle, and Riddle in general have been surprisingly impressive. We didn't necessarily know what to think about a lot of this team, considering there were huge shifts for the team, and Stefan, another one of those names who, in the pre-show, we were just praising how incredible this guy has been so far, coming from a split off where he was on the coaching staff of X7 to leading in pretty much every stat you care to mention for junglers, particularly around some of those individual numbers like the damage percentage and the farm.
So, speaking of Stefan, of course, Very good individual play. Actually coming into the split, then Voxney and Sten, people on stream, were players which I had very close eyes on. I have expectations from them. Then Voxney returning back to NLC after a split away has always been one of the NLC's great give me farm and I will carry archetype bot lane players, alongside Sten, the player who I'd heard great things about from other people in the scene. So for me, look to see what that bot lane can do. Again, if you start winning that bot lane, I think it does influence the map, the rest of the map so very, very well. That Nautilus can do so much damage if they get into any of those solo lanes. Wait to see if Sten can turn up there. Linkus is actually turning up towards topside, but is on vision. So we'll just be settling for a Scuttle Crab instead.
Yeah, doesn't seem to care too much about an attempted gank. Instead, looking towards a Scuttle Crab. Has gone for the full clear. Linkas, Stefan on the other side, a little bit slower, but is onto those Krugs, having taken the bot side Scuttle Crab. And should be a relatively similar path timing right now. Throws that ward down onto the Gromp for second spawn, a pretty common thing after a full clear. And we're kind of left with a relatively quiet first few minutes.
Well, I don't think either of these junglers really want to hard force on ganks. You're looking for sitting plays, because I think with both of these champions, I actually think their archetypes are more about counter ganking. Of course, you do have the flash spectral more from Viego if things get particularly open. But
into the cage. That might mean Stefan has an angle to get in here. Backlund now in a dangerous position, sliding through, going to try and outplay this one best they can. And the Spectral Maw hits the cannon.
Uses one of his 6 free flashes on the mid wave. Yeah, cool. Uses them to go around the place.
Sweeping blade. He's just being a considerate mid lane play, sweeping up after himself.
Well, Backlund gets out of that one safely, of course. Playing around that cage is Vega. Not normally the nicest thing to do. Of course, you can blink through the cage if you get a knock up on the other side. You get to ult past it. But Stefan, have that look in mid, can go top. And look at this. It's a bit of the sitting play.
This is kill problems early. Does not have a lot of ways to play this one out, but won't even look for the barrel chain there, actually. Just gets away from that, doesn't you burn the flash, and just gets to walk away.
Well, there was a ward in lane. Observer's obviously spotting that, but Stefan went around the other way, went through the tri-brush. I'm actually not sure if he was spotted on that one. I don't think that wall was in a position to spot all of that wall around that top side. But either way, Kerberos, even though they get aggressed on there, manages to reset that wave, manages to get to that point where they can shove it in, gets to teleport back in the wave, isn't just in an awful spot. So with this, able to just queue that back if he wants to, and have the wave in an okay spot. If that had led into a kill, do you think, yeah, not so great, but Kerberos gets away with their lane management.
And all the while, Linkas did manage to steal away those Raptors from the bargain bucket, as we've been calling it today, and gets to head back to his own red side jungle, having stolen away a couple of those ganks, and that's kind of the opportunity cost of Stefan looking for the ganks in mid and top.
Important thing to keep an eye on in the next minute, because we can see support's just recalled. Stan and Voxney ended up recalling, going back towards that bot side. Wave is now under turret, but Nash now knows where the enemy knows where the wave is, knows where the support is under that turret. I'm wondering what these supports are going to do with effectively a free play. Nash, this is something you could do as top lane as well.
Yes.
One of the coaches that was in the NLC last split did a really good written Twitter post on this about top laners doing this. Coach called Tash, talking about when you reset, you can just diagonally go into your bot side jungle, and it gives you the option to very quickly return to your lane, but also respond to the map. See what Nash is doing here? Just responding, being in the right position. It's fundamentals. It's not always flashy, but if something had happened, if Linkas had been in a place to just turn up and contest something, Nash was there to respond, and you know, because of the wave and where it was, it's going to slow Pash back towards you. You're not losing much in this bot side. Fundamentals on show from these support resets.
The first part of that proverb is right place, then comes the right time. Make sure you get the order right. If you want it to be the right time, you've got to be kind of in the right area to
Do you have any other favorite proverbs?
Probably. I need to think of some, though.
I can think of all of the ones which turned up in the Rome Total War loading screen.
Ah, yes. Yeah. That's a reference I wasn't expecting, but I'm there with you. Is this the one where you say, like, return with your shields are on them?
Yes, stuff like that. That's a pretty important one. Of course, Artrom knows that one.
Indeed.
Being, the literal impersonation of Leonidas. He is, yeah.
He's got the same beard.
He has the same beard. He pulls it off damn well. It's really annoying.
It's some of the impressive
facial hair.
Never mind that. We're going to see a flash crash down. Archerom's beard will have to wait. Instead, Voxney trying to stealth away. But I just don't think he's got anywhere to run to. He's looking to get a last minion. Can he get the cannon? No, surely not. He doesn't have any way to go. You've got to believe the burst fires will secure it. A heartbreaker. It's your first blood for Stefan.
We briefly had an aside about hair on face. Looks like actually Voxney has got a bit of egg on their face from that play. 0-1, caught out a little bit. And Nash on the Rel, hard to gauge champion. I was a little worried halfway through Riddle's draft thinking, how do you actually get on top of the Twitch? You've got things to worry about.
And Yasuo, here we go. Gonna not even burn the ultimates yet. They just go for the kills. The Ignite surely gets that one, and Backlund gets that. And they still keep the Moonfall and the last breath.
Okay, so mid-jungle duo alongside Kerberos getting some gold for themselves. Top side of the map, succeeding in that cross map. And yeah, going back briefly to that point, was a little worried about target access on one side, but actually on the other side, that Yasuo and the Diana always going to have threat if they manage to land that combo. I think as the game goes forward, I'm really looking on Riddle to play around safe vision and to make sure that they're not clumped up to have everyone caught in the combo. Because if you have Zeri who gets the free hit after that target access is gone, feeling significantly better about Riddle's chances. If the Veigar cage is in the right place, feeling significantly better at the chances. But I feel like it is on Riddle to outplay the engage, and I think Dusty have plenty of ways to really sweep home that victory if they find those big combos which are sitting for them.
Checking with the Doomsday Clock, Kayle has ascended the first step on the stairway to heaven, Divine Ascension.
No stairway.
Procced over at level 6. Well, tell that to Kayle, already at that first passive increase where those auto attacks become ranged, I believe. You start getting a little bit more powerful again at level 11, again at level 16 where Kayle becomes a god amongst mortals. Linkas with the Herald, with Moonfall, looking to flash, and Lunar Rush to find a Moonfall. Will not bother using anything like a Divine Judgment spell.
And the kill goes to the Kayle.
Yes.
That's really annoying because you're sat there like, oh heck, we just died. Gonna die again. It's 2 kills onto Jax Planks, one of their duo mains, of course. This player which we've seen do magnificent things on those champions, not able to stand up in those 1v2s, is saving that flash. I think that's the right decision. I don't think you're getting out of that either way. I think that as soon as Diana is there, you are going to get hit by an E, you are going to get hit by the ult, and effectively that's lights out after that point. So not only is that 2 kills on the top lane, it's also going to be the Herald, it's going to be a turret, it's going to be first turret as well after all is said and done. Huge amount of gold going to Kerberos. And remember, looking down at those items, that's actually going to be a crit Kayle. You're probably going to see a crack side, not even there to respond.
That is a Magnet Storm that will help secure another kill onto Dem Voxney. Riddle put the pressure on the opposite side of the map and succeed over there as Stefan continues to try and hunt for more. He has got both kills for Riddle thus far and continues to be our premier carry jungler. As Backlund finds himself in a bit of a tricky position. Linkas is coming over and Stent is around as well. They might want to contest this, but Vladi was around, and I think with the HP bar on that Nautilus, a little bit too low to consider contesting any further.
Okay, so shame on me for seeing a Rel on the same screen as enemy champions and not expecting there to be an engage. Like, oh, let's talk about crit Kayle. Gold's great on it. Yeah, well, there's going to be a fight coming. Great combo coming through from Nash. Funny thing about this, I look at Dusty on the screen and I see Rel, and I just think, oh, it's FGG. Of course, FGG's now on JDXL.
Exactly, I know.
It's 7-0. But, like, Rel has been a big presence within the NLC for specific players. Nash, I really like what they did in that of course, that one reset phase of play, again, showing those fundamentals off. It's a small thing, but it's just nice to see. And getting in those big engages, can't wait to see what this player can do, because on one side, we talked about the target access of that mid lane. I think the Rel is huge on the other side to maybe cut down Dusty before they can find that opportunity and pull the trigger.
As it stands, Dusty pretty happily ahead in the gold lead right now, and with early gold onto this Kayle, with early plates, hell, a first tower even into this Kayle. Kerberos, a notorious carry top laner in a very happy position in this game. Yes, down a little bit of CS, but frankly, you take that as Kayle. Being down 10 CS early on,
10 CS is just about, I would always call that winning. I would call that mission accomplished. If you're only 10 CS down and you're still getting XP, you're fine. You've got 2 kills, you've got plates. You are more than fine. You're absolutely set up, but Riddle, you see Nash talked about his impact on the game. Maybe trying to get something on Kerberos. If Barrow lands, there's a flash and an ultimate available to that Kayle. No one on the same side of the map for Kerberos. Potential for a dive, but speaking of that, cross map comes in. Of course, there's a cross map. These two teams going blow for blow. Kevo
needs to be afraid. Gonna try and lightning rush away, but that is a Moonfall and a dredge line. And they'll dredge Kevo's corpse straight into the grey screen simulator.
That is so morbid. It's a pretty line, but it's really morbid.
I mean, look, I was making Edgar Allan Poe reference earlier today. I was like, he's like the original emo. Like, what did you want from me?
Oh, Hero was
Quote me on that.
Like, I don't know. Wouldn't that be Bram Stoker? Was he before Poe?
I believe. Ooh. not dissimilar time periods.
Does Gothic count as emo? In this essay we will discuss.
There is some significant overlap.
That was what, 1400s, 1600s?
Well, you got to remember, Gothic is not necessarily a time period.
Well, no, but it started around then.
No. So this is I will take 10 seconds and move on.
Yep.
So what you have to understand is what people realize is when things like Frankenstein was stuff were being written, that there was stuff beforehand that people then retroactively added to the Gothic genre. So there's a lot of stuff from across history that kind of gone, that considered Gothic. So there's a few bits like that.
I, for one, love the
Abbey.
I love the first album released in like 1214 by Black Sabbath.
If you start singing War Pigs on cast, it's not. I don't think we've quite hit that level yet.
Who really knows when Ozzy was actually incarnated? That guy has been around for a long time.
Similar sort of time when the Mayans were writing their calendar, I'm sure. Is that where the Brummy accent comes from? Like, he's the originator of it. The word Sharon echoing across time and space.
We've lasted 5 games. We've crossed into the hysteria horizon, and now we're in a position of unleash teleports. Teleport back from the mid lane from Vladdy, but let's see if any of these other champions can get themselves unlocked and unleashed onto the map. Got a Dragon up in a minute. First one down to Riddle. We're not going to have ourselves a Cloud or an Ocean Rift, which means actually 3 impactful souls out of the remaining bunch in terms of this game in particular. All 3 of those would be hugely impactful. Looking for those combos. Linkouts. This is a dangerous choke point for Riddle.
Kind of caught, misses the Steel Tempest. See if there's anything more. Now the rest looking for a potential turnaround. Linkcast goes over the wall. He's onto the Viego, who's trying to burn down and dies as Backlund secures it with a flash. Steel, Tempest, Nash flashes away, will not die to the expunge from Den Voxnay. But can Kevo find anything more? No is the answer.
And look, we said pretty clearly, it's on Riddle to outplay the engage. You don't outplay the engage by walking that close to them without having the correct paths in towards that mid lane. They didn't have the Veigar behind their phalanx to put down the cage to start disengaging. And while Kevo did actually get some free room to fire as that Zeri, you're not in the position where you're going to be solo carrying these fights as a Zeri just yet. Linkas understands their point of power, walks up, commits themselves to the engage, and just fires on the first target. That's exactly what you need to do. Backlund and Linkas solo at that first target, and Dusty just do what it says on the tin. It is more than easy for them, and to me, it feels like Riddle didn't put themselves in a great position to outplay that.
Checking in with the Doomsday Clock again. That calendar is moving up. Speaking of the Mayans,
so says
level 11 in for the Kayle. Divine Ascension reaching that 2nd rank means those autos, I believe, now have an... Is it AoE at level 11?
When you get up to max stacks on your passive, which is 5 autos, you get those golden waves alongside them. Also, when you press your E, that big auto attack, that has an explosion around it. So you have a lot more wave clear at this point. When you hit level 16, that's the Doomsday Clock, get the increased range, and all of your autos have those waves on them.
No need to stack anymore.
Starting to win in isolation at this point. Look,
Lordy
the auto
Lord.
attack resets are really, really annoying. Of course, you still have that passive all the way from level 1 in terms of giving yourself stacking move speed towards targets and some attack speed on top of that too. So if you get access to a wave like this, JDXL just has to sit back and hope a barrel lands.
Between the Radiant Blast and the Starfire Spellblades, with all that AoE, Kayle, a dangerous proposition. Of course, she does need the free time to fire if you can make that from happening. Has some struggles with it, but of course, this is the auto attack focus build.
Do you remember the Kayle can do it meme? Where Kayle could be played in 4 different roles.
Unfortunately, I do remember that.
And then it just became that you want someone to do it, Kayle can do it.
Kayle can do it.
Kayle can certainly do a lot of damage this game. Might have to find a way to stop taking damage though with a flash and ult.
Running away. I still remember when the likes of, I want to say Kikis was playing Kayle jungle, TF jungle.
Yep,
in the
that
day.
was one of them. Yep.
And of course, Kikis was on X7 last split.
Jungle. Yep.
Played a number of roles across his career, but once used to play some very unusual picks for Unicorns of Love in the jungle.
Well, he was just here last split on JDXL.
Indeed.
Of course. So.
Did I say I said X7? I meant JDXL. I'm sorry. Wrong team. I apologize.
I was thinking of some extra things to add on to that, so I didn't actually quite catch it. I heard the X. I'm like, oh, it's one of those teams.
The 7 evil X. I need to make more Scott Pilgrim references around X7.
Absolutely, you do. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. You know that though.
I do.
You have the comic somewhere.
I bought you them. It was a birthday present.
Yeah.
Was it a birthday or Christmas present?
It was a birthday present. It was a very good one.
See, I have my moments as a brother. There you go.
A few, occasionally. I'll give you that.
High praise indeed.
Sometimes you get the Scott Pilgrim, really nice gift. Sometimes you have really bad Star Wars puns on cast. It's a mixed bag.
It's a mixed bag, yeah. And everyone else has to deal with those now, which is...
Never one without the other.
That'll be Kindred, but that also counts. Gonna see a bit of a stun onto Stend, who has been one of the standout players, really, in the league, who didn't know what to expect at this time.
For not saying standout player, because that would have been...
I really should have done. I'm disappointed in myself, as Kerberos gonna take away this blue buff potentially as well. It's gonna be contested for, but the smite rings true, and Stefan secures that one against the attempted steal. Vladi's tower in the mid lane down to very low HP, and I think Dusty have decided that it shouldn't be standing much longer.
Now, I have to see whether they can maybe find a counter engage. I'm looking at Nash. I'm looking to see what he can do. Has the flash up now? That's a big moment. Kerberos takes down the tower, but...
Kerb will throw down the Divine Judgment, and the Judgment says that you will get to live this time around. No additional payments required outside of a flash. So bot side Backlund will secure another outer turret.
So this is why Dusty didn't choose to commit to anything. You don't have a teleport on your Yasuo. You can't commit to that play because Yasuo needs to be there, frankly, for the extra CC on the ultimate. Of course, you can't QSS out of the... Actually, I'm not sure if you can QSS out of the Yasuo anymore. You used to be able to do that.
Don't believe so.
It was a unique kind of CC. It was a suspension. Much like Nami Q. You can, I believe, you can still QSS out of that one. But either way, the extra CC is really valuable onto a lot of these targets. You already talked about the turnaround of barrels, of cages, of a number of different things.
A lot of containers.
Sorry, what?
Barrels, cages. That's like a lot of containers.
It's like a Storage Wars episode. What's in the box? What's in the cage?
Deal or no deal? Do you want the barrel?
I would like to not have a barrel. That would be...
That's great.
Well, I think that's basically what Dusty is saying. How can we have no barrels? Thanks. God.
Yeah, well...
It's been a long day.
A long day. It's going to get longer still, I feel, of course. Both teams pretty happy as the game gets later, because, of course, Kale, notoriously powerful game, goes later. 15 seconds till the Dragon, though, and you've got
I'm going to go have my point now before the fight start erupting, because we've got some wards getting put down. And again, Dusty have the terrain on their side. If you're funneling through this area right on screen right now, Riddle, don't feel too happy about things. Watch where Vladdy is. He needs to be there for the cage. Jax Blank has an ultimate. I actually wonder if Riddle, if they don't find a good angle, if they just give this up, it's only one Dragon to Dusty right now, but they're choosing to commit.
We'll try and commit to this. Will be a second Dragon for either, and Stefan steals it. Now Stend caught in the event horizon.
Oh, we go!
Out as Backlund fighting to the last breath, but he's being taken low, and he's stolen away. Stefan, of course it's Stefan, gets to show Yasuo it's really done with his own damn corpse. It's Necromancy to fill up all the Gothic reference I was making earlier. A double over to Kevo as well, and Kerberos wasn't really there. He's got a Divine Judgment, and maybe he can try turning it around. We'll need to pop the ult shortly, Surely, there it is, trying to turn it around. Stefan taking so damn low. Will fall to the tower, but Jax Blank ensures his jungler goes down in trade.
We have it. It's Riddle outplaying the engage. Dusty only find the single target. That looked like it should have been a clump. Looked like it should have been the Moonfall to end it all, but Stend can't follow up. It's just the Veigar in that. And actually, Jax Blank gets out of that CC. Actually, there you go. There's the answer to it.
There's the answer.
Can QSS out of that one, apparently. Then Voxley does a decent job of actually following up on some of this, but because the key targets aren't closed out in this, and Kevo, of course, gets to pop off, Riddle really found their way into this fight. Credit to them. We said, hey, you got to try and outplay this kind of big engage that Dusty is setting up, and this time they did it.
Kerb at least managed to get a little vengeance for his team by securing his third kill of the game, and this Kale now with Wit's End is still going to be a real threat. Yes, they lost that fight. Yes, they lost that Dragon, but they're still up 2,000 gold, and they are still working with Diana, Yasuo, Kale. Like, that is a nasty topside. Hell, Twitch is a scaling carry as well.
All of them do really well with items. Sadly, everyone else on the other side also does really well with items. Because, and that's going to be a big problem, right? Because it's all well and good having a lot of burst damage from Dusty. Twitch needs to be doing a lot of work after that combo happens.
Big slow.
Double barrel.
Stefan's here as well. This will now be a 1v2, and Backlund's trying to play as one of the best he can, but there's just nothing to be done, and he is dead on the side.
Combos. Really slick combos. 3 barrels, 3 hits. Backlund cannot take that kind of damage. That opens up the ability to go towards Baron. You don't have the Yasuo to follow up on that Diana. Part of your key combo is down, and Kerberos isn't even on the same side of the map.
No teleport either, so no way to join. You do have a Lunar Rush and a Moonfall. Very difficult to keep the Diana out, and Riddle decide against continuing to flip for the Baron.
I think given you have basically no tanks in this game. And no, this doesn't count in this game. You can't tank Baron. And at that point, if you sat there looking at that juicy combo, even without the Yasuo in there, that's a wise decision, I would say, from Riddle. Actually, we're getting to the point now where tentatively that momentum meter has gone back to even. Dragons on one side, a little bit of gold on the other. We talked about Dusty and their combo being so important, but analysts back in the back room considering this a fairly even affair in its own right.
Stefan just haunting that bot lane there, looking to see whether he can get involved in something more.
References. Nice.
And remember, he's actually at 100% kill participation right now. This player who, again, kind of came a little bit out of nowhere, out from the cold in a lot of ways, really standing up and being counted in the league so far. He's been incredibly impressive, particularly on the Viego, if I do say so myself, and continuing to be a threat in this game. Veigar, not Viego, has managed to pick up the death cap. And you've got 2 items in on the gangplank as well. Thing is, it's kind of getting towards 2 items on the other side as well, which is getting...
I'm glad I'm not like that out of ideas that I have to refer to it as the Viego combo.
Combo is JDXL. Wanted to trade there with Kerberos, and it certainly does with the barrels, but will not win the barrel minigame the second time around. Of course, with a Celestial Blessing, Kerberos does have some tools to heal their way back up again.
A little bit, and of course has that... probably is running Legend. I'm actually not sure if they're running Legends Bloodlines on the runes. Kayle obviously gets a lot from attack speed, but if you're building an AD carry auto-attack centric build, actually just going for Legends Bloodlines gives you an ability to heal off of waves. Kerberos is going to get that recall off. And of course they have the Vamp Tap during Valera too, so they have some ability to heal just on their auto-attack.
Hear ye, Kerberos is but 1 level away from Ascension, truly at the top of the stairway to heaven.
The end is nigh!
The end is nigh. Level 16 approaching.
Wait, is that even the World Ender Kayle skin?
It might be. I don't know what... It's a cool skin. I don't know if it's the World Ender Kayle.
I'm just looking at the sword. You know what? I actually haven't played against a Kayle, and I haven't bought the skin myself, so I'm not entirely sure. It's a really cool skin.
It is a really cool skin.
Let's see when it hits level 16. Of course, Kayle is an entire champion, evolves as the game goes on. Tracking that one as well, because that's going to have eyes on the champion anyway. Level 15, and you can see that's only halfway through. 20 seconds till that next dragon spawns. No soul point for either team. But again, we're waiting for that engage. Riddle, they can't clump up. Look at Nash, look at Vladi. They're 2 of the most important champions, players to deal with Dusty's combo. We're setting up them to Oxynate. They're 2 ships in the night, very much running into each other with the 2 stealth champions walking up into each other.
All summoners available except from Kevo's Flash, which comes up now as I speak about it. JDXL as well, inches away from being available, so a lot of summoners for everyone to play with. Stem misses, that's the kind of barrage. What can happen from here? Nash with the Magnet Storm, so exquisitely called out by Nemera. It's into an attract, repel, they'll get 1 back, but it's just not enough. Kerberos though, trying to do their best, flashing away, best Stefan over the wall, continue with the chase, secures Kayle's body, and that will be the god switching sides. It is that spear of Longinus that will bring down the angel from on high. Off the stairway they fall, and they can try and damn well end it.
I am so impressed by Nash this game. Only had a few chances to really stand out and landed some utter knockout blows in this game. That Rel was not going to be the disengage. It was always going to be about getting onto the enemy team and lands a 5-man combo in what could be the game-breaking fight for Riddle. Again, Stand actually does a fairly decent job of trying to delay that first engage, but a 5-man attract repel stun after that point puts things so far in Riddle's favor that even when that combo lands and Twitch briefly manages to open up, the fight's effectively just over.
At that point, it's looking a bit dire. Of course, game's not over. They decide not quite to push any further. They'll take the inhibitor and back off. But this game now in the hands of Riddle, of course. Kerberos still edging towards that level 16, and we know what happens when Kayle hits that point, but thus far, thus good in terms of dealing with it in the team fights, and if Nash can continue to find engages like that.
Down on the bot side, I believe, for Kerberos. Kerberos is going to hit level 16 after this wave. Well, thereabouts. Let's see if it hits it end up there. Oh, 1 more minion or so.
That's so close.
Honestly, maybe even the ward does it. They're getting so close. It's just ticking. Even then, is it going to be enough?
JDXL
doesn't have the 16 to fight this one.
There's Stefan coming around. There's still no Divine Judgment available for Kerberos. I don't know how much he wants this. He can do quite a lot of damage, but I don't know if he's quite enough. That barrel hitting like a damn truck. Kerb trying to play this one out best they can. That is the challenging smite through, and Kerberos falls.
Hair's breadth away from level 16. Maybe that could have let them wail on the two of them at that point. Extra attack range, extra DPS uptime with those exalted forms. Kerberos didn't have that all. Goes a little too far, a little too aggressive, and while has been largely succeeding in the 1v1 in terms of pushing into those towers, and has even recouped some of that CS, which they were losing in, obviously, as you do tend to as Kayle. It's a pretty awkward mistake to make at that point, though, especially with Baron on the table. Yes, you do have that teleport, but just loses Dusty the ability to push in on that bot side and get something to play from, have a leg up somewhere on the map.
Indeed, and, you know, this is a Gangplank as well that was down a whole tower, down a couple kills.
Right, those
now
2
6-2 and 6,
right?
yeah. 600 gold bounty on their head. Jaxplank well and truly back into the game.
Those barrel combos have actually been very good. Just able to just make sure that one's hitting, get the next barrel up, just continually having threatened those barrels to have that huge DPS uptime. Jaxplank obviously showing the mastery of that champion. Jamada will tell you all about that one. Has, and of course, him and Hitbrain have a
lot of experience.
Game time hours on that.
There it is.
Level 16 hit for Kerberos. Bloodthirst hit for Kerberos. 3 items. It's a little later than maybe they would have wanted. It's still coming towards that point in the game, but it's still so important for Kerberos to be a threat on the map. How many members need to deal with him at this point? Can he take a 2v1? Might have to come into the larger fights, though, as Riddle see that hit on the side lane, force the issue, and the time's going behind him. It's going to be too late.
Ways away. Linkas will be able to get in and potentially look to steal. They're going to pull away from it, happy with the teleport being down from Kerberos.
It's basically got what they wanted from Riddle. Now that split push pressure point on the map can't join the fight. If they end up forcing the issue around that Baron or elsewhere away from that Kayle. See the Baron now. Vision ceded over to Dusty. Riddle took that chance. They can't stick around after that point, though. They don't want to fight over that Vision. They can't defend it. Now, leaving ourselves once again with resets.
50 seconds until a Mountain Soul potential for Riddle. Of course, they are at that soul point and would very much like a Mountain Soul to help defend themselves from the wombo combo that Dusty have brought to bear in this game. They have got the control of the map right now. They've got the inhibitor down in that bot lane. We're kind of setting up for a final tumultuous fight that will likely decide the fate here of our two teams tied at 4-2. Reminder, the winner will move up to join the other teams in second. The loser will be left a little bit away from that pack.
So, once again, looking at that Rel, the big engage option for Riddle. Can really stunt Dusty's combo before it really starts. Watch to see how Nash can play around Vision. Dusty fell prey to it once. On the other side, of course, Backlund and Linkus are such a huge threat. If they hit the right targets, it gets so disgusting. But they have to hit so many people at this point. Lots of damage on both sides. One person goes unchecked. This whole fight can turn around.
Nash has flash. Nash has made these fights so Riddle favored over the last few encounters, dragging down to Harvey Speed, but Sten will go in and try and turn it around. That's Stefan down the Heartbreaker. Not what they want to see is Nash doesn't really find the angle he was looking for, but still, it's a steal on the Baron. The Soul is through. But look at the back end. What more can they do? Backlund goes golden. Divine Judgment is there. Kerberos gets one back, but Backlund is dead, and Traders Linkas in the cage, sure to fall down, and 2 members fight 4. Dusty being turned to the winds. Dust to dust. Ashes to ashes. And an Event Horizon will drag them all to a final black hole.
It doesn't matter that there are 2 carries alive at the end of it. Then Vox and Kerberos can't find the DPS. Jaxplank and Stefan shut them down. Without another thought, with a little bit of help from Vladdy in that cage. And Riddle win out on the 4-2 scoreline matchup. Riddle take control of that second place spot.
Georgia said it in the pre-show. She wondered whether Riddle were the best, the second best team in the league. With performances like this, you begin to wonder, don't you?
Riddle go to join. I believe it's Bifrost and that 5-2 scoreline at that point. But Riddle keep pace at the top behind JDXL. Either way, JDXL looking down at these teams and wondering who their next competitor will be to really show them a challenge. These 2 teams played at a fairly high level. I do like how these teams play towards their team identities. Dusty, most of that game in the early parts was strong about enabling that top lane matchup and then finding the engages. After a while, you could see Riddle's class, their ability to understand how to disengage from those big combos, turn it around on the second phase of the fight, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, extraordinary stuff. Good turnaround from Jaxplank. Nash with some absolutely exquisite role play. FGG maybe has a little bit of a rival on that champion right now, but that will be all from us on the cast desk. We've still got a cooldown to go, so we'll throw it over to our analysts for one final segment.
Thank you so much. Amazing work throughout the entire day. The brothers coming in hard yet again on the casting desk. And they got the perfect composition.
And we
they
might have even more content when I fall off this chair.
Are you okay? Okay.
It's really dangerous now.
Dusty brought in...
Initialize. Hello.
You initialize? Oh, no.
I'm initializing his Nightmare.
Okay.
yeah, actually.
So Dusty brings in the perfect composition. They bring in the Kel. They bring in the Twitch. They bring in the late game. They get to the late game.
I have so much beef, man. I was like, Monka W, 13 out of 16. Monka W, 14 out of 16. Monka W, 16 out of 16. And Kerberos' mouse must have disconnected in this last fight, man. I swear to God.
Yeah. There was no damage, even though there was no
There were
tank.
no auto attacks.
That also applies a little bit.
I was very sad.
It was we were not happy with Kerberos in that last fight, but I mean, honestly, like I kind of want to give quick mention to Jack's flank in this game. Like they were punishing him really well in the early game. Kale were getting like not ahead, but she was just getting kind of steaming through the laning phase per usual.
Laning phase, yeah.
And they got the tower super early as well. Linkas was up like 40 CS, I think, on the Diana, and then Jack's flank just came online, and that was it.
I think the problem was the fact that you had your backland on the Yasuo on a side lane, right, with Ignite, and he kept getting picked.
Yeah.
And the reason you're picking this Diana-Yasuo combo is so you can link up on both of them and just use them back-to-back for, like, really easy pickups, pretty much. And I just didn't see much of that. Like, the only time they really used that was in team fights, which wasn't really advantageous, because, like, one team fight, Kerberos was not there. The other fight, Kerberos had mouse issues, I'm assuming. Like, it was really rough to watch because I really believed in this Dusty composition.
Yeah, no, we did both of us.
Riddle yet again show everybody that this team came into Summer Split to defeat everyone in front of them. They only need to defeat JDXL to get that beautiful score that they really want. They tied up with Astralis on second place. Standings are looking good, but before we look into them, let's look into the interviews. We're going to start up with Riddle, with Tom Kick. Oh, there you go. That is a beautiful smile after coming in hot on week 4 as well versus Dusty. I mean, you guys were fighting for the same spot. How you feel after this W?
I feels really, really well. Me and Nida was screaming in the TeamSpeak call after some of the fights because it was looking kind of close there. But Nash was smurfing and Stefan stealing the Drakes. Everything was just perfect.
Okay, if we can go into the beginning then, looking into Stefan, you bring in the Viego. Viego to me has been a curse so far on the 12.10, 12.11. Walk me, why do you pick the Viego? What can he still bring into compositions?
Yeah, well, so what we see here is when we get a Seri pick first, we just get a really strong pick in the meta right now. And also just mostly for the comfort, Wukong is out and Stefan is just insanely good on the Viego. So with the rest of the things we wanted to bring together with the pick, then it's easy for us to get resets for him, and he took control of the backside when Nash takes the other side of the map of the fight.
Okay, so it's more about Stefan being comfortable with the pick than a pick itself.
It's kind of both, you know.
Okay.
Stefan is insane, of course. You can say that it brings different stuff, and now when we also have the Veigar with the cages, it provides a lot of easier setup for Stefan, so it's easy for him to get resets.
Can I ask you something? Because Stefan is on top of every single charts in terms of jungler. Dan is a different league so far. He's been stable in the Spring Split. He has been stable on Summer Split as well. But Stefan coming in for Riddle, do you look into Stefan like the new Haru of the league?
You know, you can say different things. I feel like we got a really good catch with Stefan, and I think he's gonna be huge for the rest of the split for sure. I wouldn't call him like the next anything. I'm just gonna say Stefan, and Stefan is insane.
Stefan is Stefan.
We agree. He's insane.
Yeah. So to wrap it up for you, let me ask you. Riddle brought in an insane composition. The way you guys brought in the new roster, the way you announced, everything is being done tremendously well, and we can see that. But what is the work right now behind the screen, behind the cover for Riddle? Because it is working. So what is the magic ingredient so far for Riddle?
You know, I would say the magic ingredient is just having a lot of fun, bantering and just enjoying our time, screaming with the different moods, you know. But every day when we get back, it's just fun and we're enjoying each other's company. And I think that's like really important.
Okay, so
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get, man, when you have two Greeks in your team.
there you go, the Greek blood. Tell me, are you guys going to be the team that is going to take JDXL?
Of course we are, of course. Like,
rematch.
it didn't really go there the first time, but like we've learned, next time we meet them, I'm gonna smash them for sure, no worries.
If you don't, I want you on the interview. We need to talk. Okay, we need to have a talk.
fair.
Tom King, thank you so much for that smile and for the way you guys are showing up on Summer Split. Congratulations. Have a nice one.
Thank you, bye.
There you go.
You know what I
Having
find
fun.
really interesting? The fact that you mentioned, you know, you're like, we had Dan in Spring Split popping off. He was popping off in summer now, but Stefan's coming in and suddenly everyone has their eyes on Stefan. I just want to remind everyone that MC was in Riddle, gapped Dan in playoffs.
Yeah.
And now Stefan's coming in to take first spot. Plays also in Riddle. What I'm saying is, Excel, maybe don't pick Riddle in playoffs.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Why is Riddle so good at bringing junglers then?
I don't know. They have some magic behind them in picking them, right?
Yeah, some sort of magical coaching stuff as well, maybe. I mean, Tom Cake obviously it looks like a lovely Chad. I'm just gonna say it. Maybe that has some sort of magic. I think on a serious note, though, I think it's having fun together. As I mentioned so many times before, it's just a really good key because then when things are going poorly, you can still make the most of it and you can still improve from that. If you just feel like you're playing with 4 of your friends, right? It's just nice to see.
That's it, man. You're just playing with 2 Greeks. You throw one Malaka here and there and everything.
We're learning at the NLC. Thank you so much for that one, Trouble. I don't even know what happened. Now, into Dusty, a team that had everything during the game but couldn't finish it off. So we're going to talk with the support with Stan that is standing with us right now. Welcome back into the show. This was a tough one. You guys were neck and neck throughout the entire game. It seemed permanently that you had the lead. Can you tell me when it all went wrong?
I think it went wrong during the third Drake. We had the God lead, we had our win con doing pretty well, the Kyle was kind of ahead, but we didn't manage to find a good engage, and if I remember, we fucked up a bit the tempo, so they managed to get a reset on Viego and we lost the fight, and then yeah, I think this is the point where things went wrong.
And that is a big question that I have for you because it symbolizes both teams in team fights. You have Diana and you have Yasuo. That is the perfect montage YouTube videos when you have like 4 men into the Crescent of Diana. But it seemed like every single time the combo was done, it was only on 1 or 2 maximum. But on the other side though, you guys clustered yourself in the Dragon fight for Rel. What was the communication going for the engages or for the disengages from you guys?
Yeah, actually, when Nash did a 4-man engage, it was pretty clean. And in the vocal, we were saying like we need to pull the trigger first, otherwise we can't win the team fights. But yeah, it was kind of hard because Viego was pressuring us with this the fog. The Vega cage was a bit boring as well, and they had multiple threats like GP, Zeri, Vega, Viego. They were all a threat, so it was hard for Diana or me to find the right engage.
Okay, and now that we're looking into the late game, we're going to talk about Zeri and we're going to talk about Kel. Because let's be honest, when you have Kel, you get a level 16, it's good to go, baby. You got
W.
it. Let's go, Monka W. And then, is Zeri a better hyper carry in the late game than Kel? Because Kel was not dealing any damage whatsoever. It was actually sad to see the Angel bringing justice, but disconnected justice.
I mean, I think it's just a bit different. Like Kyle has to, she couldn't like Cameros. It was hard for him to put his EPS because he was getting zone and the only target he could hit it was Rel. But during this time, Viego was getting a reset. So yeah, I think that was the problem, I would say.
Okay, now that we're looking into Dusty, after finding Riddle, the team that is looking for the same position as you, at least so far in the standings, what is the next step for Dusty?
For sure, we have to focus because in 2 days we play against JDXL. That's a really important match as well, and I really want to prove that we can beat them.
Okay, and if I may, on that matchup, obviously we're going to have time on the next week, but looking into that matchup, where do you think Dusty has the upper hand versus JDXL?
You mean Where
do you guys think you're going to take it? Which lane?
Wait, sorry, can you repeat?
Which lane do you think you're better than JDXL?
Oh, I think JDXL, they are okay. I'm gonna say they are always having a lead in early game, but they always go too far and they are not finishing their game really clean. So I think if they don't play really clean and we can get an advantage by this, it will be good for us.
Very quick question, Stan, because you are in the bot lane and XL's bot lane is notorious for dying level 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you killing them level 3 as well?
Yeah, I mean, they are playing good, but I'm not really scared against them. I think with them it will be fine. We will do our job, and yeah, I'm hyped to play Wednesday.
Okay.
Well, I'm taking the yes only.
That's all we need, Stan. Thank you so much for this one. And let's see what happens with Dust. You guys have a perfect team. Let's see if you guys get to playoffs and show everyone else. There we go.
Thank you.
Nice
Bye-bye.
So they're killing them, level 3.
I think so. I think level 3, you just back off the lane if you're JDXL, wait for level 4 and then re-engage.
I think it's more on JDXL actually killing themselves rather than someone else killing them at this point. But yeah, I mean, Stand obviously is going to go for it.
Listen, man, when somebody makes the mistake, someone has to catch.
Yeah.
Like, this is how it goes. So.
I can only imagine the top side of the map of JDXL, like changing calls. Okay, we should go for that. And then you hear the level 3 ping. You just listen on the bot side.
First,
just yeet, and they throw themselves into the tournament for some weird reason. They're still in first place. That's exactly what we're going to see right now with the standings at the end of day 7 from Summer Split. And let's see how things are faring out for NLC. JDXL still undefeated. Astralis right on their heels as Bifrost and Riddle are tied up. Dusty 1 game away, while Noriki are on 6th place, following with X7 even after that victory. Vanir looking a little bit rough on the end of the standings alongside with Eminem and Team Singularity. Not going for a good split so far.
I feel like the most surprising thing here is that Eminem is like not 3-3 at this point.
Yeah.
1-6. I think this is the one that's going to hurt the most because they've had the chance to pull off victories against really, really strong teams that are now sitting in the 2nd place over there. And I feel like Eminem are looking at them like, we could have had this, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree on that. I think on the kind of silver lining on that, though, they have been like so close to taking them down, and they just need kind of up it up just a tad bit. So maybe on the other next second half of the season, they can just completely turn it around. Maybe go on a 5, 6, or 7 game win streak, right? That could be the dream for Eminem. But as you mentioned, just kind of devastating to be in the bottom of the standings playing like this.
Today was a good day, but let's see what was the play of the day for MasterCard. That play that changed everything out of nowhere. You know what game it is? Let's take a look.
All right, this is going to be, of course, no one else other than F2G on rail. I'm just kidding. This time it is Nash. This time it is Nash onto the rail, and he gets an absolutely insane 4-mana ultimate right there on all 4 carries of Dusty, absolutely demolishing them. I feel like, man, that play was straight out of dreams. The fact that he managed to go through the wall, I feel like it was with a Hex Flash and flank them around, takes the Nautilus ultimate first, backs off with it, and then jumps back in with his own ultimate to take lives.
I think it's just super impressive the way that fight was played about it, because every single team member of Dusty had their own flash in that one. So even that happens, that usually when Rel is the most useless, because usually it's kind of easy to just flash the ulti.
We were talking about it in the green room where we're like, okay,
everyone has flash.
Twitch has flash for this fight. We're like, where flash?
That is the play of the day, but you saw all the games today. If you didn't, well, go check the VOD. What I'm going to do now is give you an appetite of what we're going to eat on Wednesday. Let's show the games for the next day match. It's going to be day 8 from Summer Split. Riddle Esports is going to take on Astralis to open it up. Oh boy, Dusty versus JDXL. Wait a minute. Dusty versus JDXL is going to be as spicy when Dusty was talking about this. X7 versus Bifrost. Oh, Vanir versus Noriki right after. And maybe, who knows, if M&M keeps throwing those games, Team Singularity, this is a good game.
This is so front-loaded. The first two games are insane.
I feel like every single game is insane. Like every single game is so important. We see the last game as well could not be maybe an official banger, but could really deliver as well. M&M and Team Singularity, maybe Singularity able to pick up their first win. But as you mentioned, the first two games, I mean, what is going on, man? The schedule is just stacked.
I mean, if you if
on Nirki as well.
If every single one of these was a movie, which ticket would you buy?
Oh, I'm buying the ticket straight to the X7 versus Bifrost right here, because X7 were so dominant in spring and only Bifrost could take them down. Bifrost was their nemesis back-to-back in both single round robins that they played in the regular split. Bifrost took them down. So I'm waiting for this one because X7 looked like they've woken up a little bit from the slumber, and Bifrost are going in strong.
I completely agree with you on that one. However, if I would have to buy some popcorn, I think it would be for just the first game. Like Riddle, you mentioned earlier today that they were like the kind of the second best team in the league. I didn't agree, but after today, even playing without Veigar, which was a bit suboptimal, they came up with a W, and I'm just so excited to see them versus Astralis, man. It's gonna be nice.
We're talking about two teams fighting for the same spot, for the shadow of JDXL. Let's see if in Wednesday it's going to be the shadow, or if they're going to tie up, because JDXL have to face Dusty, and Dusty are looking hungry. For us today, I think we're done. It was an amazing show. It was a beautiful day for NLC. But Wednesday, it's going to be even better. Day 8 of Summer Split. Don't you miss it. And I'll see you soon. Bye.
The final wave.
Bye.
The final wave.